Chapter 17 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 17. Father Barney. Mick O'Dwyer's public house at Canturk was by no means so pretentious an establishment as that kept by his brother in South Main Street, Cork, but it was, on the whole, much less nasty. It was a drinking shop and a public car office, and such places in Ireland are seldom very nice. But there was no attempt at hotel grandeur, and the little room in which the family lived behind the bar was never invaded by customers. On one evening, just at this time, at the time, that is, with which we have been lately concerned, 3 persons were sitting in this room over a cup of tea. There was a gentleman, middle-aged, but none the worse on that account, who has already been introduced in these pages as Father Bernard McCarthy. He was the parish priest of Drumbarrow, and, as his parish comprised a portion of the town of Canturk, he lived not exactly in the town, but within a mile of it. His sister had married Mr. O'Dwyer of South Main Street, and therefore he was quite at home in the little back parlour of Mick O'Dwyer's house in Canturk. Indeed, Father Bernard was a man who made himself at home in the houses of most of his parishioners, and of some who were not his parishioners. His companions on the present occasion were 2 ladies who seemed to be emulous in supplying his wants. The younger and more attractive of the 2 was also an old friend of ours, being no other than Fanny O'Dwyer from South Main Street. Actuated doubtless by some important motive, she had left her bar at home for one night, having come down to Canturk by her father's car, with the intention of returning by it in the morning. She was seated as a guest here on the corner of the sofa near the fire, but nevertheless she was neither too proud nor too strange in her position to administer as best she might to the comfort of her uncle. The other lady was Mistress O'Dwyer, the lady of the mansion. She was fat, very, by no means fair, and perhaps something over 40, but nevertheless there were those who thought that she had her charms. A better hand at curing a side of bacon there was not in the county Cork, nor a woman who was more knowing in keeping a house straight and snug over her husband's head. That she had been worth more than a fortune to Mick O'Dwyer was admitted by all in Canturk, for it was known to all that Mick O'Dwyer was not himself a good hand at keeping a house straight and snug. "Another cup of tea, Father Bernard," said this lady. "It'll be more to your liking now than the first, you'll find." Father Barney, perfectly reliant on her word, handed in his cup. "And the muffin is quite hot," said Fanny, stooping down to a tray which stood before the peat fire, holding the muffin dish. "But perhaps you'd like a morsel of buttered toast. Say the word, uncle, and I'll make it in a brace of seconds." "In course she will," said Mrs. O'Dwyer. "I'm happy to, if you'll only say that you'll have a fancy, Father Bernard." And Father Bernard would not own to any such fancy. The muffin, he said, was quite to his liking, and so was the tea, and for the manner in which he disposed of these delicacies, even Mrs. Townsend might have admitted that this assertion was true, though she was wont to express her belief that nothing but lies could, by any possibility, fall from his mouth. "And they've been staying with you now for some weeks, haven't they?" said Father Barney. "Off and on," said Fanny. "But there's one of them mostly there, isn't he?" added the priest. "The 2 of them is mostly there just now. Sometimes one goes away for a day or 2, and sometimes the other." "And they have no business which keeps them in Cork?" continued the priest, who seemed to be very curious in the matter. "Well, they do have business, I suppose," said Fanny, "but ever so I never sees it." Fanny O'Dwyer had a great respect for her uncle, seeing that he filled an exalted position, and was a connection of whom she would be justly proud. But though she had now come down to Canturk with the view of having a good talk with her aunt and uncle about the Mollets, she would only tell as much as she liked to tell, even to the parish priest of Drumbarrow. And we may as well explain here that Fanny had now permanently made up her mind to reject the suit of Mr. Abraham Mollet. As she had allowed herself to see more and more of the little domestic ways of that gentleman, and to become intimate with him as a girl should become with a man she intends to marry, she gradually learned to think that he hardly came up to her beau ideal of a lover. That he was crafty and false did not perhaps offend her as it should have done. Dear Fanny, excellent and gracious as she was, could herself be crafty on occasions. He drank too, but that came in the way of her profession. It is hard, perhaps, for a barmaid to feel much severity against that offence. But in addition to this, Aby was selfish and cruel and insolent, and seldom altogether good-tempered. He was bad to his father, and bad to those below him whom he employed. Old Mollet would give away his sixpences with a fairly liberal hand, unless when he was exasperated by drink and fatigue. But Aby seldom gave away a penny. Fanny had sharp eyes, and soon felt that her English lover was not a man to be loved, though he had 2 rings, a gold chain, and half a dozen fine waistcoats. And then another offence had come to light in which the Mollets were both concerned. Since their arrival in South Main Street, they had been excellent customers, indeed quite a godsend in this light to Fanny, who had her own peculiar profit out of such house customers as they were. They had paid their money like true Britons, not regularly, indeed, for regularity had not been desired, but by £5 now, and another in a day or two, just as they were wanted. Nothing indeed could be better than this, for bills so paid are seldom rigidly scrutinized. But of late, within the last week, Fanny's requests for funds had not been so promptly met, and only on the day before her visit to Canterbury she had been forced to get her father to take a bill from Mr. Mollet senior for £20 at 2 months' date. This was a great come-down, as both Fanny and her father felt, and they had begun to think that it might be well to bring their connection with the Mollets to a close. What if an end had come to the money of these people, and their bills should be dishonoured when due? It was all very well for a man to have claims against Sir Thomas Fitzgerald, but Fanny O'Dwyer had already learnt that nothing goes so far in this world as ready cash. "They do have business, I suppose," said Fanny. "It won't be worth much, I'm thinking," said Mrs. O'Dwyer, "when they can't pay their weekly bills at a house of public entertainment without flying their names at 2 months' date." Mrs. O'Dwyer hated any such payments herself, and looked on them as certain signs of immorality. That every man should take his drop of drink, consume it noiselessly, and pay for it immediately, that was her idea of propriety in its highest form. "And they've been down here 3 or 4 times, each of them," said Father Barney, thinking deeply on the subject. "I believe they have," said Fanny, "but of course I don't know much of where they've been to." Father Barney knew very well that his dear niece had been on much more intimate terms with her guest than she pretended. The rumours had reached his ears some time since that the younger of the 2 strangers in South Main Street was making himself agreeable to the heiress of the hotel, and he had intended to come down upon her with all the might of an uncle, and, if necessary, with all the authority of the church. But now that Fanny had discarded her lover, he wisely felt that it would be well for him to know nothing about it. Both uncles and priests may know too much, very foolishly. "I have seen them here myself," said he, "and they've both been up at Castle Richmond." "They do say as poor Sir Thomas is in a bad way," said Mrs. O'Dwyer, shaking her head piteously. "And yet he sees these men," said Father Barney. "I know that for certain. He has seen them, though he will rarely see anybody nowadays." "Young Mr. Herbert is a-doing most of the business up about the place," said Mrs. O'Dwyer, "and people do say as how he's going to make a match of it with Lady Clara Desmond. And it's the lucky girl she be, for he's a nice young fellow entirely." "Not half equal to her other Joe, Mr. Owen, that is," said Fanny. "Well, I don't know that, my dear. Such a house and property as Castle Richmond is not likely to go a-begging among the young women. And then Mr. Herbert is not so rampageous-like as him of Hab House, by all accounts." Father Barney still kept to his subject. "And they are both at your place at the present moment, eh, Fanny?" "They was to dine there after I left." "And the old man said he'd be down here again next Thursday," continued the priest. "I heard that for certain. I tell you what it is, they're not after any good here. They are Protestants, aren't they?" "Och, black Protestants," said Mrs. O'Dwyer. "But you're not taking your tea, Father Bernard." And she again filled his cup for him. "If you take my advice, Fanny, you'll give them nothing more without seeing their money. They'll come to no good here, I'm sure of that. They're after some mischief with that poor old gentleman at Castle Richmond, and it's my belief the police will have them before they're done." "Like enough," said Mrs. O'Dwyer. "They may have them tomorrow for what I care," said Fanny, who could not help feeling that Aby Mullet had at one time been not altogether left without hope as her suitor. "But you wouldn't like anything like that to happen in your father's house," said Father Barney. "Bringing trouble and disgrace on an honest name," said Mrs. O'Dwyer. "There be no disgrace as I knows of," said Fanny stoutly. "Father makes his money by the public, and in course he takes in any that comes the way with money in their pockets to pay the shot." "But these Mollets ain't got the money to pay the shot," said Mrs. O'Dwyer caustically. "You've about sucked them dry, I'm thinking, and they're using more now that you're likely to get from them." "I suppose father'll have to take that bill up," said Fanny, assenting. And so it was settled down there among them that the Mollets were to have the cold shoulder, and that they should in fact be turned out of the Kanturk Hotel as quickly as this could be done. "Better a small loss at first than a big one at last," said Mrs. O'Dwyer, with much wisdom. "You'll come to mischief down here as sure as my name's McCarthy," said the priest, "and I'd be sorry your father should be mixed up in it." And then by degrees the conversation was changed, but not till the tea things had been taken away, and a square small bottle of very particular whisky put on the table in its place. And the sugar also was brought, and boiling water in an immense jug, as though Father Barney were going to make a deep potation indeed, and a lemon in wine-glass, and then the priest was invited with much hospitality to make himself comfortable. Nor did the luxuries prepared for him end here, but Fanny, the pretty Fan herself, filled a pipe for him, and pretended that she would light it, for such priests are merry enough sometimes, and can joke as well as other men with their pretty nieces. "But you're not mixing your punch, Father Bernard," said Mrs. O'Dwyer, with a plaintive, melancholy voice, "and the weather getting cold and all. Faith then, Father Bernard, I'll mix it for you, so I will." And so she did, and well she knew how. And then she made another for herself and her niece, urging that a thimbleful would do Fanny all the good in life after her ride across them cold mountains. And the priest looked on, assenting, blowing the comfortable streams of smoke from his nostrils. "And so, Father Barnard, you and Parson Townsend is to meet again to-morrow at Gortnaclough." Whereupon Father Barnard owned that such was the case, with a nod, not caring to disturb the pipe which lay comfortably on his lower lip. "Well, well, only to think on it," continued Mrs. O'Dwyer, "that the same run should hold the two of ye." She lifted up her hands and shook her head. "It holds us both very comfortable, I can assure you, Mrs. O'Dwyer." "And he ain't rampagious and highty-tighty? He don't give himself no airs?" "Well, no, nothing in particular. Why should the man be such a fool as that?" "Why, in course. But they are such fools, Father Bernard. They does think themselves such grand folks, now don't they? I'd give a dandy of punch all round to the company just to hear you pull him down once, I would." "But he isn't upsetting at all, then?" "Not the last time we met he wasn't, and I don't think he intends it. Things have come to that now that the parsons know where they are and what they have to look to. They're getting a lesson they'll not forget in a hurry. Where are their rent charges to come from? Can you tell me that, Mrs. O'Dwyer?" Mrs. O'Dwyer could not, but she remarked that pride would always have a fall. "And there's no pride like Protestant pride," said Fanny. "It's so upsetting I can't abide it." All of which tended to show that she had quite given up her Protestant lover. "And is it getting worse than ever with the poor creatures?" said Mrs. O'Dwyer, referring not to the Protestants, but the victims of the famine. "Indeed, it's getting no better," said the priest, "and I'm fearing it will be worse before it is over. I haven't married one couple in Drumbarrow since November last." "And that's a heavy sign, Father Barnard." "The surest sign in the world that they have no money among them at all. And it is bad with them, Mrs. O'Dwyer, very bad indeed." "Glory be to God, the poor creatures," said the soft-hearted lady. "It isn't much the like of us have to give away, Father Bernard. I needn't be telling you that. But we'll help, you know, we'll help." "And so will father, Uncle Bernard. If you're so bad off about here, I know he'll give you a trifle for the asking." In a short time, however, it came to pass that those in the cities could spare no aid to the country. Indeed, it may be a question whether the city poverty was not the harder of the two. "God bless you both. You've soft hearts, I know." And Father Barney put his punch to his lips. "Whatever you can do for me shall not be thrown away. And I'll tell you what, Mrs. O'Dwyer, it does behove us all to put our best foot out now. We will not let them say that the Papists would do nothing for their own poor." "'Deed then, and they'll say anything of us, Father Barnard. There's nothing too hot or too heavy for them." "At any rate, let us not deserve it, Mrs. O'Dwyer. There will be a lot of them at Gortnaclough tomorrow, and I shall tell them that we, on our side, won't be wanting. To give them their due, I must say that they are working well. That young Herbert Fitzgerald's a trump, whether he's Protestant or Catholic." "And they do say he's a strong bearing towards the old religion," said Mrs. O'Dwyer. "God bless his sweet young face, have he come back to us. That's what I say." "God bless his face anyway, say I," said Father Barney, with a wider philanthropy. "He is doing his best for the people, and the time has come now when we must hang together, if it be any way possible." And with this the priest finished his pipe, and, wishing the ladies good night, walked away to his own house. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 18. The Relief Committee. At this time the famine was beginning to be systematized. The sternest among landlords and masters were driven to acknowledge that the people had not got food or the means of earning it. The people themselves were learning that a great national calamity had happened, and that the work was God's work, and the government had fully recognized the necessity of taking the whole matter into its own hands. They were responsible for the preservation of the people, and they acknowledged their responsibility. And then two great rules seemed to get themselves laid down, not by general consent, for there were many who greatly contested their wisdom, but by some force strong enough to make itself dominant. The first was that the food to be provided should be earned and not given away, and the second was that the providing of that food should be left to private competition and not in any way be undertaken by the government. I make bold to say that both these rules were wise and good. But how should the people work? That government should supply the wages was of course an understood necessity, and it was also necessary that on all such work the amount of wages should be regulated by the price at which provisions might fix themselves. These points produced questions which were hotly debated by the relief committees of the different districts, but at last it got itself decided, again by the hands of government, that all hills along the country roads should be cut away, and that the people should be employed on this work. They were so employed, very little to the advantage of the roads for that or some following years. "So you have begun, my men," said Herbert to a gang of labourers whom he found collected at a certain point on Ballydarhan Hill, which lay on his road from Castle Richmond to Gortnaclough. In saying this, he had certainly paid them an unmerited compliment, for they had hitherto begun nothing. Some 30 or 40 wretched-looking men were clustered together in the dirt and slop and mud, on the brow of the hill, armed with such various tools as each was able to find, with tools for the most part which would go but a little way in making Ballydarhan Hill level or accessible. This question of tools also came to a sort of understood settlement before long, and within 3 months of the time of which I am writing, legions of wheelbarrows were to be seen lying near every hill, wheelbarrows in hundreds and thousands. The fate of those myriads of wheelbarrows has always been a mystery to me. "So you have begun, my men," said Herbert, addressing them in a kindly voice. There was a couple of gangsmen with them, men a little above the others in appearance, but apparently incapable of commencing the work in hand, for they also were standing idle, leaning against a bit of wooden paling. It had, however, been decided that the works at Ballydarhan Hill should begin on this day, and there were the men assembled. One fact admitted of no doubt, namely this, that the wages would begin from this day. And then the men came and clustered round Herbert's horse. They were wretched-looking creatures, half-clad, discontented, with hungry eyes, each having at its heart's core a deep sense of injustice done personally upon him. They hated this work of cutting hills from the commencement to the end, hated it, though it was to bring them wages and save them and theirs from actual famine and death. They had not been accustomed to the discomfort of being taken far from their homes to their daily work. Very many of them had never worked regularly for wages, day after day, and week after week. Up to this time, such was not the habit of Irish cottiers. They held their own land and laboured there for a spell, and then they would work for a spell, as men do in England, taking wages, and then they would be idle for a spell. It was not exactly a profitable mode of life, but it had its comforts. And now these unfortunates, who felt themselves to be driven forth like cattle in droves for the first time, suffered the full wretchedness of their position. They were not rough and unruly, or inclined to be troublesome and perhaps violent, as men similarly circumstanced so often are in England, as Irishmen are when collected in gangs out of Ireland. They had no aptitudes for such roughness, and no spirits for such violence, but they were melancholy, given to complaint, apathetic, and utterly without interest in that they were doing. "Yes, your honour," said one man, who was standing, shaking himself, with his hands enveloped in the rags of his pockets. He had on no coat, and the keen north wind seemed to be blowing through his bones. Cold, however, as he was, he would do nothing towards warming himself, unless that occasional shake can be considered as doing something. "Yes, your honour. We begun since before daylight this blessed morning." It was now 11 o'clock, and a pickaxe had not been put into the ground, nor the work marked. "Been here before daylight," said Herbert. "And has there been nobody to set you to work?" "Divil a soul, your honour," said another, who was sitting on a hedge-bank, leaning with both his hands on a hoe, which he held between his legs. "Barring Thady Malloy and Sean Brady, they too be over us, but they know nothing of such jobs as this." Thady Malloy and Sean Brady had, with the others, moved up so as to be close to Herbert's horse, but they said not a word towards vindicating their own fitness for command. "And it's mortal cold standing here thin," said another, "without a bit to eat or a sup to drink since last night, and then only a lump of the Yaley mail." And the speaker moved about on his toes and heels, desirous of keeping his blood in circulation with the smallest possible amount of trouble. "I'm telling boys, it's home we'd better be going," said a fourth. "And lose the tizzy they've promised us," said he of the hoe. "Sorrow a tizzy they'll pay any of yous for standing here all day," said an ill-looking little wretch of a fellow, with a black muzzle and a squinting eye. "He may all die in the road first." And the man turned away among the crowd, as an Irishman does who has made his speech and does not want to be answered. "You need have no fear about that, my men," said Herbert. "Whether you be put to work or no, you'll receive your wages. You may take my word for that." "I've been telling them that for the last half-hour," said the man with the hoe, now rising to his feet. "Sure, didn't Mr. Summers be telling us that we'd have sixpence each day as long as we were here afore daylight?" said I, "your honour, and sure and wasn't it black night when we were here this blessed morning, and devil a fear of the tizzy," said I. "But it's mortal cold, and it'd be easy for us to be doing a spell of work than crouching about on our hunkers down on the wet ground." All this was true. It had been specially enjoined upon them to be early at their work. An Irishman, as a rule, will not come regularly to his task. It is a very difficult thing to secure his services every morning at 6 o'clock. But make a special point. Tell him that you want him very early, and he will come to you in the middle of the night. Breakfast every morning punctually at 8 o'clock is almost impossible in Ireland. But if you want one special breakfast, so that you may start by a train at 4 a.m., you are sure to be served. No irregular effort is distasteful to an Irishman of the lower classes, not if it entails on him the loss of a day's food and the loss of a night's rest. The actual pleasure of the irregularity repays him for all this, and he never tells you that this or that is not his work. He prefers work that is not his own. Your coachman will have no objection to turn the mangle, but heaven and earth put together won't persuade him to take the horses out to exercise every morning at the same hour. These men had been told to come early, and they had been there on the roadside since 5 o'clock. It was not surprising that they were cold and hungry, listless and unhappy. And then, as young Fitzgerald was questioning the so-named gangmen as to the instructions they had received, a jaunting car came up to the foot of the hill. "We were to wait to the engineer," Sean Brady had said, "and sure we have waited." "And here's one of Mr. Callow's cars from Mallow," said Thady Malloy, And that's the engineer himself. Lady Molloy was right. This was the engineer himself, who had now arrived from Mallow. From this time forth, and for the next 12 months, the country was full of engineers, or of men who were so called. I do not say this in disparagement, but the engineers were like the yellow meal. When there is an immense demand, and that a suddenly immense demand, for any article, it is seldom easy to get it very good. In those days men became engineers with a short amount of apprenticeship, but as a rule they did not do their work badly. In such days as those, men, if they be men at all, will put their shoulders to the wheel. The engineer was driven up to where they were standing, and he jumped off the car among the men who were to work under him with rather a pretentious air. He had not observed, or probably had not known, Herbert Fitzgerald. He was a very young fellow, still under 21, beardless, light-haired, blue-eyed, and fresh from England. "And what hill is this?" said he to the driver. "Ballydehonshire, your honour. That last war Connick-a-Coppel, and that other, the big un entirely, where the Crass road takes away to Buttevant. That was Bloomturry-Rochtmore. Faith, and that's been the murthering hill for cattle since first I knew it. Bedad, your honour, it'll make it smooth as a bowling green." "Ballydehon," said the young man, taking a paper out of his pocket and looking up the names in his list. "I've got it. There should be 37 of them here." "Sure, and here we are all these 7 hours," said our friend of the Hoe. "And mighty cold we are." "Thady Molloy and Sean Brady," called out the engineer, managing thoroughly to anglicise the pronunciation of the names, though they were not Celtically composite to any great degree. "Yes, we're here," said Thady, coming forward. And then Herbert came up and introduced himself, and the young engineer took off his hat. "I came away from Mallow before 8, said he apologetically, "but I have 4 of these places to look after, and when one gets to one of them it is impossible to get away again. There was one place where I was kept 2 hours before I could get one of the men to understand what they were to do." "What is it that you call that big hill?" "Bloomturry-Rochtmore, your honour," said the driver, to whom the name was as easy and familiar as his own. "And you are going to set these men to work now?" said Herbert. "Well, I don't suppose they'll do much today, Mr. Fitzgerald, but I must try and explain to the head men here how they are to begin. They have none of them any tools, you see." Then he called out again, "Thady Molloy and Sean Brady?" "We're here," said Thady again. "We did not exactly know whether your honour would be after beginning at the top or the bottom. That's all that we're staying us." "Never fear," said Sean, "but we'll have old Ballydehon levelled in less than no time. We're the boys that can do it, fair and easy." It appeared to Herbert that the young engineer seemed to be rather bewildered by the job of work before him, and therefore he rode on, not stopping to embarrass him by any inspection of his work. In process of time, no doubt, so much of the top of Ballydehon Hill was carried to the bottom as made the whole road altogether impassable for many months. But the great object was gained. The men were fed, and were not fed by charity. What did it matter that the springs of every conveyance in the county Cork were shattered by the process, and that the works resulted in myriads of wheelbarrows? And then, as he rode on towards Courtnacklow, Herbert was overtaken by his friend the parson, who was also going to the meeting of the Relief Committee. "You have not seen the men at Ballydehon Hill, have you?" said Herbert. Mr. Townsend explained that he had not seen them. His road had struck on to that on which they now were not far from the top of the hill. "But I knew they were to be there this morning," said Mr. Townsend. "They sent quite a lad of a fellow to show them how to work," said Herbert. "I fear we shall all come to grief with these road cuttings." "For heaven's sake, don't say that at the meeting," said Mr. Townsend, "or you'll be playing the priest's game out and out. Father Barney has done all in his power to prevent the works." "But what if Father Barney be right?" said Herbert. "But he's not right," said the parson energetically. "He's altogether wrong. I never knew one of them right in my life yet in anything. How can they be right?" "But I think you are mixing up road-making and church doctrine, Mr. Townsend." "I hope I may never be in danger of mixing up God and the devil. You cannot touch pitch and not be defiled. Remember that, Herbert Fitzgerald." "I will remember nothing of the kind," said Herbert. Am I to set myself up as a judge and say that this is pitch and that is pitch? Do you remember St. Peter on the housetop? Was not he afraid of what was unclean? The meaning of that was that he was to convert the Gentiles and not give way to their errors. He was to contend with them and not give way an inch till he had driven them from their idolatry. Mr. Townsend had been specially primed by his wife that morning with vigorous hostility against Father Barney, and was grieved to his heart at finding that his young friend was prepared to take the priest's part in anything. In this matter of the roads, Mr. Townsend was doubtless right, but hardly on the score of the arguments assigned by him. "I don't mean to say that there should be no road-making," said Herbert, after a pause. "The general opinion seems to be that we can't do better. I only say that we shall come to grief about it. Those poor fellows there have as much idea of cutting down a hill as I have, and it seems to me that the young lad whom I left with them has not much more." "They'll learn all in good time." "Let us hope it will be in good time." "If we once let them have the idea that we are to feed them in idleness," said Mr. Townsend, "they will want to go on for ever in the same way. And then, when they receive such immense sums in money wages, the priests will be sure to get their share. If the matter had been left to me, I would have paid the men in meal. I would never have given them money. They should have worked and got their food. The priest will get a penny out of every shilling, you'll see else." And so the matter was discussed between them as they went along to Gauntlet Low. When they reached the room in which the committee was held, they found Mr. Summers already in the chair. Priest McCarthy was there also, with his coadjutor, the Reverend Colum Cray, Father Colum, as he was always called, and there was a Mr. O'Leary from Bowerby, one of the middlemen, as they were formerly named, though, by the way, I never knew that word to be current in Ireland. It is familiar to all, and was, I suppose, common some few years since, but I never heard the peasants calling such persons by that title. He was one of those with whom the present times were likely to go very hard. He was not a bad man, unless in so far as this, that he had no idea of owing any duty to others beyond himself and his family. His doctrine at present amounted to this, that if you left the people alone and gave them no false hopes, they would contrive to live somehow. He believed in a good deal, but he had no belief whatever in starvation, none as yet. It was probable enough that some belief in this might come to him now before long. There were also one or two others, men who had some stake in the country, but men who hadn't a tithe of the interest possessed by Sir Thomas Fitzgerald. Mr. Townsend again went through the ceremony of shaking hands with his reverend brethren, and on this occasion did not seem to be much the worse for it. Indeed, in looking at the two men cursorily, a stranger might have said that the condescension was all on the other side. Mr. McCarthy was dressed quite smartly. His black clothes were spruce and glossy. His gloves, of which he still kept on one and showed the other, were quite new. He was clean-shaven, and altogether he had a shiny, bright, ebon appearance about him that quite did a credit to his side of the church. But our friend the parson was discreditably shabby. His clothes were all brown, his white necktie could hardly have been cleaned during the last 48 hours, and was tied in a knot, which had worked itself nearly round to his ear, as he had sat sideways on the car. His boots were ugly and badly brushed, and his hat was very little better than some of those worn by the workmen, so-called, at Ballydean Hill. But nevertheless, on looking accurately into the faces of both, one might see which man was the better nurtured and the better born. The operation with the sow's ear is, one may say, seldom successful with the first generation. "A beautiful morning this," said the coadjutor, addressing Herbert Fitzgerald with a very mild voice and an unutterable look of friendship, as though he might have said, "Here we are in a boat together, and of course we are all very fond of each other." To tell the truth, Father Colum was not a nice-looking young man. He was red-haired, slightly marked with the smallpox, and had a low forehead and cunning eyes. "Yes, it is a nice morning," said Herbert. "We don't expect anyone else here, do we, Summers?" "At any rate, we won't wait," said Summers. So he sat down in the armchair, and they all went to work. "I'm afraid, Mr. Summers," said Mr. McCarthy from the other end of the table, where he had constituted himself a sort of deputy chairman, "I'm afraid we are going on a wrong tack." The priest had shuffled away his chair as he began to speak, and was now standing with his hands upon the table. It is singular how strong a propensity some men have to get upon their legs in this way. "How so, Mr. McCarthy?" said Summers. "But shan't we all be more comfortable if we keep our chairs? There'll be less ceremony, won't there, Mr. Townsend?" "Oh, certainly," said Townsend. "Less liable to interruption, perhaps, on our legs," said Father Colum, smiling blandly. Mr. McCarthy was far too wise to fight the question, so he sat down. "Just as you like," said he. "I can talk anyway, sitting or standing, walking or riding, it's all one to me. But I tell you how we are on the wrong tack. We shall never get these men to work in gangs on the road, never. They have not been accustomed to be driven like droves of sheep." "But droves of sheep don't work on the road," said Mr. Townsend. "I know that, Mr. Townsend," continued Mr. McCarthy. "I'm quite well aware of that, but droves of sheep are driven, and these men won't bear it." "Indeed and they won't," said Father Colum, having altogether laid aside his bland smile now that the time had come, as he thought, to speak up for the people. "They may bear it in England, but they won't here." The sternness of his eye was almost invincible. "If they are so foolish, they must be taught better manners," said Mr. Townsend. "But you'll find they'll work just as other men do. Look at the navvies." "And look at the navvies' wages," said Father Colum. "Besides, the navvies only go if they like it," said the parish priest. "And these men need not go unless they like it," said Mr. Summers, "only with this proviso, that if they cannot manage for themselves, they must fall into our way of managing for them." "What I say is this," said Mr. O'Leary. "Let them manage for themselves. God bless my soul! Why, we shall be skinned alive if we have to pay all this money back to Government. If Government chooses to squander thousands in this way, Government should bear the brunt. That's what I say." Eventually, Government, that is, the whole nation, did bear the brunt, but it would not have been very wise to promise this at the time. "But we need hardly debate all that at the present moment," said Mr. Summers. "That matter of the roads has already been decided for us, and we can't alter it if we would." "Then we may as well shut up shop," said Mr. O'Leary. "It's all very easy to talk in that way," said Father Colum, "but the Government, as you call it, can't make men work. It can't force 8 million of the finest peasantry on God's earth." Father Colum was by degrees pushing away the seat from under him, when he was cruelly and ruthlessly stopped by his own parish priest. "I beg your pardon for a moment, Creer," said he, "but perhaps we are getting a little out of the track. What Mr. Summers says is very true. If these men won't work on the road, and I don't think they will, the responsibility is not on us. That matter has been decided for us." "Men will sooner work anywhere than starve," said Mr. Townsend. "Some men will," said Father Colum, with a great deal of meaning in his tone. What he intended to convey was this, that Protestants, no doubt, would do so under the dominion of the flesh, but that Roman Catholics, being under the dominion of the Spirit, would perish first. "At any rate, we must try," said Father McCarthy. "Exactly," said Mr. Summers, "and what we have now to do is to see how we may best enable these workers to live on their wages, and how those others are to live who, when all is done, will get no wages." "I think we had better turn shopkeepers ourselves, and open stores for them everywhere," said Herbert. "That is what we are doing already at Berry Hill." "And import our own corn," said the parson. "And where are we to get the money?" said the priest. "And why are we to ruin the merchants?" said O'Leary, whose brother was in the flour trade in York. "And shut up all the small shopkeepers," said Father Colum, whose mother was established in that line in the neighbourhood of Castle Island. "We could not do it," said Summers. "The demand upon us would be so great that we should certainly break down, and then where would we be?" "But for a time, Summers," pleaded Herbert. "For a time we may do something in that way, till other means present themselves. but we must refuse all outdoor relief. They who cannot, who do not bring money, must go into the workhouses. You will not get houses in County Cork sufficient to hold them, said Father Bernard. And so the debate went on, not altogether without some sparks of wisdom, with many sparks also of eager benevolence, and some few passing clouds of fuliginous self-interest. And then lists were produced, with the names on them of all who were supposed to be in want, which were about to become, before long, lists of the whole population of the country. And at last it was decided among them that in their district nothing should be absolutely given away, except to old women and widows, which kind-hearted clause was speedily neutralized by women becoming widows while their husbands were still living. And it was decided also that as long as their money lasted, the soup kitchen at Berry Hill should be kept open, and mill kept going, and the little shop maintained, so that to some extent a check might be maintained on the prices of the hucksters. And in this way they got through their work, not perhaps with the sagacity of Solomon, but, as I have said, with an average amount of wisdom, as will always be the case when men set about their tasks with true hearts and honest minds. And then, when they parted, the two clergymen of the parish shook hands with each other again, having perhaps less animosity against each other than they had ever felt before. There had been a joke or two over the table, at which both had laughed. The priest had wisely shown some deference to the parson, and the parson had immediately returned it by referring some question to the priest. How often does it not happen that when we come across those whom we have hated and avoided all our lives, we find that they are not quite so bad as we had thought? That old gentleman of whom we wot is never so black as he has been painted. The work of the committee took them nearly the whole day, so that they did not separate till it was nearly dark. When they did so, Summers and Herbert Fitzgerald rode home together. "I always live in mortal fear," said Herbert, "that Townsend and the priests will break out into warfare." "As they haven't done it yet, they won't do it now," said Summers. "McCarthy is not without sense, and Townsend, queer and intolerant as he is, has good feeling. If he and Father Colin were left together, I don't know what might happen. Mr. Prendergast is to be with you the day after tomorrow, is he not?" "So I understood my father to say." "Would you let me give you a bit of advice, Herbert?" "Certainly." "Then don't be in the house much on the day after he comes. He'll arrive, probably, to dinner." "I suppose he will." "If so, leave Castle Richmond after breakfast the next morning, and do not return till near dinner-time. It may be that your father will not wish you to be near him. Whatever this matter may be, you may be sure that you will know it before Mr. Prendergast leaves the country. I am very glad that he is coming." Herbert promised that he would take his advice, and he thought himself that among other things he might go over to inspect that Clady boiler, and of course call at Desmond Court on his way. And then, when they got near to Castle Richmond, they parted company, Mr. Summers stopping at his own place, and Herbert riding home alone. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 19. The Friend of the Family. On the day named by Herbert, and only an hour before dinner, Mr. Prendergast did arrive at Castle Richmond. The Great Southern and Western Railway was not then open as far as Mallow, and the journey from Dublin was long and tedious. "I'll see him, of course," said Sir Thomas to Lady Fitzgerald, "but I'll put off this business till tomorrow." This he said in a tone of distress and agony, which showed too plainly how he dreaded the work which he had before him. "But you'll come into dinner?" Lady Fitzgerald had said. "No," he answered, "not to-day, love. I have to think about this." And he put his hand up to his head, as though this thinking about it had already been too much for him. Mr. Prendergast was a man over 60 years of age, being in fact considerably senior to Sir Thomas himself. but no one would have dreamed of calling Mr. Prendergast an old man. He was short of stature, well made, and in good proportion. He was wiry, strong, and almost robust. He walked as though, in putting his foot to the earth, he always wished to proclaim that he was afraid of no man and no thing. His hair was grizzled, and his whiskers were grey, and round about his mouth his face was wrinkled. But with him even these things hardly seemed to be signs of old age. He was said by many who knew him to be a stern man, and there was that in his face which seemed to warrant such a character. But he had also the reputation of being a very just man, and those who knew him best could tell tales of him which proved that his sternness was at any rate compatible with a wide benevolence. He was a man who himself had known but little mental suffering, and who owned no mental weakness, and it might be, therefore, that he was impatient of such weakness in others. To chance acquaintances his manners were not soft or perhaps palatable, but to his old friends his very brusqueness was pleasing. He was a bachelor, well off in the world, and to a certain extent fond of society. He was a solicitor by profession, having his office somewhere in the purlieus of Lincoln's Inn, and living in an old-fashioned house not far distant from that classic spot. I have said that he owned no mental weakness. When I say further that he was slightly afflicted with personal vanity, and thought a good deal about the set of his hair, the shape of his coat, the fit of his boots, the whiteness of his hands, and the external trim of his umbrella, perhaps I may be considered to have contradicted myself. But such was the case. He was a handsome man, too, with clear, bright, grey eyes, a well-defined nose, and expressive mouth, of which the lips, however, were somewhat too thin. No man with thin lips ever seems to me to be genially human at all points. Such was Mr. Prendergast, and my readers will, I trust, feel for Sir Thomas, and pity him, and that he was about to place his wounds in the hands of so ruthless a surgeon. But a surgeon, to be of use, should be ruthless in one sense. He should have the power of cutting and cauterizing, of phlebotomy and bone handling, without effect on his own nerves. This power Mr. Prendergast possessed, and therefore it may be said that Sir Thomas had chosen his surgeon judiciously. None of the Castle Richmond family, except Sir Thomas himself, had ever seen this gentleman, nor had Sir Thomas often come across him of late years. But he has what we in England call an old family friend, and I doubt whether we in England have any more valuable English characteristic than that of having old family friends. Old family feuds are not common with us nowadays, not so common as with some other people. Sons who now hated their father's enemies would have but a bad chance before a commission of lunacy. But an old family friend is supposed to stick to one from generation to generation. On his arrival at Castle Richmond, he was taken in to Sir Thomas before dinner. "You find me but in a poor state," said Sir Thomas, shaking in his fear of what was before him, as the poor wretch does before an iron-wristed dentist who is about to operate. "You will be better soon," Mr. Prendergast had said, as a man always does say under such circumstances. What other remark was possible to him? "Sir Thomas thinks that he had better not trouble you with business tonight," said Lady Fitzgerald. To this also Mr. Prendergast agreed willingly. "We shall both of us be fresher tomorrow after breakfast," he remarked, as if any time made any difference to him, as though he were not always fresh and ready for any work that might turn up. That evening was not passed very pleasantly by the family at Castle Richmond. To all of them Mr. Prendergast was absolutely a stranger, and was hardly the man to ingratiate himself with strangers at the first interview. And then, too, they were all somewhat afraid of him. He had come down thither on some business which was to them altogether mysterious, and as far as they knew, he, and he alone, was to be entrusted with the mystery. He, of course, said nothing to them on the subject, but he looked in their eyes as though he were conscious of being replete with secret importance. And, on this very account, they were afraid of him. And then poor Lady Fitzgerald, though she bore up against the weight of her misery better than did her husband, was herself very wretched. She could not bring herself to believe that all this would end in nothing, that Mr. Prendergast would put everything right, and that after his departure they would go on as happily as ever. This was the doctrine of the younger part of the family, who would not think that anything was radically wrong. But Lady Fitzgerald had always at her heart the memory of her early marriage troubles, and she feared greatly, though she feared she knew not what. Herbert Fitzgerald and Aunt Letty did endeavour to keep up some conversation with Mr. Prendergast, and the Irish famine was, of course, the subject. But this did not go on pleasantly. Mr. Prendergast was desirous of information, but the statements which were made to him one moment by young Fitzgerald were contradicted in the next by his aunt. He would declare that the better educated of the Roman Catholics were prepared to do their duty by their country, whereas Aunt Letty would consider herself bound, both by party feeling and religious duty, to prove that the Roman Catholics were bad in everything. "Oh, Herbert, to hear you say so!" she exclaimed at one time. "It makes me tremble in my shoes. It is dreadful to think that those people should have got such a hold over you." "I really think that the Roman Catholic priests are liberal in their ideas and moral in their conduct." This was the speech which had made Aunt Letty tremble in her shoes, and it may therefore be conceived that Mr. Prendergast did not find himself able to form any firm opinion from the statements then made to him. Instead of doing so, he set them both down as wild Irish, whom it would be insane to trust, and of whom it was absurd to make inquiries. It may, however, be possibly the case that Mr. Prendergast himself had his own prejudices, as well as Aunt Letty and Herbert Fitzgerald. On the following morning they were still more mute at breakfast. The time was coming in which Mr. Prendergast was to go to work, and even he, gifted though he was with iron nerves, began to feel somewhat unpleasantly the nature of the task which he had undertaken. Lady Fitzgerald did not appear at all. Indeed, during the whole of breakfast time, and up to the moment at which Mr. Prendergast was summoned, she was sitting with her husband, holding his hand in hers, and looking tenderly but painfully into his face. She so sat with him for about an hour, but he spoke to her no word of this revelation he was about to make. Herbert and the girls, and even Aunt Letty, sat solemn and silent, as though it was known by them all that something dreadful was to be said and done. At last Herbert, who had left the room, returned to it. "My father will see you now, Mr. Prendergast, if you will step up to him," said he, and then he ran to his mother and told her that he should leave the house by dinner-time. "But if he sends for you, Herbert, should you not be in the way?" "It is more likely that he should send for you, and were I to remain here, I should be going into his room when he did not want me." Then he mounted his horse and rode off. Mr. Prendergast, with serious air and slow steps, and solemn resolve to do what he had to do at any rate with justice, walked away from the dining-room to the baronet's study. The task of an old friend is not always a pleasant one, and Mr. Prendergast felt that it was not so at the present moment. "Be gentle with him," said Aunt Letty, catching hold of his arm as he went through the passage. He merely moved his head twice, in token of assent, and then passed on into the room. The reader will have learnt by this time, with tolerable accuracy, what was the nature of the revelation which Sir Thomas was called upon to make, and he will be tolerably certain as to the advice which Mr. Prendergast, as an honest man, would give. In that respect there was no difficulty. The laws of meum and tuum were sufficiently clear if a man will open his eyes to look at them. In this case they were altogether clear. These broad acres of Castle Richmond did belong to Sir Thomas for his life, but after his death they could not belong to his son Herbert. It was a matter of which admitted of no doubt. No question as to whether the Mollets would or would not hold their tongue could bear upon it in the least. Justice in this case must be done, even though the heavens should fall. It was sad and piteous. Stern and hard as the man who pronounced this doom, nevertheless the salt tear collected in his eyes and blinded him as he looked upon the anguish which his judgment had occasioned. Yes, Herbert must be told that in the world he was nobody, that he must earn his bread, and set about doing so right soon. Who could say that his father's life was worth a 12-months' purchase? He must be told that he was nobody in the world, and instructed also to tell her whom he loved, an earl's daughter, the same tidings, that he was nobody, that he would come to possess no property, and that in the law's eyes did not possess even a name. How would his young heart suffice for the endurance of so terrible a calamity? And those pretty girls, so softly brought up, so tenderly nurtured, it must be explained to them too that they must no longer be proud of their father's lineage and their mother's fame. And that other Fitzgerald must be summoned and told of all this, he on whom they had looked down, whom the young heir had robbed of his love, whom they had cast out from among them as unworthy. Notice must be sent to him that he was the heir to Castle Richmond, that he would reign as the future baronet in those gracious chambers. It was he who could now make a great county lady of the daughter of the countess. "It will be very soon, sobbed forth the poor victim. And indeed, to look at him, one might say that it would be soon. There were moments when Mr. Prendergast hardly thought that he would live through that frightful day. But all of which we have yet spoken hardly operated upon the baronet's mind in creating that stupor of sorrow which now weighed him to the earth. It was none of these things that utterly broke him down and crushed him like a mangled reed. He had hardly mind left to remember his children. It was for the wife of his bosom that he sorrowed. The wife of his bosom. He persisted in so calling her through the whole interview, and even in his weakness obliged the strong man before him so to name her also. She was his wife before God, and should be his to the end. Ah, for how short a time was that! "Is she to leave me?" he once said, turning to his friend, with his hands clasped together, praying that some mercy might be shown to his wretchedness. "Is she to leave me?" he repeated, and then sank on his knees upon the floor. And how was Mr. Prendergast to answer this question? How was he to decide whether or no this man and woman might still live together as husband and wife? Oh, my reader, think of it if you can, and put yourself for a moment in the place of that old family friend. Tell me, is she to leave me?" repeated the poor victim of all this misery. The sternness and justice of the man at last gave way. "No," said he, "that cannot, I should think, be necessary. They cannot demand that." "But you won't desert me?" said Sir Thomas, when this crumb of comfort was handed to him. And he remembered as he spoke the bloodshot eyes of the miscreant who had dared to tell him that the wife of his bosom might be legally torn from him by the hands of another man. "You won't desert me?" said Sir Thomas, meaning by that to bind his friend to an obligation that, at any rate, his wife should not be taken from him. "No," said Mr. Prendergast, "I will not desert you. Certainly not that, certainly not that." Just then it was in his heart to promise almost anything that he was asked. Who could have refused such solace as this to a man so terribly overburdened? But there was another point of view at which Mr. Prendergast had looked from the commencement, but at which he could not get Sir Thomas to look at all. It certainly was necessary that the whole truth in this matter should be made known and declared openly. This fair inheritance must go to the right owner and not to the wrong. Though the affliction on Sir Thomas was very heavy, and would be equally so on all the family, he would not on that account, for the sake of saving him and them from that affliction, be justified in robbing another person of what was legally and actually that other person's property. It was a matter of astonishment to Mr. Prendergast that a conscientious man, as Sir Thomas certainly was, should have been able to look at the matter in any other light, that he should ever have brought himself to have dealings in the matter with Mr. Monnet. Justice in the case was clear, and the truth must be declared. But then they must take good care to find out absolutely what the truth was. Having heard all that Sir Thomas had to say, and having sifted all that he did hear, Mr. Prendergast thoroughly believed, in his heart of hearts, that the wretched miscreant was the actual and true husband of the poor lady whom he had had to see. But it was necessary that this should be proved. Castle Richmond for the family, and all earthly peace of mind for that unfortunate lady and gentleman, were not to be given up on the bare word of a scheming scoundrel, for whom no crime would be too black, and no cruelty too monstrous. The proofs must be looked into before anything was done, and they must be looked into before anything was said to Lady Fitzgerald. We surely may give her that name as yet. But then, how are they to get at the proofs? At the proofs one way or the other? That Mollet himself had his marriage certificate, Sir Thomas declared. That evidence had been brought home to his own mind of the identity of the man, though what was the nature of that evidence he could not now describe. As to that he was quite explicit. Indeed, as I have said above, he almost refused to consider the question as admitting of a doubt. That Mollet was the man to whom his wife had been married he thoroughly believed, and, to tell the truth, Mr. Prendergast was afraid to urge him to look for much comfort in this direction. The whole manner of the man, Mollet, had been such as to show that he himself was sure of his ground. Mr. Prendergast could hardly doubt that he was the man, although he felt himself bound to remark that nothing should be said to Lady Fitzgerald till inquiry had been made. Mr. Mollet himself would be at Castle Richmond on the next day but one, in accordance with the appointment made by himself, and, if necessary, he could be kept in custody till he had been identified as being the man, or as not being the man, who had married Miss Wainwright. "There is nobody living with you now who knew Lady Fitzgerald asked Mr. Prendergast. "Yes," said Sir Thomas, "there is one maid-servant." And then he explained how Mrs. Jones had lived with his wife before her first marriage, during those few months in which she had been called Mrs. Talbot, and from that day even up to the present hour. "Then she must have known this man," said Mr. Prendergast. But Sir Thomas was not in a frame of mind at all suited to the sifting of evidence. He did not care to say anything about Mrs. Jones. He got no crumb of comfort out of that view of the matter. Things had come out, unwittingly for the most part, in his conversations with Mollet, which made him quite certain as to the truth of the main part of the story. All those Dorsetshire localities were well known to the man, the bearings of the house, the circumstances of Mr. Wainwright's parsonage, the whole history of those months, so that on this subject Sir Thomas had no doubt, and we may as well know at once that there was no room for doubt. Our friend of the Canturk Hotel, South Main Street, Cork, was the man who, 30 years before, had married the child daughter of the Dorsetshire parson. Mr. Prendergast, however, stood a while before the fire, balancing the evidence. "The woman must have known him," he said to himself, "and surely she could tell us whether he be like the man. And Lady Fitzgerald herself would know. But then, who would have the hardness of heart to ask Lady Fitzgerald to confront that man?" He remained with Sir Thomas that day for hours. The long winter evening had begun to make itself felt by its increasing gloom before he left him. Wine and biscuits were sent into them, but neither of them even noticed the man who brought them. Twice in the day, however, Mr. Prendergast gave the baronet a glass of sherry, which the latter swallowed unconsciously, and then, at about 4, the lawyer prepared to take his leave. "I will see you early tomorrow," said he, "immediately after breakfast." "You are going, then?" said Sir Thomas, who greatly dreaded being left alone. "Not away, you know," said Mr. Prendergast. "I am not going to leave the house." "No," said Sir Thomas. "No, of course not, but—" And then he paused. "Huh?" said Mr. Prendergast. "You were saying something?" "They will be coming in to me now," said Sir Thomas, wailing like a child. "Now, when you are gone, and what am I to say to them?" "I would say nothing at present. Nothing to-day." "And my wife?" he asked again. Through this interview he studiously called her his wife. Is she to know it?" "When we are assured that this man's story is true, Sir Thomas, she must know it. That will probably be very soon, in a day or two. Till then I think you had better tell her nothing." "And what shall I say to her?" "Say nothing. I think it probable that she will not ask any questions. If she does, tell her that the business between you and me is not yet over. I will tell your son that at present he had better not speak to you on the subject of my visit here." And then he again took the hand of the unfortunate gentleman, and having pressed it with more tenderness than seemed to belong to him, he left the room. He left the room and hurried into the hall and out of the house. But as he did so, he could see that he was watched by Lady Fitzgerald. She was on the alert to go to her husband as soon as she should know that he was alone. Of what then took place between those two, we need say nothing, but will wander forth for a while with Mr. Prendergast into the wide-spreading park. Mr. Prendergast had been used to hard work all his life, but he had never undergone a day of severer toil than that through which he had just passed. Nor was it yet over. He had laid it down in a broad way as his opinion that the whole truth in this matter should be declared to the world, let the consequences be what they might. And to this opinion Sir Thomas had acceded without a word of expostulation. But in this was by no means included all that portion of the burden which now fell upon Mr. Prendergast's shoulders. It would be for him to look into the evidence, and then it would be for him also, heavy and worst task of all, to break the matter to Lady Fitzgerald. As he sauntered out into the park, to wander about for half an hour in the dusk of the evening, his head was throbbing with pain. The family friend in this instance had certainly been severely taxed in the exercise of his friendship. And what was he to do next? How was he to conduct himself that evening in the family circle, knowing, as he so well did, that his coming there was to bring destruction upon them all? Be tender to him, Aunt Letty had said, little knowing how great a call there would be on his tenderness of heart, and how little scope for any tenderness of purpose. And was it absolutely necessary that that blow should fall in all its severity? He asked himself this question over and over again, and always had to acknowledge that it was necessary. There could be no possible mitigation. The son must be told that he was no son in the eye of the law. The wife must be told that she was no wife, and the distant relative must be made acquainted with his golden prospects. The position of Herbert and Clara and of their promised marriage had been explained to him, and all that too must be shivered into fragments. How was it possible that the penniless daughter of an earl should give herself in marriage to a youth who was not only penniless also, but illegitimate and without a profession? Look at it in which way he would, it was all misery and ruin, and it had fallen upon him to pronounce the doom. He could not himself believe that there was any doubt as to the general truth of Mollett's statement. He would of course inquire. He would hear what the man had to say and see what he had to adduce. He would also examine that old servant, and if necessary, and if possible also, he would induce Lady Fitzgerald to see the man. But he did feel convinced that on this point there was no doubt. And then he lifted up his hands in astonishment at the folly which had been committed by a marriage under such circumstances, as wise men will do in the decline of years, when young people in the heyday of youth have not been wise. If they had waited for a term of years, he said, and if he then had not presented himself. A term of years, such as Jacob served for Rachel, seemed so light an affair to old bachelors looking back at the loves of their young friends. And so he walked about in the dusk, by no means a happy man, nor in any way satisfied with the work which was still before him. How was he to face Lady Fitzgerald, or tell her of her fate? In what words must he describe to Herbert Fitzgerald the position which in future he must fill? The past had been dreadful to him, and the future would be no less so, in spite of his character as a hard, stern man. When he returned to the house, he met young Fitzgerald in the hall. "Have you been to your father?" he asked immediately. Herbert, in a low voice and with a saddened face, said that he had just come from his father's room. But Mr. Prendergast at once knew that nothing of the truth had been told to him. "You found him very weak?" said Mr. Prendergast. "Oh, very weak," said Herbert. "More than weak, utterly prostrate. He was lying on the sofa, almost unable to speak. My mother was with him, and is still there." "And she?" He was painfully anxious to know whether Sir Thomas had been weak enough or strong enough to tell his wife any of the story which that morning had been told to him. "She is doing what she can to comfort him," said Herbert, "but it is very hard for her to be left so utterly in the dark." Mr. Prendergast was passing on to his room, but at the foot of the stairs Herbert stopped him again, going up the stairs with him, and almost whispering into his ear. "I trust, Mr. Prendergast," said he, "that things are not to go on in this way." "No, no," said Mr. Prendergast. "Because it is unbearable for my mother, and for me, and for us all. My mother thinks that some terrible thing has happened to the property. But if so, why should I not be told?" "Of anything that really has happened, or does happen, you will be told." "I don't know whether you are aware of it, Mr. Prendergast, but I am engaged to be married, and I have been given to understand, that is, I thought that this might take place very soon. My mother seems to think that your coming here may defer it. So I think I have a right to expect that something shall be told to me." "Certainly you have a right, my dear young friend. But, Mr. Fitzgerald, for your own sake, for all our sakes, wait patiently for a few hours." "I have waited patiently." "Yes, I know it. You have behaved admirably. But I cannot speak to you now. This time, the day after tomorrow, I will tell you everything that I know. But do not speak of this to your mother. I make this promise only to you." And then he passed on into his bedroom. With this, Herbert was obliged to be content. That evening he again saw his father and mother, but he told them nothing of what had passed between him and Mr. Prendergast. Lady Fitzgerald remained in the study with Sir Thomas the whole evening, nay, almost the whole night, and the slow hours as they passed there were very dreadful. No one came to table but Aunt Letty, Mr. Prendergast, and Herbert, and between them hardly a word was spoken. The poor girls had found themselves utterly unable to appear. They were dissolved in tears and crouching over the fire in their own room. And the moment that Aunt Letty left the table, Mr. Prendergast arose also. He was suffering, he said, cruelly from headache, and would ask permission to go to his chamber. It would have been impossible for him to have sat there pretending to sip his wine with Herbert Fitzgerald. After this, Herbert again went to his father, and then, in the gloom of the evening, he found Mr. Summers in his office, a little magistrate's room that was used both by him and by Sir Thomas. But nothing passed between them. Herbert had nothing to tell. And then, at about 9, he also went up to his bedroom. A more melancholy day than that had never shed its gloom upon Castle Richmond. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Owers. Chapter 20. Two Witnesses. Mr. Prendergast had given himself 2 days to do all that was to be done, before he told Herbert Fitzgerald the whole of the family history. He had promised that he would then let him know all that there was to be known, and he had done so advisedly, considering that it would be manifestly unjust to leave him in the dark an hour longer than was absolutely necessary. To expect that Sir Thomas himself should, with his own breath and his own words, make the revelation either to his son or to his wife, was to expect a manifest impossibility. He would altogether have sank under such an effort, as he had already sank under the effort of telling it to Mr. Prendergast. Nor could it be left to the judgment of Sir Thomas to say when the story should be told. He had now absolutely abandoned all judgment in the matter. He had placed himself in the hands of a friend, and he now expected that that friend should do all that there was to be done. Mr. Prendergast had therefore felt himself justified in making this promise. But how was he to set about the necessary intervening work, and how pass the intervening hours? It had already been decided that Mr. Abraham Mollett, when he called, should be shown, as usual, into the study, but that he should there find himself confronted, not with Sir Thomas, but with Mr. Prendergast. But there was some doubt whether or no Mr. Mollett would come. It might be that he had means of ascertaining what strangers arrived at Castle Richmond, and it might be that he would, under the present circumstances, think it expedient to stay away. This visit, however, was not to take place till the second day after that on which Mr. Prendergast had heard the story, and in the meantime he had that examination of Mrs. Jones to arrange and conduct. The breakfast was again very sad. The girls suggested to their brother that he and Mr. Prendergast should sit together by themselves in a small breakfast parlour, but to this he would not assent. Nothing could be more difficult or embarrassing than a conversation between himself and that gentleman, and he moreover was unwilling to let it be thought in the household that affairs were going utterly wrong in the family. On this matter he need hardly have disturbed himself, for the household was fully convinced that things were going very wrong. Maidservants and men-servants can read the meaning of heavy brows and sad faces, of long meetings and whispered consultations, as well as their betters. The two girls, therefore, and Aunt Letty, appeared at the breakfast table, but it was as though so many ghosts had assembled round the urn. Immediately after breakfast, Mr. Prendergast applied to Aunt Letty. "Miss Fitzgerald," said he, "I think you have an old servant of the name of Jones living here." "Yes, sure," said Aunt Letty. "She was living with my sister-in-law before her marriage." "Exactly, and ever since too, I believe," said Mr. Prendergast, with a lawyer's instinctive desire to divert suspicion from the true point. "Oh yes, always. Mrs. Jones is quite one of ourselves." "Then would you do me the favour to beg Mrs. Jones to oblige me with her company for half an hour or so? There is an excellent fire in my room, and perhaps Mrs. Jones would not object to step there." Aunt Letty promised that Mrs. Jones should be sent, merely suggesting the breakfast parlour instead of the bedroom, and to the breakfast parlour Mr. Prendergast at once betook himself. "What can she know about the London property, or about the Irish property?" thought Aunt Letty to herself, and then it occurred to her that perhaps all these troubles arose from some source altogether distinct from the property. In about a quarter of an hour a knock came to the breakfast parlour door, and Mrs. Jones, having been duly summoned, entered the room with a very clean cap and apron, and with a very low curtsy. "Good morning, Mrs. Jones," said Mr. Prendergast. "Pray take a seat." And he pointed to an arm-chair that was comfortably placed near the fire, on the further side of the hearth-rug. Mrs. Jones sat herself down, crossed her hands on her lap, and looked the very personification of meek obedience. And yet there was something about her which seemed to justify the sobriquet of Duchess which the girls had given to her. She had a certain grandeur about her cap, and a majestical set about the skirt of her dress, and a rigour in the lines of her mouth which indicated a habit of command, and a confidence in her own dignity, which might be supposed to be the very clearest attribute of duchessdom. "You have been in this family a long time, I am told, Mrs. Jones," said Mr. Prendergast, using his pleasantest voice. "Very long time indeed," said Mrs. Jones, "and in a very confidential situation too. I am told by Sir Thomas that pretty nearly the whole management of the house is left in your hands." "Sir Thomas is very kind, sir. Sir Thomas always was very kind, poor gentleman." "Poor gentleman, indeed. You may well say that, Mrs. Jones. This family is in great affliction. You are no doubt aware of that." And Mrs. Prendergast, as he spoke, got up, went to the door, and saw that it was firmly closed. Mrs. Jones acknowledged that she was aware of it. It was impossible, she said, for servants to shut their eyes to things if they tried ever so. Of course, said Mr. Prendergast, and particularly for a person so attached to them all as you are." "Well, Mr. Prendergast, I'm attached to them, certainly. I've seen 'em all born, sir. That is, the young ladies and Mr. Herbert. And as for her ladyship, I didn't see her born, in course, for we're both of an age. But it comes much to the same thing, like." "Exactly. You are quite one of themselves, as Sir Thomas's sister said to me just now, Mrs. Jones is quite one of ourselves. Those were her very words. I'm sure I'm much obliged to Miss Letty. Well, as I was saying, a great sorrow has come upon them all, Mrs. Jones. Now, will you tell me this? Do you know what it is? Can you guess at all? Do the servants know downstairs? I'd rather not be guessing on any such matters, Mr. Prendergrass. And as for them, if they were impudent enough for the like, they'd never dare tell me. Them Irish servants is very impudent betimes, only they're good at the art, too, and there isn't one 'ud hurt a dog belonging to the family. I am sure they would not, said Mr. Prendergast. But you yourself, you don't know what this trouble is? Not a know, said Mrs. Jones, looking down and smoothing her apron. Well, now, of course, you understand, Mrs. Jones, and I must explain this to you to account for my questions. Of course, you understand that I am here as Sir Thomas's friend to set certain matters right for him, if I can. I suppose as much as that, if you please, sir. And any questions that I may ask you, I ask altogether on his behalf and on that of his wife, Lady Fitzgerald. I tell you that you may have no scruples as to answering me. Oh, sir, I have no scruples as to that. But of course, sir, in anything I say I must be guided by your own judgment, you were going to say. Yes, sir, begging pardon for mentioning such a thing to the likes of you, sir. Quite right, quite right. Everybody should use their own judgment in everything they do or say, more or less. But now, Mrs. Jones, I want you to know this. You remember her ladyship's first marriage, I dare say? Oh, yes, sir, I remember it, said Mrs. Jones, shaking her head. It was a sad affair, wasn't it? I remember it well, though I was very young then. So were you too, Mrs. Jones. Young enough, surely, sir, and foolish enough too. We were the most of us that then, True, so we were. But you remember the man, don't you, her ladyship's husband? Mr. Talbot, he called himself. And Mr. Prendergast took some trouble to look as though he did not at all wish to frighten her. Yes, I do remember him. This she said after a considerable pause. But it is a very long time ago, you know, Mr. Prendergast. A very long time. But I am sure you do remember. You lived in the house, you know, for some months. Yes, I did. He was my master for 3 months, or thereabouts, and to tell the truth, I never got my wages for those 3 months yet. But that's neither here nor there. Do you believe now, Mrs. Jones, that Mr. Talbot is still alive? He asked the question in a very soft voice, and endeavoured not to startle her by his look as he did so. But it was necessary to his purpose that he should keep his eye upon her. Half the answer to his question was to be conveyed by the effect on the muscles of her face which that question would produce. She might perhaps command her voice to tell a falsehood, but be unable to command her face to support it. "Believe what, sir?" said she, and the lawyer could immediately perceive that she did believe, and probably knew, that that man who had called himself Talbot was still alive. "Do you believe, Mrs. Jones, that he is alive? Her ladyship's former husband, you know?" The question was so terrible in its nature that Mrs. Jones absolutely shook under it. Did she think that that man was still alive? Why, if she thought that, what was she to think of her ladyship? It was in that manner that she would have answered the question, had she known how. But she did not know. She had therefore to look about her for some other words which might be equally evasive. Those which she selected served her turn just as well. "Lord bless you, sir," she said. It was not that the words were expressive, but the tone was decidedly so. It was as though she said, "How can that man be alive who has been dead these 20 years and more?" Nevertheless, she was giving evidence all the time against the cause of her poor mistress. "You think, then, that he is dead?" "Dead, sir? Oh, Lord, why shouldn't he be dead?" And then there was a pause between them for a couple of minutes. "Mrs. Jones," said Mr. Prendergast, when he had well considered the matter, My belief is that your only object and wish is to do good to your master and mistress. Surely, sir, surely, it would be my bounden duty to do them good, if I knew how. I will tell you how. Speak out to me the whole truth, openly and freely. I am here as the friend of Sir Thomas and of her ladyship. He has sent to me that I may advise him what to do in a great trouble that has befallen him, and I cannot give him good advice till I know the truth. What good could it do to him, poor gentleman, to know that that man is alive? It will do him good to know the truth, to know whether he be alive or no. Until he knows that, he cannot act properly. Poor gentleman, said Mrs. Jones, putting her handkerchief up to her eyes. If you have any information in this matter, and I think you have, Mrs. Jones, or even any suspicion, it is your duty to tell me. Well, sir, I'm sure I don't say against that. You are Sir Thomas's friend, to be sure, and no doubt you know best, and I'm a poor ignorant woman. But to speak candidly, sir, I don't feel myself free to talk on this matter. I haven't never made nor marred since I've been in this family, not in such matters as them. What I've seed I've kept to myself, and when I've had my suspects, as a woman can't but have 'em, I've kept them to myself also. And saving your presence, sir, and meaning no offence to a gentleman like you," and here she got up from her chair and made another curtsy, "I think I'd liefer hold my tongue than say anything more on this matter." And then she remained standing as though she expected permission to retire. But there was still another pause, and Mr. Prendergast sat looking at the fire. "Don't you know, ma'am," at last he said, with almost an angry voice, "that the man was here, in this house, last week?" Now he turned round at her and looked her full in the face. He did not, however, know Mrs. Jones. It might be difficult to coax her into free communication, but it was altogether out of his power to frighten her into it. "What I knows, sir, I knows," said she. "What I don't know, I don't know. And if you please, sir, Lady Fitzgerald, she's my missus, and if I'm to be said anything more to her about this here matter, why, I'd choose that her ladyship should be by." And then she made a little motion as though to walk towards the door, but Mr. Prendergast managed to stop her. "But we want to spare Lady Fitzgerald if we can, at any rate for a while," said he. "You would not wish to bring more sorrow upon her, would you?" "God forbid, Mr. Prendergast! And if I could take the sorrow from her heart, I would willingly, and bear it myself to the grave, for her ladyship has been a good lady to me. And no good never did come, and never will, of servants talking of their mistresses. And so, if you please, sir, I'll make bold to—" And again she made an attempt to reach the door. Mr. Prendergast was not yet persuaded that he could not get from the good old woman the information that he wanted, and he was persuaded that she had the information if only she could be prevailed upon to impart it. So he again stopped her, though on this occasion she made some slight attempt to pass him by as she did so. "I don't think," said she, "that there will be much use in my staying here longer." "Wait half a minute, Mrs. Jones, just half a minute. If I could only make you understand how we are all circumstanced here. And I tell you what, though you will trust me with nothing, I will trust you with everything. I don't want no trust, sir, not about all this. But listen to me. Sir Thomas has reason to believe, nay, he feels quite sure, that this man is alive." "Poor gentleman, poor gentleman!" "And he has been here in this house 2 or 3 times within the last month. Sir Thomas is full sure of this. Now, can you tell me whether the man who did come was this Talbot or was not? If you can answer that positively, either one way or the other, you will do a service to the whole family, which shall not go unrewarded." "I don't want no reward, sir. Ask me to tattle of them for rewards after 30 years." She put her apron up to her eyes. "Well, then, for the good of the family, can you say positively that the man who came here to your master was Talbot, or that he was not?" Indeed, then, sir, I can't say anything positively, not for that matter, not impositively either. And then she shut herself up doggedly, and sat with compressed lips, determined to resist all the lawyer's arts. Mr. Prendergast did not immediately give up the game, but he failed in learning from her any more than what she had already told him. He felt confident that she did know the secret of this man's existence and presence in the south of Ireland, but he was forced to satisfy himself with that conviction. So he let her go, giving her his hand as she went in token of respect, and receiving her demure curtsy with his kindest smile. It may be, thought he to himself, that I have not done with her yet. And then he passed another tedious day, a day that was terribly tedious to them all. He had a visit to Sir Thomas, but as that arrangement about Molly's visit had been made between them, it was not necessary that anything should be done or said about the business on hand. It was understood that further action was to be stayed till that visit was over, and therefore, for the present, he had nothing to say to Sir Thomas. He did not see Lady Fitzgerald throughout the whole day, and it appeared to him, not unnaturally, that she purposely kept out of his way, anticipating evil from his coming. He took a walk with Herbert and Mr. Summers, and was driven as far as the soup kitchen and mill at Berry Hill, inquiring into the state of the poor, or rather pretending to inquire. It was a pretence with them all, for at the present moment their minds were intent on other things. And then there was that terrible dinner, that mockery of a meal, at which the three ladies were constrained to appear, but at which they found it impossible to eat or to speak. Mr. Summers had been asked to join the party, so that the scene after dinner might be less painful, but even he felt that he could not talk as was his ordinary wont. Horrible suspicions of the truth had gradually come upon him, and with a suspicion of such a truth, of such a tragedy in the very household, how could he, or how could anyone, hold a conversation? And then, at about 9:30, Mr. Prendergast was again in his bedroom. On the next morning he was early with Sir Thomas, persuading him to relinquish altogether the use of his study for that day. On that evening they were to have another interview there, in which Mr. Prendergast was to tell his friend the result of what had been done. And then he had to arrange certain manoeuvring with the servants, in which he was forced to obtain the assistance of Herbert. Mollet was to be introduced into the study immediately on his arrival, and this was to be done in such a manner that Mrs. Jones might assuredly be ignorant of his arrival. On this duty our old friend Richard was employed, and it was contrived that Mrs. Jones should be kept upstairs with her mistress. All this was difficult enough, but he could not explain even to Herbert the reason why such scheming was necessary. Herbert, however, obeyed in silence, knowing that something dreadful was about to fall on them. Immediately after breakfast Mr. Prendergast betook himself to the study, and there remained with his London newspaper in his hand. A dozen times he began a leading article, in which the law was laid down with great perspicuity and certainty as to the present state of Ireland. But had the writer been treated of the Sandwich Islands, he could not have attracted less of his attention. He found it impossible to read. On that evening he would have to reveal to Herbert Fitzgerald what was to be his fate. Matthew Mollet, at his last interview with Sir Thomas, had promised to call on this day, and had been counting the days till that one should arrive on which he might keep his promise. He was terribly in want of cash, and as we all know, Aby had entirely failed in raising the wind, any immediate fund of wind, on the occasion of his visits to the baronet. And now, when this morning came, old Mollet was early on the road. Aby had talked of going with him, but Aby had failed so signally on the occasion of the visit which he did make to Castle Richmond, that he had been without the moral strength to persist in his purpose. "Then I shall write to the baronet and go alone to London," said Mollet père. "Bother," replied Mollet fils. "You haven't got the cash, governor. I've got what'll take me there, me boy, whether you know it or not, and Sir Thomas will be ready enough to send me a remittance when I'm once out of this country." And so Aby had given way, partly perhaps in terror of Mr. Summer's countenance, and Matthew Mollet started again in a covered car on that cold journey over the Bogarac Mountains. It was still midwinter, being now about the end of February, and the country was colder and wetter and more wretched, and the people in that desolate district more ragged and more starved than when he had last crossed it. But what were their rags and starvation to him? He was worse off than they were. They were merely dying, as all men must do. But he was inhabiting a hell on earth which no man need do. They came out to him in shoals, begging, but they came in vain, getting nothing from him but a curse through his chattering teeth. What right had they to torment with their misery one so much more wretched than themselves? At a little before 12, the covered car was at the front door of Castle Richmond House, and there was Richard under the porch. On former occasions Mr. Mollet had experienced some little delay in making his way into the baronet's presence. The servants had looked cold upon him, and he felt as though there might be hot ploughshares under his feet at any step which he took. But now everything seemed to be made easy. Richard took him in tow without a moment's delay, told him confidentially that Sir Thomas was waiting for him, bade the covered car to be driven round into the yard with a voice that was uncommonly civil, seeing that it was addressed to a Cork carman, and then ushered Mr. Mollet through the hall and down the passage without one moment's delay. Wretched as he had been during his journey, wretched as an infernal spirit, his hopes were now again elated, and he dreamed of a golden paradise. There was something pleasant in feeling his mastery over that poor old shattered baronet. "The gentleman to wait upon Sir Thomas," said Sir Richard, opening the study door. And then Mr. Mollet senior found himself in the presence of Mr. Prendergast. Mr. Prendergast was sitting in a high-backed easy-chair facing the fire when the announcement was made, and therefore Mollet still fancied that he was in the presence of Sir Thomas until he was well into the room and the door was closed upon him. Otherwise he might probably have turned on his heels and bolted. He had had 3 or 4 interviews with Mr. Prendergast, having received different sums of money from that gentleman's hands, and had felt on all such occasions that he was being looked through and through. Mr. Prendergast had asked but few questions, never going to the matter of his, Mollet's, pecuniary connection with Sir Thomas, but there had always been that in the lawyer's eye which had frightened the miscreant, which had quelled his bluster as soon as it was assumed, and had told him that he was known for a blackguard and a scoundrel. And now, when this man with the terrible grey eye got up from Sir Thomas's chair, and wheeling round confronted him, looking him full in the face and frowning on him as an honest man does frown on an unconvicted rascal. When I say this happened to Mr. Mollet senior, he thoroughly at that moment wished himself back in London. He turned his eye round to the door, but that was closed behind him. He looked around to see whether Sir Thomas was there, but no one was in the room with him but Mr. Prendergast. Then he stood still, and as that gentleman did not address him, he was obliged to speak. The silence was too awful for him. "Oh, Mr. Prendergast," said he, "is that you?" "Yes, Mr. Mollet, it is I." "Oh, well, I suppose you're here about business of your own. I was wishing to see Sir Thomas about a little business of my own. Maybe he's not in the way." "No, he is not. Not exactly. But perhaps, Mr. Mollet, I can do as well. You have known me before, you know, and you may say to me openly anything you have to say to Sir Thomas." "Well, I don't know about that, sir. My business is with the baronet, particular." Mr. Mollet, as he spoke, strained every nerve to do so without appearance of dismay, but his efforts were altogether ineffectual. He could not bring himself to look Mr. Prendergast in the face for a moment, or avoid feeling like a dog that dregs being kicked. All manner of fears came upon him, and he would at the moment have given up all his hopes of money from the Castle Richmond people to have been free from Mr. Prendergast and his influence. And yet Mollet was not a coward in the ordinary sense of the word. Indeed, he had been very daring in the whole management of this affair. But then a course of crime makes such violent demands on a man's courage. Let anyone think of the difference of attacking a thief and being attacked as a thief. We are apt to call bad men cowards without much consideration. Mr. Mollett was not without pluck, but his pluck was now quelled. The circumstances were too strong against him. Listen to me, Mr. Mollett. And look here, sir. Never mind turning to the door. You can't go now till you and I have had some conversation. You may make up your mind to this. You will never see Sir Thomas Fitzgerald again, unless, indeed, he should be in the witness box when you are standing in the dock. Mr. Prendergast, sir. Well, have you any reason to give why you should not be put in the dock? How much money have you got from Sir Thomas during the last 2 years by means of those threats which you have been using? You were well aware when you set about this business that you were committing felony, and have probably felt tolerably sure at times that you would some day be brought up short. That day has come. Mr. Prendergast had made up his mind that nothing could be gained by soft usage with Mr. Mollett. Indeed, nothing could be gained in any way by any usage, unless it could be shown that Mollett and Talbot were not the same person. He could afford, therefore, to tell the scoundrel that he was a scoundrel, and to declare against him war to the knife. The more that Mollett trembled, the more abject he became, the easier would be the task Mr. Prendergast now had in hand. Well, sir, he continued, are you going to tell me what business has brought you here today? But Mr. Mollett, though he did shake in his shoes, did not look at the matter exactly in the same light. He could not believe that Sir Thomas would himself throw up the game on any consideration, or that Mr. Prendergast, as his friend, would throw it up on his behalf. Mr. Mollett had a strong feeling that he could have continued to deal easily with Sir Thomas, and that it might be very hard to deal at all with Mr. Prendergast. But nevertheless the game was still open. Mr. Prendergast would probably distrust the fact of his being the lady's husband, and it would be for him, therefore, to use the indubitable proofs of the facts that were in his possession. Sir Thomas knows very well what I've come about, he began slowly, and if he told you, why, you know too, and in that case— What might or might not happen in that case, Mr. Mollett had not now an opportunity of explaining, for the door opened, and Mrs. Jones entered the room. When that man comes this morning, Mr. Prendergast had said to Herbert, I must get you to induce Mrs. Jones to come to us in the study as soon as may be. He had not at all explained to Herbert why this was necessary, nor had he been at any pains to prevent the young heir from thinking and feeling that some terrible mystery hung over the house. There was a terrible mystery, which indeed would be more terrible still when it ceased to be mysterious. He therefore quietly explained to Herbert what he desired to have done, and Herbert, awaiting the promised communication of that evening, quickly did as he was bid. You must go down to him, Jones, he said. But I'd rather not, sir. I was with him yesterday for 2 mortal hours, and, oh, Mr. Herbert, it ain't for no good. But Herbert was inexorable, and Mrs. Jones, feeling herself overcome by the weight of the misfortune that was oppressing them all, obeyed, and descended to her master's study, knocking at the door. She knew that Mr. Prendergast was there, and she knew that Sir Thomas was not, but she did not know that any stranger was in the room with Mr. Prendergast. Mr. Mollett had not heard the knock, nor indeed had Mr. Prendergast, but Mrs. Jones, having gone through this ceremony, opened the door and entered. Sir Thomas knows, does he? Said Mr. Prendergast, when Mollett ceased to speak on the woman's entrance. Oh, Mrs. Jones, good morning. Here is your old master, Mr. Talbot. Mollett, of course, turned round, and found himself confronted with the woman. They stared at each other for some moments, and then Mollett said in a low, dull voice, Yes, she knows me. It was she that lived with her at Tally-Ho Lodge. You remember him now, Mrs. Jones, don't you? Said Mr. Prendergast. For another moment or two Mrs. Jones stood silent, and then she acknowledged herself overcome, and felt that the world around her had become too much for her. "Yes," said she slowly, "I remembers him." And then, sinking into a chair near the door, she put her apron up to her eyes and burst into tears. "No doubt about that, she remembers me well enough," said Mollett, thinking that this was so much gained on his side. "But there ain't a doubt about the matter at all, Mr. Prendergast. You look here, and you see it all as plain as black and white." Mr. Mollett dragged a large pocket-book from his coat and took out of it certain documents, which he held before Mr. Prendergast's eyes, still keeping them in his own hand. "Well, I'm all right, I am," said Mollett. "Oh, you are you?" said the lawyer, just glancing at the paper, which he would not appear to heed. "I'm glad you think so." "If there were any doubt about it, gee, no," said he, pointing away up towards the body of the house.
Both Mr. Prendergast and Mrs. Jones understood well who was that she to whom he alluded. "You are satisfied at any rate, Mrs. Jones?" said the lawyer. But Mrs. Jones had hidden her face in her apron and would not look up. She could not understand why this friend of the family should push the matter so dreadfully against them. If he would arise from his chair and destroy that wretch who stood before them, then indeed he might be called a friend. Mr. Prendergast had now betaken himself to the door, and was standing with his back to it, and with his hands in his trouser pockets, close to the chair on which Mrs. Jones was sitting. He had resolved that he would get that woman's spoken evidence out of her, and he had gotten it. But now, what was he to do with her next? With her, or with the late Mr. Talbot of Tallyho Lodge? And having satisfied himself of that fact, which from the commencement he had never doubted, what could he best do to spare the poor lady who was so terribly implicated in this man's presence? "Mrs. Jones," said he, standing over her and gently touching her shoulder, "I am sorry to have pained you in this way, but it was necessary that we should know without a doubt who this man is, and who he was. Truth is always the best, you know. So good a woman as you cannot but understand that." "I suppose it is, sir. I suppose it is," said Mrs. Jones, through her tears, now thoroughly humbled. The world was pretty nearly at an end, as far as she was concerned. Here, in this very house of Castle Richmond, in Sir Thomas's own room, was her ladyship's former husband, acknowledged as such. What further fall of the planet into broken fragments could terrify or drive her from her course more thoroughly than this? Truth. Yes, truth in the abstract might be very good, but such a truth as this, how could anyone ever say that that was good? Such was the working of her mind, but she took no trouble to express her thoughts. "Yes," continued Mr. Prendergast, speaking still in a low voice, with a tone that was almost tender, "truth is always best. Look at this wretched man here. He would have killed the whole family, destroyed them one by one, had they consented to assist him in concealing the fact of his existence. The whole truth will now be known, and it is very dreadful, but it will not be so dreadful as the want of truth." "My poor lady, my poor lady!" almost screamed Mrs. Jones from under her apron, wagging her head, and becoming almost convulsive in her grief. "Yes, it is very sad, but you will live to acknowledge that even this is better than living in that man's power." "I don't know that," said Mollett. "I'm not so bad as you make me. I don't want to distress the lady." "No, not if you are allowed to rob the gentleman till there's not a guinea left for you to suck at. I know pretty well the extent of the evil that's in you. If we were to kick you from here to Cork, you'd forgive all that, so that we still allowed you to go on with your trade. I wonder how much money you've had from him altogether." "What does the money signify? What does the money signify?" said Mrs. Jones, still wagging her head beneath her apron. "Why didn't Sir Thomas go on paying it, and then my lady need know nothing about it?" It was clear that Mrs. Jones would not look at the matter in a proper light. As far as she could see, there was no reason why a fair bargain should not have been made between Mollett and Sir Thomas, made and kept on both sides with mutual convenience. That doing of justice at the cost of falling heavens was not intelligible to her limited philosophy. Nor did she bethink herself that a leech will not give over sucking until it be gorged with blood. Mr. Prendergast knew that such leeches as Mr. Mollett never leave the skin as long as there is a drop of blood left within the veins. Mr. Prendergast was still standing against the door, where he had placed himself to prevent the unauthorized departure of either Mrs. Jones or Mr. Mollett. But now he was bethinking himself that he might as well bring this interview to an end. "Mr. Mollett," said he, "you are probably beginning to understand that you will not get much more money from the Castle Richmond family." "I don't want to do any harm to any of them," said Mollett humbly, "and if I don't make myself troublesome, I hope Sir Thomas will consider me." "It is out of your power, sir, to do any further harm to any of them. You don't pretend to think that after what has passed you can have any personal authority over that unfortunate lady?" "My poor mistress, my poor mistress!" sobbed Mrs. Jones. "You cannot do more injury than you at present have done. No one is now afraid of you. No one here will ever give you another shilling. When and in what form you will be prosecuted for inducing Sir Thomas to give you money, I cannot yet tell. Now you may go, and I strongly advise you never to show your face here again. If the people about here knew who you are and what you are, they would not let you off the property with a whole bone in your skin. Now go, sir. Do you hear me?" "Upon my word, Mr. Prendergast, I have not intended any harm." "Go, sir. And even now, Mr. Prendergast, it can all be made straight, and I will leave the country altogether if you wish it." "Go, sir," shouted Mr. Prendergast. "If you do not move at once, I will ring the bell for the servants." "Then if misfortune comes upon them, it is your doing and not mine," said Mollett. "But, Mr. Prendergast, if it can be hushed up," said Mrs. Jones, rising from her chair and coming up to him with her hands clasped together. "Don't send him away in your anger. Don't you now, sir? Think of her ladyship. Do. And the woman took hold of his arm and looked up into his face with her eyes swimming with tears. Then, going to the door, she closed it, and returning again, touched his arm, and again appealed to him. "Think of Mr. Herbert, sir, and the young ladies. What are they to be called, sir, if this man is to be my lady's husband? Oh, Mr. Prendergast, let him go away, out of the kingdom. Do let him go away." "I'll be off to Australia by the next boat, if you only say the word," said Mollett. To give him his due, he was not at that moment thinking altogether of himself and of what he might get. The idea of the misery which he had brought on these people did, to a certain extent, come home to him. And it certainly did come home to him also that his own position was very perilous. "Mrs. Jones," said the lawyer, seeming to pay no attention whatever to Mollett's words, "you know nothing of such men as that. If I were to take him at his word now, he would turn upon Sir Thomas again before 3 weeks were over." "By God, I would not. By all that is holy, I would not. Mr. Prendergast, do—" "Mr. Mollett, I will trouble you to walk out of this house. I have nothing further to say to you." "Oh, very well, sir." And then slowly Mollett took his departure, and, finding his covered car at the door, got into it without saying another word to any of the Castle Richmond family. "Mrs. Jones," said Mr. Prendergast, as soon as Mollett was gone, "I believe I need not trouble you any further. Your conduct has done you great honour, and I respect you greatly as an honest woman and an affectionate friend." Mrs. Jones could only acknowledge this by loud sobs. "For the present, if you will take my advice, you will say nothing of this to your mistress." "Oh, no, sir, no, I shall say nothing. Oh, dear, oh, dear!" "The whole matter will be known soon, but in the meantime we may as well remain silent. Good day to you." And then Mrs. Jones also left the room, and Mr. Prendergast was alone. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 21. Fair Arguments. As Mollett left the house, he saw 2 men walking down the road away from the sweep before the hall door, and as he passed them he recognized one as the young gentleman of the house. He also saw that a horse followed behind them on the grass by the roadside, not led by the hand, but following with the reins laid loose upon his neck. They took no notice of him or his car, but allowed him to pass as though he had no concern whatever with the destinies of either of them. They were Herbert and Owen Fitzgerald. The reader will perhaps remember the way in which Owen left Desmond Court on the occasion of his last visit there. It cannot be said that what he had heard had in any way humbled him, nor indeed had it taught him to think that Clara Desmond had looked at him altogether with indifference. Greatly as she had injured him, he could not bring himself to look upon her as the chief sinner. It was Lady Desmond who had done it all. It was she who had turned against him because of his poverty, who had sold her daughter to his rich cousin, and robbed him of the love which he had won for himself. Or perhaps not of the love. It might be that this was yet his, and if so, was it not possible that he might beat the Countess at her own weapons? Thinking over this, he felt that it was necessary for him to do something, to take some step, and therefore he resolved to go boldly to his cousin and tell him that he regarded Lady Clara Desmond as still his own. On this morning, therefore, he had ridden up to the Castle Richmond door. It was now many months since he had been there, and he was no longer entitled to enter the house on the acknowledged intimate footing of a cousin. He rode up and asked the servant with grave ceremony whether Mr. Herbert Fitzgerald were at home. He would not go in, he said, but if Mr. Herbert were there, he would wait for him at the porch. Herbert at the time was standing in the dining-room, all alone, gloomily leaning against the mantelpiece. There was nothing for him to do during the whole of that day but wait for the evening, when the promised revelation would be made to him. He knew that Mollett and Mrs. Jones were with Mr. Prendergast in the study, but what was the matter now being investigated between them, that he did not know. And till he knew that, closely as he was himself concerned, he could meddle with nothing. But it was already past noon, and the evening would soon be there. In this mood he was interrupted by being told that his cousin Owen was at the door. "He won't come in at all, Mr. Herbert," Richard had said, for Richard, according to his order, was still waiting about the porch. "But he says that you are to go to him there." And then Herbert, after considering the matter for a moment, joined his cousin at the front entrance. "I want to speak to you a few words," said Owen, "but as I hear that Sir Thomas is not well, I will not go into the house. Perhaps you will walk with me as far as the lodge. Never mind the mare, she will not go astray." And so Herbert got his hat and accompanied him. For the first 100 yards neither of them said anything. Owen would not speak of Clara till he was well out of hearing from the house, and at the present moment Herbert had not much inclination to commence a conversation on any subject. Owen was the first to speak. "Herbert," said he, "I have been told that you are engaged to marry Lady Clara Desmond." "And so I am," said Herbert, feeling very little inclined to admit of any question as to his privilege in that respect. Things were happening around him which might have, heaven only knows what consequence. He did fear with a terrible dread, that something might occur which would shatter the cup of his happiness and rob him of the fruition of his hopes. But nothing had occurred as yet. "And so I am," he said. "It is no wonder that you should have heard it, for it has been kept no secret. And I also have heard of your visit to Desmond Court. It might have been as well, I think, if you had stayed away." "I thought differently," said Owen, frowning blackly. "I thought that the most straightforward thing was for me to go there openly, having announced my intention, and tell them both, mother and daughter, that I hold myself as engaged to Lady Clara, and that I hold her as engaged to me." "That is absurd nonsense. She cannot be engaged to two persons." "Anything that interferes with you, you will of course think absurd. I think otherwise. It is hardly more than 12 months since she and I were walking here together, and then she promised me her love. I had known her long and well when you had hardly seen her. I knew her and loved her. And what is more, she loved me. Remember, it is not only I that say so. She said it herself, and swore that nothing could change her. I do not believe that anything has changed her." You mean to say that at present she cares nothing for me? Owen, you must be mad on this matter. Mad? Yes, of course, if I think that any girl can care for me while you are in the way. Strange as it may appear, I am as mad even as that. There are people who will not sell themselves even for money and titles. I say again that I do not believe her to be changed. She has been weak, and her mother has persuaded her. To her mother, rank and money, titles and property are everything. She has sold her daughter, and I have come to ask you whether, under such circumstances, you intend to accept the purchase. In his ordinary mood, Herbert Fitzgerald was by no means a quarrelsome man. Indeed, we may go further than that and say that he was very much the reverse. His mind was argumentative rather than impulsive, and in all matters he was readier to persuade than overcome. But his ordinary nature had been changed. It was quite new with him to be nervous and fretful, but he was so at the present moment. He was deeply concerned at the circumstances around him, but yet had been allowed no voice in them. In this affair that was so peculiarly his own, this of his promised bride, he was determined that no voice should be heard but his own. And now, contrary to his wont, he was ready enough to quarrel with his cousin. Of Owen we may say that he was a man prone to fighting of all sorts, and on all occasions. By fighting, I do not mean the old-fashioned resource of putting an end to fighting by the aid of 2 pistols, which were harmless in 19 cases out of 20. In saying that Owen Fitzgerald was prone to fight, I do not allude to fighting of that sort. I mean that he was impulsive and ever anxious to contend and conquer. To yield was to him ignoble, even though he might know that he was yielding to the right. To strive for mastery was to him noble, even though he strove against those who had a right to rule, and strove on behalf of the wrong. Such was the nature of his mind and his spirit, and this nature had impelled him to his present enterprise at Castle Richmond. But he had gone thither with an unwonted resolve not to be passionate. He had said to himself, right on his side, and he had purposed to argue it out fairly with his more cold-blooded cousin. The reader may probably guess the result of these fair arguments on such a subject. "And I have come to ask you," he said, "whether under such circumstances you intend to accept the purchase." "I will not allow you to speak of Lady Desmond in such mad language, nor of her daughter," said Herbert angrily. Herbert, you must allow me I have been ill-used in this matter, and I have a right to make myself heard." "Is it I that have ill-used you? I did not know before that gentlemen made loud complaints of such ill-usage from the hands of ladies." "If the ill-usage, as you please to call it, it is your own word. Very well. If this ill-usage comes from Clara Desmond herself, I should be the last person to complain of it, and you would be the last person to whom I should make a complaint. But I feel sure that it is not so. She is acting under the influence of her mother, who has frightened her into this thing which she is doing. I do not believe that she is false herself." "I am sure that she is not false. We are quite agreed there, but it is not likely that we should agree further. To tell you the truth frankly, I think you are ill-judged to speak to me on such a topic." "Perhaps in that respect you allow me to think for myself. But I have not yet said that which I came to say. My belief is that unfair and improper restraint is put upon Clara Desmond, that she has been induced by her mother to accept your offer in opposition to her own wishes, and that therefore it is my duty to look upon her as still betrothed to me. I do so regard her, and shall act under such conviction. The first thing that I do, therefore, is to call upon you to relinquish your claim." "What, to give her up?" "Yes, to give her up. To acknowledge that you cannot honestly call upon her to fulfil her pledge to you." "A man must be raving," Herbert said. "Very probably. But remember this, it may be that he will rave to some purpose, when such insolence will be but of little avail to you." "Raving? Yes, I suppose that a man poor as I am must be mad indeed to set his heart upon anything that you may choose to fancy." "All that is nonsense. Owen, I ask for nothing but my own. I won her love fairly, and I mean to keep it firmly." "You may possibly have won her hand, but never her heart.
You are rich, and it may be that even she will condescend to barter her hand. But I doubt it. I altogether doubt it. It is her mother's doing, as it was plain enough for me to see the other day at Desmond Court. But much as she may fear her mother, I cannot think that she will go to the altar with a lie in her mouth. And then they walked on in silence for a few yards. Herbert was anxious to get back to the house, and was by no means desirous of continuing this conversation with his cousin. He at any rate could get nothing by talking about Lady Clara Desmond to Owen Fitzgerald. He stopped, therefore, on the path, and said that if Owen had nothing further to say, he, Herbert, would go back to the house. Nothing further, if you understand me. But you do not. You are not honest enough in this matter to understand any purpose but your own. I tell you what, Owen, I did not come out here to hear myself abused, and I will not stand it. According to my idea, you had no right whatever to speak to me about Lady Clara Desmond. But you are my cousin, and therefore I have borne it. It may be as well that we should both understand that it is once for all. I will not listen to you again on the same subject. Oh, you won't? Upon my word, you are a very great man. You will tell me next, I suppose, that this is your demesne, and will warn me off. Even if I did that, I should not be wrong under such provocation. Very well, sir, then I will go off. But remember this, Herbert Fitzgerald. You shall live to rue the day when you treated me with such insolence. And remember this also. Clara Desmond is not your wife as yet. Everything now seems happy with you and fortunate. You have wealth and a fine house and a family round you, while I am there all alone, left like a dog, as far as my own relatives are concerned. But yet it may come to pass that the Earl of Desmond's daughter will prefer my hand to yours, and my house to your house. They who mount high may chance to get a fall. And then, having uttered this caution, he turned to his mare, and putting his hand upon the saddle, jumped into his seat, and pressing her into a gallop, darted off across the grass. He had not meant anything specially by his threat, but his heart was sore within him. During some weeks past he had become sick of the life that he was leading. He had begun to hate his own solitary house, his house that was either solitary or filled with riot and noise. He sighed for the quiet hours that were once his at Desmond Court, and the privilege of constant entrance there, which was now denied him. His cousin Herbert had everything at his command: wealth, station, family ties, society, and all the consideration of high place. Every blessing was at the feet of the young heir, but every blessing was not enough, unless Clara Desmond was also added. All this seemed so cruel to him, as he sat alone in his parlour at Hap House, meditating on his future course of life. And then he would think of Clara's promise, of her assurance that nothing should frighten her from her pledge. He thought of this as though the words had been spoken to him only yesterday. He pondered over these things till he hated his cousin Herbert, and, hating him, he vowed that Clara Desmond should not be his wife. Is he to have everything? He would say to himself. No, by heavens, not everything. He has enough, and may be contented, but he shall not have all. And now, with similar thoughts running through his mind, he rode back to Hap House. And Herbert turned back to Castle Richmond. As he approached the front door, he met Mr. Prendergast, who was leaving the house, but they had no conversation with each other. Herbert was in hopes that he might now, at once, be put out of suspense. Mollet was gone, and would it not be better that the tale should be told? But it was clear that Mr. Prendergast had no intention of lessening by an hour the interval he had given himself. He merely muttered a few words, passing on, and Herbert went into the house. And then there was another long, tedious, dull afternoon. Herbert sat with his sisters, but they had not the heart to talk to each other. At about 4, a note was brought to him. It was from Mr. Prendergast, begging Herbert to meet him in Sir Thomas's study at 8. Sir Thomas had not been there during the day, and now did not intend to leave his own room. They dined at 6:30, and the appointment was therefore to take place almost immediately after dinner.
"Tell Mr. Prendergast that I will be there," he said to the servant. And so that afternoon passed away, and the dinner also, very slowly and very sadly. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 22. The Telling of the Tale. The dinner passed away as the former dinners had done, and as soon as Aunt Letty got up, Mr. Prendergast also rose, and, touching Herbert on the shoulder, whispered into his ear, "You'll come to me at 8, then?" Herbert nodded his head, and when he was alone he looked at his watch. These slow dinners were not actually very long, and there still remained to him some 3/4 of an hour for anticipation. What was to be the nature of this history? That it would affect himself personally in the closest manner, he could not but know. There seemed to be no doubt on the minds of any of them that the affair was one of money, and his father's money questions were his money questions. Mr. Prendergast would not have been sent for with reference to any trifle, nor would any pecuniary difficulty that was not very serious have thrown his father into such a state of misery. Could it be that the fair inheritance was absolutely in danger? Herbert Fitzgerald was by no means a selfish man. As regarded himself, he could have met ruin in the face with more equanimity than most young men so circumstanced. The guilt of the world had not eaten into his soul. His heart was not as yet wedded to the splendour of pinchbeck. This is saying much for him, for how seldom is it that the hearts and souls of the young are able to withstand pinchbeck and gilding. He was free from this pusillanimity, free as yet as regarded himself, but he was hardly free as regarded his betrothed. He had promised her, not in spoken words, but in his thoughts, rank, wealth, and all the luxuries of his promised high position, and now, on her behalf, it nearly broke his heart to think that they might be endangered. Of his mother's history he can hardly be said to have known anything. That there had been something tragic in her early life, that something had occurred before his father's marriage, and that his mother had been married twice, he had learned. He hardly knew when or from whom. But on such matters there had never been conversation between him and any of his own family, and it never occurred to him that all this sorrow arose in any way from this subject. That his father had taken some fatal step with regard to the property, had done some foolish thing for which he could not forgive himself. That was the idea with which his mind was filled. He waited, with his watch in his hand, till the dial showed him that it was exactly 8. And then, with a sinking heart, he walked slowly out of the dining-room, along the passage, and into his father's study. For an instant he stood with the handle in his hand. He had been terribly anxious for the arrival of this moment, but now that it had come, he would almost fain have had it again postponed. His heart sank very low as he turned the lock, and, entering, found himself in the presence of Mr. Prendergast. Mr. Prendergast was standing with his back to the fire. For him, too, the last hour had been full of bitterness. His heart also had sunk low within him. His blood had run cold within his veins. He, too, had it been possible, would have put off this wretched hour. Mr. Prendergast, it may be, was not much given to poetry, but the feeling, if not the words, were there within him. The work which a friend has to perform for a friend is so much heavier than that which comes in the way of any profession. When Herbert entered the room, Mr. Prendergast came forward from where he was standing and took him by the hand. "This is a very sad affair," he said. "Very sad." "At present I know nothing about it," said Herbert. "As I see people about me so unhappy, I suppose it is sad. If there be anything that I hate, it is a mystery." "Sit down, Mr. Fitzgerald," said the other. "Sit down." And Mr. Prendergast himself sat down in the chair that was ordinarily occupied by Sir Thomas. Although he had been thinking about it all the day, he had not even yet made up his mind how he was to begin his story. Even now he could not help thinking whether it might be possible for him to leave it untold. But it was not possible. "Mr. Fitzgerald," said he, "you must prepare yourself for tidings which are very grievous indeed, very grievous." "Whatever it is, I must bear it," said he. "I hope you have that moral strength which enables a man to bear misfortune. I have not known you in happy days, and therefore perhaps can hardly judge, but it seems to me that you do possess such courage. Did I not think so, I could hardly go through the task that is before me." Here he paused, as though he expected some reply, some assurance that his young friend did possess this strength of which he spoke. But Herbert said nothing out loud. "If it were only for myself, if it were only for myself." It was thus that he spoke in his own heart. "Mr. Fitzgerald," continued the lawyer, "I do not know how far you may be acquainted with the history of your mother's first marriage." Herbert said that he was hardly acquainted with it in any degree, and explained that he merely knew the fact that his mother had been married before she met Sir Thomas. "I do not know that I need recount all the circumstances to you now, though doubtless you will learn them. Your mother's conduct throughout was, I believe, admirable." "I am quite sure of that. No amount of evidence could make me believe the contrary." "And there is no tittle of evidence to make anyone think so. But in her early youth, when she was quite a child, she was given in marriage to a man of whom it is impossible to speak in terms too black or in language too strong. Now, this day—" But here he paused. It had been his intention to say that that very man, the first husband of this loved mother, now looked upon as dead for so many years, this miscreant of whom he had spoken, that this man had been in that room that very day. But he hardly knew how to frame the words. "Well," said Herbert. "Well." And he spoke in a hoarse voice that was scarcely audible. Mr. Prendergast was afraid to bring out the very pith of his story in so abrupt a manner. He wished to have the work over, to feel that as regarded Herbert it was done. But his heart failed him when he came to do it. "Yes," he said, going back as it were to his former thoughts. "A heartless, cruel, debauched, unscrupulous man, one in whose bosom no good thing seemed to have been implanted. Your father, when he first knew your mother, had every reason to believe that this man was dead." "And he was not dead?" Mr. Prendergast could see that the young man's face became perfectly pale as he uttered these words. He became pale and clutched hold of the table with his hand, and there sat, with mouth open and staring eyes. "I am afraid not," said Mr. Prendergast. "I am afraid not. And I must go further than that, and tell you that he is still living." "Mr. Prendergast! Mr. Prendergast!" exclaimed the poor fellow, rising up from his chair and shouting out as though for mercy. Mr. Prendergast also rose from his seat, and coming up to him, took him by the arm. My dear boy, I am obliged to tell you. It is necessary that you should know it. The fact is, as I say, and it is now for you to show that you are a man." Who was ever called upon for a stronger proof of manhood than this? In 9 cases out of 10, it is not for oneself that one has to be brave. A man, we may almost say, is no man whose own individual sufferings call for the exercise of much courage. But we are all so mixed up and conjoined with others who are weaker and dearer than ourselves, that great sorrows do require great powers of endurance. By degrees, as he stood there in silence, the whole truth made its way into his mind, as he stood there with his arm still tenderly pressed by that old man. No one now would have called the lawyer stern in looking at him, for the tears were coursing down his cheeks. But no tears came to the relief of young Fitzgerald, as the truth slowly came upon him, fold by fold, black cloud upon cloud, till the whole horizon of his life's prospect was dark as death. He stood there silent for some minutes, hardly conscious that he was not alone, as he saw all his joys disappearing before his mind's eye, one by one. His family pride, the pleasant high-toned duties of his station, his promised seat in Parliament and prosperous ambition, the full respect of all the world around him, his wealth and pride of place. But let no man be credited who boasts that he can part with these without regret. All these were gone. But there were losses more bitter than these. How could he think of his affianced bride? And how could he think of his mother? No tears came to his relief, while the truth, with all its bearings, burnt itself into his very soul. But his face expressed such agony that it was terrible to be seen. Mr. Prendergast could stand that silence no longer, so at last he spoke. He spoke for the sake of words, for all his tale had been told. "You saw the man that was here yesterday?" "That was he, who then called himself Talbot." "What? The man that went away in the car? Mollett?" "Yes, that was the man." Herbert had said that no evidence could be sufficient to make him believe that his mother had been in any way culpable, and such probably was the case. He had that reliance on his mother, that assurance in his mind that everything coming from her must be good, that he could not believe her capable of ill. But nevertheless, he could not prevent himself from asking within his own breast how it had been possible that his mother should ever have been concerned with such a wretch as that. It was a question which could not fail to make itself audible. What being on earth was sweeter than his mother, more excellent, more noble, more fitted for the world's high places, more absolutely entitled to that universal respect which seemed to be given to her as her own by right? What being could be more loathsome, more contemptible than he who was, as he was now told, his mother's husband? There was in it a want of verisimilitude which almost gave him comfort, which almost taught him to think that he might disbelieve the story that was told to him. Poor fellow! He had yet to learn the difference that years may make in men and women, for better as well as for worse. Circumstances had given to the poor, half-educated village girl the simple dignity of high station, as circumstances had also brought to the lowest dregs of human existence the man whose personal bearing and apparent worldly standing had been held sufficient to give warrant that he was of gentle breeding and of honest standing. Nay, her good fortune in such a marriage had once been almost begrudged her by all her maiden neighbours. But Herbert, as he thought of this, was almost encouraged to disbelieve the story. To him, with his knowledge of what his mother was, and such knowledge as he also had of that man, it did not seem possible. "But how is all this known?" he muttered forth at last. "I fear there is no doubt of its truth," said Mr. Prendergast. "Your father has no doubt whatever. Has had none, I must tell you this plainly, for some months." "For some months? And why have I not been told?" "Do not be hard upon your father." "Hard? No, of course I would not be hard upon him." "The burden he has had to bear has been very terrible. He has thought that by payments of money to this man the whole thing might be concealed. As is always the case when such payments are made, the insatiable love of money grew by what it fed on. He would have poured out every shilling into that man's hands, and would have died, himself a beggar, had died speedily too under such torments. And yet no good would have been done. The harpy would have come upon you, and you, after you had innocently assumed a title that was not your own, and taken a property to which you had no right, you then would have had to own that which your father must own now." "If it be so," said Herbert slowly, "it must be acknowledged." "Just so, Mr. Fitzgerald, just so. I know you will feel that. In such matters we can only sail safely by the truth. There is no other compass worth a man's while to look at." "Of course not," said Herbert with hoarse voice. "One does not wish to be a robber and a thief. My cousin shall have what is his own." And then he involuntarily thought of the interview they had had on that very day. "But why did he not tell me when I spoke to him of her?" he said, with something approaching to bitterness in his voice, and a slight struggle in his throat that was almost premonitory of a sob. "Ah, it is there that I fear for you. I know what your feelings are, but think of his sorrows, and do not be hard on him." "Ah me, ah me!" exclaimed Herbert. "I fear that he will not be with you long. He has already endured till he is now almost past the power of suffering more. And yet there is so much more that he must suffer." "My poor father!" "Think what such as he must have gone through in bringing himself into contact with that man. And all this has been done that he might spare you and your mother. Think of the wound to his conscience before he would have lured himself to an unworthy bargain with a swindler. But this has been done that you might have that which you have been taught to look on as your own. He has been wrong. No other verdict can be given. But you, at any rate, can be tender to such a fault, you and your mother." I will," said Herbert. "But if it had happened a month since, I could have borne it." And then he thought of his mother, and hated himself for what he had said. How could he have borne that with patience? "And there is no doubt, you say?" "I think none. The man carries his proofs with him. An old servant here in the house, too, knows him." "What, Mrs. Jones?" "Yes, Mrs. Jones. And the burden of further proof must now, of course, be thrown on us, not on him. Directly that we believe the statement, it is for us to ascertain its truth. You and your father must not be seen to hold a false position before the world." "And what are we to do now?" "I fear that your mother must be told, and Mr. Owen Fitzgerald, and then we must together openly prove the facts, either in one way or in the other. It will be better that we should do this together, that is, you and your cousin Owen conjointly. Do it openly, before the world, so that the world may know that each of you desires only what is honestly his own. For myself, I tell you fairly that I have no doubt of the truth of what I have told you, but further proof is certainly needed. Had I any doubt, I would not propose to tell your mother. As it is, I think it would be wrong to keep her longer in the dark." "Does she suspect nothing?" "I do not know. She has more power of self-control than your father. She has not spoken to me 10 words since I have been in the house, and in not doing so I have thought that she was right." "My own mother, my dear mother!" "If you ask me my opinion, I think that she does suspect the truth, very vaguely, with an indefinite feeling that the calamity which weighs so heavily on your father has come from this source. She, dear lady, is greatly to be pitied, but God has made her of firmer material than your father, and I think that she will bear her sorrow with a higher courage." "And she is to be told also?" "Yes, I think so. I do not see how we can avoid it. If we do not tell her, we must attempt to conceal it, and that attempt must needs be futile when we are engaged in making open inquiry on the subject. Your cousin, when he hears of this, will of course be anxious to know what his real prospects are." Yes, he will be anxious, and determined too." "And then, when all the world will know it, how is your mother to be kept in the dark? And that which she fears and anticipates is as bad, probably, as the actual truth. If my advice be followed, nothing will be kept from her." "We are in your hands, I suppose, Mr. Prendergast?" "I can only act as my judgment directs me." "And who is to tell her?" This he asked with a shudder, and almost in a whisper. The very idea of undertaking such a duty seemed almost too much for him. And yet he must undertake a duty almost as terrible. He, himself, no one but him, must endure the anguish of repeating this story to Clara Desmond and to the Countess. But now the question had reference to his own mother. "And who is to tell her?" he asked. For a moment or two Mr. Prendergast stood silent. He had not hitherto, in so many words, undertaken this task, this that would be the most dreadful of all. But if he did not undertake it, who would? "I suppose that I must do it," at last he said, very gently. "And when?" "As soon as I have told your cousin. I will go down to him tomorrow after breakfast. Is it probable that I shall find him at home?" "Yes, if you are there before 10. The hounds meet tomorrow at Cecilstown, and within 3 miles of him, and he will not leave home till near 11. But it is possible that he may have a house full of men with him." "At any rate, I will try. On such an occasion as this, he may surely let his friends go to the hunt without him." And then between 9 and 10 this interview came to an end. "Mr. Fitzgerald," said Mr. Prendergast, as he pressed Herbert's hand, "you have borne all this as a man should do. Your loss of fortune can ruin one who is so well able to endure misfortune." But in this Mr. Prendergast was perhaps mistaken. His knowledge of human nature had not carried him sufficiently far. A man's courage under calamity is only tested when he is left in solitude. The meanest among us can bear up while strange eyes are looking at us. And then Mr. Prendergast went away, and he was alone. It had been his habit during the whole of this period of his father's illness to go to Sir Thomas at or before bedtime. These visits had usually been made to the study, the room into which he was now standing, but when his father had gone to his bedroom at an earlier hour, Herbert had always seen him there. Was he to go to him now that he had heard all this? And if so, how was he to bear himself there in his father's presence? He stood still, thinking of this, till the hands of the clock showed him that it was past 10, and then it struck him that his father might be waiting for him. It would not do for him now, at such a moment, to appear wanting in that attention which he had always shown. He was still his father's son, though he had lost the right to bear his father's name. He was nameless now, a man utterly without respect or standing place in the world, a being whom the law ignored except as the possessor of a mere life. Such was he now, instead of one whose rights and privileges, whose property and rank, all the statutes of the realm and customs of his country delighted to honour and protect. This he repeated to himself over and over again. It was to such a pass as this, to his bitter disappointment, that his father had brought him. But yet it should not be said of him that he had begun to neglect his father as soon as he had heard the story. So, with a weary step, he walked upstairs, and found Sir Thomas in bed, with his mother sitting by the bedside. His mother held out her hand to him, and he took it, leaning against the bedside. "Has Mr. Prendergast left you?" she asked. He told her that Mr. Prendergast had left him, and gone to his own room for the night. "And have you been with him all the evening?" she asked. She had no special motive in so asking, but both the father and the son shuddered at the question. "Yes," said Herbert, "I have been with him, and now I have come to wish my father good night. And you too, mother, if you intend to remain here." Lady Fitzgerald got up, telling Herbert that she would leave him with Sir Thomas, and before either of them could hinder her from departing, the father and the son were alone together. Sir Thomas, when the door closed, looked furtively up into his son's face. Might it be that he could read there how much had been already told, or how much still remained to be disclosed? That Herbert was to learn it all that evening he knew, but it might be that Mr. Prendergast had failed to perform his task. Sir Thomas, in his heart, trusted that he had failed. He looked up furtively into Herbert's face, but at the moment there was nothing there that he could read. There was nothing there but black misery, and every face round him for many days past had worn that aspect. For a minute or two Herbert said nothing, for he had not made up his mind whether or no he would that night disturb his father's rest. But he could not speak in his ordinary voice, or bid his father good night as though nothing special to him had happened. "Father," said he, after a short pause, "Father, I know it all now." "My boy, my poor boy, my unfortunate boy." "Father," said Herbert, "do not be unhappy about me. I can bear it." And then he thought again of his bride as she was to have been. But nevertheless he repeated his last words. "I can bear it, father." "I've meant it for the best, Herbert," said the poor man, pleading to his child. "I know that. All of us well know that. But what Mr. Prendergast says is true. It is better that it should be known. That man would have killed you had you kept it longer to yourself." Sir Herbert hid his face upon the pillow as the remembrance of what he had endured in those meetings came upon him. The blow that had told heaviest was that visit from the son, and the threats which the man had made still rung in his ears. "When that youngster was born, Lady F. was Mrs. M., wasn't she? My governor could take her away tomorrow, according to the law of the land, couldn't he now?" These words, and more such as these, had nearly killed him at the time. And now as they recurred to him he burst out into childish tears. Poor man! The days of his manhood had gone, and nothing but the tears of a second bitter childhood remained to him. The hot iron had entered into his soul and shrivelled up the very muscles of his mind's strength. Herbert, without much thought of what he was doing, knelt down by the bedside and put his hand upon that of his father, which lay out upon the sheet. There he knelt for 1 or 2 minutes, watching and listening to his father's sobs. "You will be better now, father," he said, "for the great weight of this terrible secret will be off your mind." But Sir Thomas did not answer him. With him there could never be any better. All things belonging to him had gone to ruin. All those around him whom he had loved, and he had loved those around him very dearly, were brought to poverty and sorrow and disgrace. The power of feeling this was left to him, but the power of enduring this with manhood was gone. The blow had come upon him too late in life. And Herbert himself, as he knelt there, could hardly forbear from tears. Now, at such a moment as this, he could think of no one but his father, the author of his being, who lay there so grievously afflicted by sorrows which were in no way selfish. "Father," he said at last, "will you pray with me?" And then, when the poor sufferer had turned his face towards him, he poured forth his prayer to his Saviour, that they all in that family might be enabled to bear the heavy sorrows which God, in his mercy and wisdom, had now thought fit to lay upon them. I will not make his words profane by repeating them here, but one may say confidently that they were not uttered in vain. "And now, dearest father, good night," he said as he rose from his knees, and, stretching over the bed, he kissed his father's forehead. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 23. Before Breakfast at Hap House. It may be imagined that Mr. Mollett's drive back to Cork after his last visit to Castle Richmond had not been very pleasant, and indeed it may be said that his present circumstances altogether were as unpleasant as his worst enemies could desire. I have endeavoured to excite the sympathy of those who are going with me through this story for the sufferings of that family of the Fitzgeralds, but how shall I succeed in exciting their sympathy for this other family of the Mollets? And yet, why not? If we are to sympathize only with the good, or worse still, only with the graceful, how little will there be in our character that is better than terrestrial? Those Mollets also were human, and had strings to their hearts, at which the world would now probably pull with sufficient vigour. For myself, I can truly say that my strongest feeling is for their wretchedness. The father and son had more than once boasted among themselves that the game they were now playing was a high one, that they were in fact gambling for mighty stakes. And, in truth, as long as the money came into them, flowing in as a result of their own craft in this game, the excitement had about it something that was very pleasurable. There was danger, which makes all games pleasant. There was money in handfuls for daily expenses, those daily wants of the appetite which are to such men more important by far than the distant necessities of life. There was a possibility of future grandeur, an opening out of magnificent ideas of fortune which charmed them greatly as they thought about it. What might they not do with £40,000 divided between them, or even with 1,000 a year each, settled on them for life? Surely their secret was worth that money. Nay, was it not palpable to the meanest calculation that it was worth much more? Had they not the selling of 12,000 a year for ever and ever to this family of Fitzgerald? But for the last fortnight things had begun to go astray with them. Money easily come by goes easily, and money badly come by goes badly. Theirs had come easily and badly, and had so gone. What necessity could there be for economy with such a milch cow as that close to their elbows? So both of them had thought, if not argued, and there had been no economy in the use of that very costly amusement, the dice-box. And now, at the present moment, ready money having failed to be the result of either of the two last visits to Castle Richmond, the family funds were running low. It may be said that ready money for the moment was the one desire nearest to the heart of Mollet Peer. When he took that last journey over the Bogarac Mountains, ready money wherewith to satisfy the pressing claims of Miss O'Dwyer, and bring back civility, or rather servility, to the face and manner of Tom the waiter at the Canturk Hotel. Very little of that servility can be enjoyed by persons of the Mollet class when money ceases to be ready in their hands and pockets, and there is perhaps nothing that they enjoy so keenly as servility. Mollet Pear had gone down determined that that comfort should at any rate be forthcoming to him, whatever answer might be given to those other grander demands, and we know what success had attended his mission. He had looked to find his tame milk cow trembling in her accustomed stall, and he had found a resolute bull there in her place, a bull whom he could by no means take by the horns. He got no money, and before he had reached Cork he had begun to comprehend that it was not probable that he should get more from that source. During a part of the interview between him and Mr. Prendergast, some spark of mercy towards his victims had glimmered into his heart. When it was explained to him that the game was to be given up, that the family at Castle Richmond was prepared to acknowledge the truth, and that the effort made was with the view of proving that the poor lady upstairs was not entitled to the name she bore, rather than that she was so entitled, then some slight promptings of a better spirit did for a while tempt him to be merciful. "What are you about to do?" he would have said, had Mr. Prendergast omitted of speech from him. "Why make this terrible sacrifice? Matters have not come to that. There is no need for you to drag to the light this terrible fact. I will not divulge it. No, not although you are hard upon me in regard to these terms of mine. I will still keep it to myself, and trust to you who are all so rich and able to pay, for what consideration you may please to give me." This was the state of his mind when Mrs. Jones's evidence was being slowly evoked from her, but it had undergone a considerable change before he reached Cork. By that time he had taught himself to understand that there was no longer a chance to him of any consideration whatever. Slowly he had brought it home to himself that these people had resolutely determined to blow up the ground on which they themselves stood. This, he perceived, was their honesty. He did not understand the nature of a feeling which could induce so fatal a suicide, but he did understand that the feeling was there, and that the suicide would be completed. And now, what was he to do next in the way of earning his bread? Various thoughts ran through his brain, and different resolves, half formed, but still perhaps capable of shape, presented themselves to him for the future. It was still on the cards, but barely so, that he might make money out of these people, but he must wait perhaps for weeks before he again commenced such an attempt. He might perhaps make money out of them, and be merciful to them at the same time. Not money by thousands and tens of thousands, that golden dream was gone for ever, but still money that might be comfortably luxurious as long as it could be made to last. But then, on one special point he made a firm and final resolution. Whatever new scheme he might hatch, he alone would manage. Never again would he call into his counsels that son of his loins whose rapacious greed had, as he felt sure, brought upon him all this ruin. Had Aby not gone to Castle Richmond, with his cruelty and his greed, frightening to the very death the soul of that poor baronet by the enormity of his demands, Mr. Prendergast would not have been there. Of what further chance of Castle Richmond pickings there might be, Aby should know nothing. He and his son would no longer hunt in couples. He would shake him off in that escape which they must both now make from Cork, and he would not care how long it might be before he again saw his countenance. But then, that question of ready money, and that other question, perhaps as interesting, touching a criminal prosecution. How was he to escape if he could not raise the wind? And how could he raise the wind now that his milk cow had run so dry? He promised the O'Dwyers money that evening, and had struggled hard to make that promise with an easy face. He now had none to give them. His orders at the inn were treated almost with contempt. For the last 3 days they had given him what he wanted to eat and drink, but would hardly give him all that he wanted. When he called for brandy, they brought him whisky, and it had only been by hard begging and by oaths as to the promised money that he had induced them to supply him with the car which had taken him on his fruitless journey to Castle Richmond. As he was driven up to the door in South Main Street, his heart was very sad on all these subjects. Aby was again sitting within the bar, but was no longer basking in the sunshine of Fanny's smiles. He was sitting there because Fanny had not yet mustered courage to turn him out. He was half drunk, for it had been found impossible to keep spirits from him. And there had been hot words between him and Fanny, in which she had twitted him with his unpaid bill, and he had twitted her with her former love. And things had gone from bad to worse, and she had all but called in Tom for aid in getting quit of him. She had, however, refrained, thinking of the money that might be coming, and waiting also till her father should arrive. Fanny's love for Mr. Abraham Mollett had not been long-lived. I will not describe another scene such as those which had of late been frequent in the Kanturk Hotel. The father and the son soon found themselves together in the small room in which they now both slept, at the top of the house, and Aby, tipsy as he was, understood the whole of what had happened at Castle Richmond. When he heard that Mr. Prendergast was seen in that room in lieu of Sir Thomas, he knew at once that the game had been abandoned. "But something may yet be done at Abbey House," Aby said to himself, "only one must be deuced quick." The father and the son, of course, quarrelled frightfully, like dogs, over the memory of a bone which had been wrested from the jaws of both of them. Aby said that his father had lost everything by his pusillanimity, and old Mollett declared that his son had destroyed all by his rashness. But we need not repeat their quarrels, nor repeat all that had passed between them and Tom before food was forthcoming to satisfy the old man's wants. As yet, he calculated how much he might probably raise upon his watch towards taking him to London, and how best he might get off from Cork without leaving any scent in the nostrils of his son. His clothes he must now leave behind at the inn, at least all that he could not pack upon his person. Lately he had made himself comfortable in this respect, and he sorrowed over the fine linen which he had worn but once or twice since it had been bought with the last instalment from Sir Thomas. Nevertheless, in this way he did make up his mind for the morrow's campaign. And Aby also made up his mind. Something at any rate he had learned from Fanny O'Dwyer in return for his honeyed words. When Herbert Fitzgerald should cease to be the heir to Castle Richmond, Owen Fitzgerald of Hap House would be the happy man. That knowledge was his own in absolute independence of his father, and there might still be time for him to use it. He knew well the locality of Hap House, and he would be there early on the following morning. These tidings had probably not as yet reached the owner of that blessed abode, and if he could be the first to tell him. The game there, too, might be pretty enough, if it were played well, by such a master hand as his own. Yes, he would be at Hap House early in the morning. But then, how to get there? He left his father preparing for bed, and, going down into the bar, found Mr. O'Dwyer and his daughter there in close consultation. They were endeavouring to arrive, by their joint wisdom, at some conclusion as to what they should do with their two guests. Fanny was for turning them out at once. "The first loss is the least," said she, "and they is so disreputable. I never know what they're after, and always is expecting the police will be down on them." Father shook his head. He had done nothing wrong. The police could not hurt him, and £30, as he told his daughter, with much emphasis, was a deuced sight of money. "The first loss is the least," said Fanny perseveringly, and then Aby entered to them. "My father has made a mull of this matter again," said he, going at once into the middle of the subject. "He has come back without a shiner." "I'll be bound he has," said Mr. O'Dwyer sarcastically. "And that when he'd only got to go 2 or 3 miles further, and all his troubles would have been over." "Troubles over, would they?" said Fanny. "I wish he'd have the goodness to get over his little troubles in this house by paying us our bill. You'll have to walk if it's not done, and that's to-morrow, Mr. Mollett, and so I'll tell you, and take nothing with you, I can tell you. Father'll have the police to see to that." "Don't you be so cruel now, Miss Fanny," said Aby, with a leering look. "I'll tell you what it is, Mr. O'Dwyer. I must go down again to them diggings very early to-morrow, starting, say, at 4 o'clock. "You'll not have a foot out of my stables," said Mr. O'Dwyer, "and that's all." "Look here, Mr. O'Dwyer, there's been a sight of money due to us from those Fitzgerald people down there. You know 'em, whether they're able to pay or not. I won't deny but what father's had the best of it. Had the best of it and sent it trolling, bad luck to him. But there's no good looking after spilt milk, is there?" "If so be that Sir Thomas owed the likes of you money, he would have paid it without your tramping down there time after time to look for it. He's not one of that sort." "No, indeed," said Fanny, "and I don't believe anything about your seeing Sir Thomas." "Ah, we've seed him often enough. There's no mistake about that. But now—" And then, with a mysterious air and low voice, he explained to them that this considerable balance of money still due to them was to be paid by the cousin, Mr. Owen of Abbey House. And to substantiate all his story, he exhibited a letter from Mr. Prendergast to his father, which some months since had intimated that a sum of money would be paid on behalf of Sir Thomas Fitzgerald if Mr. Mollett would call at Mr. Prendergast's office at a certain hour. The ultimate effect of all this was that the car was granted for the morning, with certain dire threats as to any further breach of engagement. Very early on the following morning, Aby was astir, hoping that he might manage to complete his not elaborate toilet without disturbing his father's slumbers. For, it must be known, he had been very urgent with the O'Dwyers as to the necessity of keeping this journey of his a secret from his governor. But the governor was wide awake, looking at him out of the corner of his closed eye whenever his back was turned, and not caring much what was he about to do with himself. Mollett père wished to be left alone for that morning, that he also might play his little game in his own solitary fashion, and was not at all disposed to question the movements of his son. At about 5, Aby started for Hap House. His toilet, I have said, was not elaborate, but in this I have perhaps wronged him. Up there in the bedroom he did not waste much time over his soap and water, but he was aware that first impressions are everything, and that one young man should appear smart and clever before another if he wished to carry any effect with him. So he took his brush and comb in his pocket, and a pot of grease with which he was wont to polish his long side-locks, and he hurriedly grasped up his pins and his rings and the satin stock which Fanny, in her kinder mood, had folded for him. And then, during his long journey to Hap House, he did perform a toilet which may perhaps be fairly called elaborate. There was a long, tortuous, narrow avenue going from the Mallow and Kanturk Road down to Hap House, which impressed Aby with the idea that the man on whom he was now about to call was also a big gentleman, and made him more uneasy than he would have been had he entered a place with less pretence. There is a story current that in the west of England the grandeur of middle-aged maiden ladies is measured by the length of the tail of their cats, and Avy had a perhaps equally correct idea that the length of the private drive up to a gentleman's house was a fair criterion of the splendour of his position. If this man had about him as much grandeur as Sir Thomas himself, would he be so anxious as Avy had hoped to obtain the additional grandeur of Sir Thomas? It was in that direction that his mind was operating when he got down from the car and rang at the door-bell. Mr. Owen, as everybody called him, was at home, but not down, and so Avy was shown into the dining-room. It was now considerably past 9, and the servant told him that his master must be there soon, as he had to eat his breakfast and be at the hunt by 11. The servant at Hap House was more unsophisticated than those at Castle Richmond, and Avy's personal adornments had had their effect. He found himself sitting in the room with the cups and saucers, aye, and with the silver teaspoons, and began again to trust that his mission might be successful. And then the door opened, and a man appeared, clad from top to toe in hunting costume. This was not Owen Fitzgerald, but his friend Captain Donnellan. As it had happened, Captain Donnellan was the only guest who had graced the festivities of Hap House on the previous evening, and now he appeared at the breakfast table before his host. Avy got up from his chair when the gentleman entered, and was proceeding to business, but the captain gave him to understand that the master of the house was not yet in presence, and so Avy sat down again. What was he to do when the master did arrive? His story was not one which would well bear telling before a third person. And then, while Captain Donnellan was scanning this visitor to his friend Owen, and bethinking himself whether he might not be a sheriff's officer, and whether if so some notice ought not to be conveyed upstairs to the master of the house, another car was driven up to the front door. In this case the arrival was from Castle Richmond, and the two servants knew each other well. "Lady," said Richard, with much authority in his voice, "this gentleman is Mr. Prendergast from our place, and he must fee the master before he goes to the hunt." "Yes, and the master will have something to do this blessed morning," said Thady, as he showed Mr. Prendergast also into the dining-room, and went upstairs to inform his master that there was yet another gentleman come upon business. "The captain has got 'em both to himself," said Thady, as he closed the door. The name of Mr. Prendergast, as the Irish servants generally called him, was quite unknown to the owner of Hap House, as was also that of Mr. Mollet, which had been brought up to him the first of the two. But Owen began to think that there must be something very unusual in a day so singularly ushered into him. Callers at Hap House on business were very few, unless when tradesmen in want of money occasionally dropped in upon him. But now that he was so summoned, Owen began to bestir himself with his boots and breeches. A gentleman's costume for a hunting morning is always a slow one, sometimes so slow and tedious as to make him think of forswearing such articles of dress for all future ages. But now he did bestir himself, in a moody, melancholy sort of manner, for his manner in all things latterly had become moody and melancholy. In the meantime, Captain Donnellan and the two strangers sat, almost in silence, in the dining-room. The captain, though he did not perhaps know much of things noticeable in this world, did know something of a gentleman, and was therefore not led away, as poor Thady had been, by Avy's hat and rings. He had stared Avy full in the face when he entered the room, and, having explained that he was not the master of the house, had not vouchsafed another word. But then he had also seen that Mr. Prendergast was of a different class, and had said a civil word or two, asking him to come near the fire, and suggesting that Owen would be down in less than 5 minutes. "The old cock wouldn't crow," as he afterwards remarked to his friend. And so they all three sat in silence, the captain being very busy about his knees, as hunting gentlemen sometimes are when they come down to bachelor breakfasts. And then at last Owen Fitzgerald entered the room. He has been described as a handsome man, but in no dress did he look so well as when equipped for a day's sport. And what dress that Englishmen ever wear is so handsome as this? Or we may perhaps say, what other dress does English custom allow them that is in any respect not the reverse of handsome? We have come to be so dingy, in our taste I was going to say, but it is rather in our want of taste, so careless of any of the laws of beauty in the folds and lines and hues of our dress, so opposed to grace in the arrangement of our persons, that it is not permitted to the ordinary English gentleman to be anything else but ugly. Chimney-pot hats, swallow-tail coats, and pantaloons that fit nothing, came creeping in upon us, one after the other, while the Georges reigned, creeping in upon us with such pictures as we painted under the reign of West, and such houses as we built under the reign of Nash, till the English eye required to rest on that which was constrained, dull, and graceless. For the last 20 years it has come to this, that if a man go in handsome attire, he is a popinjay and a vain fool. And as it is better to be ugly than to be accounted vain, I would not counsel a young friend to leave the beaten track on the strength of his own judgment. But nevertheless is the beaten track to be condemned and abandoned and abolished, if such be in any way possible. Beauty is good in all things, and I cannot but think that those old Venetian senators and Florentine men of council owed somewhat of their country's pride and power to the manner in which they clipped their beards and wore their flowing garments. But an Englishman may still make himself brave when he goes forth into the hunting field. Custom there allows him colour and garments that fit his limbs. Strength is the outward characteristic of manhood, and at the covert side he may appear strong. Look at men as they walk along Fleet Street, and ask yourself whether any outward sign of manhood or strength can be seen there. And of gentle manhood, outward dignity should be the trademark. I will not say that such outward dignity is incompatible with a black hat and plaid trousers, for the eye, instructed by habit, will search out dignity for itself wherever it may truly exist, let it be hidden by what vile covering it may. But any man who can look well at his club will look better as he clusters round the hounds, while many a one who is comely there is mean enough as he stands on the hearth-rug before his club fire. In my mind, men, like churches and books, and women too, should be brave, not mean, in their outward garniture. And Owen, as I have said, was brave as he walked into his dining-room. The sorrow which weighed on his heart had not wrinkled his brow, but had given him a set dignity of purpose. His tall figure, which his present dress allowed to be seen, was perfect in its symmetry of strength. His bright chestnut hair clustered round his forehead, and his eyes shone like that of a hawk. They must have been wrong who said that he commonly spent his nights over the wine-cup. That pleasure always leaves its disgusting traces round the lips, and Owen Fitzgerald's lips were as full and lusty as Apollo's. Mollett, as he saw him, was stricken with envy. "If I could only get enough money out of this affair to look like that," was his first thought, as his eye fell on the future heir, not understanding, poor wretch that he was, that all the gold of California could not bring him 1 inch nearer to the goal he aimed at. I think I have said before that your silk purse will not get itself made out of that coarse material with which there are so many attempts to manufacture that article. And Mr. Prendergast rose from his chair when he saw him, with a respect that was almost involuntary. He had not heard men speak well of Owen Fitzgerald. Not that ill-natured things had been said by the family at Castle Richmond, but circumstances had prevented the possibility of their praising him. If a relative or friend be spoken of without praise, he is in fact censured. From what he had heard, he had certainly not expected a man who could look so noble as did the owner of Hap House, who now came forward to ask him his business. Both Mr. Prendergast and A.B. Mollett rose at the same time. Since the arrival of the latter gentleman, A.B. had been wondering who he might be, but no idea that he was that lawyer from Castle Richmond had entered his head. That he was a stranger like himself, A.B. saw, but he did not connect him with his own business. Indeed, he had not yet realized the belief, though his father had done so, that the truth would be revealed by those at Castle Richmond to him at Hap House. His object now was that the old gentleman should say his say and be gone, leaving him to dispose of the other young man of the top boots as best he might. But then, as it happened, that was also Mr. Prendergast's line of action. "Gentlemen," said Owen, "I beg your pardon for keeping you waiting, but the fact is that I am so seldom honoured in this way in a morning that I was hardly ready. Donnellan, there's the tea, don't mind waiting. These gentlemen will perhaps join us." Then he looked hard at Avy, as though he trusted in Providence that no such profanation would be done to his tablecloth. "Thank you, I have breakfasted," said Mr. Prendergast. "And so have I," said Avy, who had eaten a penny loaf in the car, and would have been delighted to sit down at that rich table. But he was a little beside himself, and not able to pluck up courage for such an effort. "I don't know whether you two gentlemen have come about the same business," said Owen, looking from one to the other. "No," said Mr. Prendergast, very confidently, but not very correctly. "I wish to speak to you, Mr. Fitzgerald, for a few minutes, but my business with you is quite private." "So is mine," said Avy. Very private indeed." "Well, gentlemen, I have just half an hour in which to eat my breakfast, attend to business, get on my horse, and leave the house. Out of that, 25 minutes are very much at your service. Donnellan, I beg your pardon. Do pitch into the broiled bones while they are hot. Never mind me. And now, gentlemen, if you will walk with me into the other room. First come, first served, that I suppose should be the order." He opened the door and stood with it ajar in his hand. "I will wait, Mr. Fitzgerald, if you please," said Mr. Prendergast, and as he spoke he motioned Mollett with his hand to go to the door. "Oh, I can wait, sir. I'd rather wait, sir. I would indeed," said Avy. "My business is a little particular, and if you'll go on, sir, I'll take up with the gentleman as soon as you've done, sir." Mr. Prendergast was accustomed to have his own way. "I should prefer that you should go first, sir. And, to tell the truth, Mr. Fitzgerald, what I have to say to you will take some time. It is of much importance to yourself and to others, and I fear that you will probably find that it will detain you from your amusement today." Owen looked black as he heard this. The hounds were going to draw a covert of his own, and he was not in the habit of remaining away from the drawing of any coverts belonging to himself or others on any provocation whatever. "That will be rather hard," said he, "considering that I do not know any more than the man in the moon what you've come about." "You shall be the sole judge yourself, sir, of the importance of my business with you," said Mr. Prendergast. "Well, I forget your name," said Owen. "My name's Mollett," said Avy. Whereupon Mr. Prendergast looked up at him very sharply, but he said nothing. He said nothing, but he looked very sharply indeed. He now knew well who this man was, and guessed with tolerable accuracy the cause of his visit. But nevertheless, at the moment, he said nothing. "Come along then, Mr. Mollett. I hope your affair is not likely to be a very long one also. Perhaps you'll excuse my having a cup of tea sent in to me as you talk to me. There's nothing like saving time when such very important business is on the tapis. Donnellan, send Thady in to me with a cup of tea like a good fellow. Now, Mr. Mollett." Mr. Mollett rose slowly from his chair and followed his host. He wouldn't have given all he possessed in the world, and that was very little, to have had the coast clear. But in such an emergency, what was he to do? By the time he had reached the door of the drawing-room, he had all but made up his mind to tell Fitzgerald that, seeing there was so much other business on hand this morning at Hap House, this special piece of business of his must stand over. But then, how could he go back to Cork empty-handed? So he followed Owen into the room, and there opened his budget with what courage he had left to him. Captain Donnellan, as he employed himself on the broiled bones, twice invited Mr. Prendergast to assist him, but in vain. Donnellan remained there, waiting for Owen, till 11, and then got on his horse. "You'll tell Fitzgerald, will you, that I've started? He'll see nothing of today's hunt, that's clear." "I don't think he will," said Mr. Prendergast. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 24. After breakfast at Hap House. "I don't think he will," said Mr. Prendergast, and as he spoke, Captain Donnellan's ear could detect that there was something approaching to sarcasm in the tone of the old man's voice. The captain was quite sure that his friend would not be even at the heel of the hunt that day, and without further compunction proceeded to fasten his buckskin gloves round his wrists. The meet was so near to them that they had both intended to ride their own hunters from the door, and the two nags were now being led up and down upon the gravel. But at this moment a terrible noise was heard to take place in the hall. There was a rush and crushing there which made even Mr. Prendergast to jump from his chair, and drove Captain Donnellan to forget his gloves and run to the door. It was as though all the winds of heaven were being driven down the passage, and as though each separate wind was shod with heavy-heeled boots. Captain Donnellan ran to the door, and Mr. Prendergast with slower steps followed him. When it was opened, Owen was to be seen in the hall, apparently in a state of great excitement, and the gentleman whom he had lately asked to breakfast. He was to be seen also, in a position of unmistakable discomfort. He was at that moment proceeding with the utmost violence into a large round bed of bushes which stood in the middle of the great sweep before the door of the house, his feet just touching the ground as he went, and then, having reached his bourne, he penetrated face foremost into the thicket, and in an instant disappeared, he being kicked out of the house. Owen Fitzgerald had taken him by the shoulders with a run along the passage and hall, and, having reached the door, had applied the flat of his foot violently to poor Avy's back, and sent him flying down the stone steps. And now, as Captain Donnellan and Mr. Prendergast stood looking on, Mr. Mollett, junior, buried himself altogether out of sight among the shrubs. "You've done for that fellow, at any rate, Owen," said Captain Donnellan, glancing for a moment at Mr. Prendergast. "I should say that he will never get out of that alive." "Not if he wait till I pick him out," said Owen, breathing very hard after his exertion. "An infernal scoundrel! And now, Mr. Prendergast, if you are ready, sir, I am." It was as much as he could do to finish these few words with that sang-froid which he desired to assume, so violent was his attempt at breathing after his late exercise. It was impossible not to conceive the idea that, as one disagreeable visitor had been disposed of in a somewhat summary fashion, so might the other also. Mr. Prendergast did not look like a man who was in the habit of leaving gentlemen's houses in the manner just now adopted by Mr. Mollett, but nevertheless, as they had come together, both unwished for and unwelcome, Captain Donnellan did for a moment bethink himself whether there might not be more of such fun if he remained there on the spot. At any rate, it would not do for him to go to the hunt while such deeds as these were being done. It might be that his assistance would be wanted. Mr. Prendergast smiled, with a saturnine and somewhat bitter smile, the nearest approach to a laugh in which he was known to indulge, for the same notion came also into his head. He has disposed of him, and now he is thinking how he will dispose of me. Such was Mr. Prendergast's thought about the matter, and that made him smile. And then, too, he was pleased at what he had seen. That this Mollett was the son of that other Mollett with whom he had been closeted at Castle Richmond was plain enough. It was plain enough also to him, used as he was to trace out in his mind the courses of action which men would follow, that Mollett junior, having heard of his father's calamitous failure at Castle Richmond, had come down to Hap House to see what he could make out of the hitherto unconscious heir. It had been matter of great doubt with Mr. Prendergast, when he first heard young Mollett's name mentioned, whether or no he would allow him to make his attempt. He, Mr. Prendergast, could by a word have spoiled the game, but acting, as he was forced to act, on the spur of the moment, he resolved to permit Mr. Mollett junior to play out his play. He would be yet in time to prevent any ill result to Mr. Fitzgerald, should that gentleman be weak enough to succumb to any such ill results. As things had now turned out, Mr. Prendergast rejoiced that Mr. Mollett junior had been permitted to play out his play. "And now, Mr. Prendergast, if you are ready, I am," said Owen. "Perhaps we had better first pick up the gentleman among the trees," said Mr. Prendergast, and he and Captain Donnellan went down into the bushes. "Do as you please about that," said Owen. "I have touched him once, and shall not touch him again." And he walked back into the dining-room. One of the grooms who were leading the horses had now gone to the assistance of the fallen hero, and as Captain Donnellan also had already penetrated as far as Avy's shoulders, Mr. Prendergast, thinking that he was not needed, returned also to the house. "I hope he is not seriously hurt," he said. "Not he," said Owen. "Those sort of men are as used to be kicked as girls are to be kissed, and it comes as naturally to them. But anything short of having his bones broken will be less than he deserves." "May I ask what was the nature of his offence?" Owen remained silent for a moment, looking his guest full in the face. "Well, not exactly," said he. "He has been talking of people of whom he knows nothing, but it would not be well for me to repeat what he has said to a perfect stranger." "Quite right, Mr. Fitzgerald. It would not be well. But there can be no harm in my repeating it to you. He came here to get money from you for certain tidings which he bought. Tidings which, if true, will be of great importance to you. As I take it, however, he is altogether foiled in his object." "And how do you come to know all this, sir?" "Merely from having heard that man mention his own name. I also have come with the same tidings, and as I ask for no money for communicating them, you may believe them to be true on my telling." "What tidings?" asked Owen, with a frown and an angry jerk in his voice. No remotest notion had yet come in upon his mind that there was any truth in the story that had been told him. He looked upon it all as a lie, and had regarded Mollett as a sorry knave who had come to him with a poor and low attempt at raising a few pounds. And even now he did not believe. Mr. Prendergast's words had been too sudden to produce belief of so great a fact, and his first thought was that an endeavour was being made to fool him. "Those tidings which that man has told you," said Mr. Prendergast solemnly, "that you should not have believed them from him shows only your discretion. But from me you may believe them. I have come from Castle Richmond, and am here as a messenger for Sir Thomas, from Sir Thomas and from his son. When the matter became clear to them both, then it was felt that you also should be made acquainted with it." Owen Fitzgerald now sat down, and looked up into the lawyer's face, staring at him. I may say that the power of saying much was for the moment taken away from him by the words that he heard. What? Was it really possible that that title, that property, that place of honour in the country, was to be his when one frail old man should drop away? And then again, was it really true that all this immeasurable misery was to fall, had fallen, upon that family whom he had once known so well? It was but yesterday that he had been threatening all manner of evil to his cousin Herbert, and had his threats been proved true so quickly? But there was no shadow of triumph in his feelings. Owen Fitzgerald was a man of many faults. He was reckless, passionate, prone to depreciate the opinion of others, extravagant in his thoughts and habits, even ready to fight, both morally and physically, those who did not at a moment's notice agree with him. He was a man who would at once make up his mind that the world was wrong when the world condemned him, and who would not, in compliance with any argument, allow himself to be so. But he was not avaricious, nor cruel, nor self-seeking, nor vindictive. In his anger he could pronounce all manner of ill things against his enemy, as he had pronounced some ill things against Herbert. But it was not in him to keep up a sustained wish that those ill things should really come to pass. This news, which he now heard, and which he did not yet fully credit, struck him with awe, but created no triumph in his bosom. He realized the catastrophe as it affected his cousins of Castle Richmond, rather than as it affected himself. "Do you mean to say that Lady Fitzgerald—" And then he stopped himself. He had not the courage to ask the question which was in his mind. Could it really be the case that Lady Fitzgerald, that she whom all the world had so long honoured under that name, was in truth the wife of that man's father, of the father of that wretch whom he had just spurned from his house? The tragedy was so deep that he could not believe it. "We fear that it is so, Mr. Fitzgerald," said Mr. Prendergast. "That it certainly is so, I cannot say, and therefore, if I may take the liberty to give you counsel, I would advise you not to make too certain of this change in your prospects." "Too certain!" said he, with a bitter laugh. "Do you suppose, then, that I would wish to see all this ruin accomplished? Heavens and earth! Lady Fitzgerald, I cannot believe it." And then Captain Donovan also returned to the room. "Fitzgerald," said he, "what the mischief are we to do with this fellow? He says that he can't walk, and he bleeds from his face like a pig." "What fellow? Oh, do what you like with him. Here, give him a pound note, and let him go to the devil. And Donovan, for heaven's sake, go to Cecilstown at once. Do not wait for me. I have business that will keep me here all day." "But I do not know what to do with this fellow that's bleeding," said the captain piteously, as he took the proffered note. "If he puts up with a pound note for what you've done to him, he's softer than what I take him for." "He will be very glad to be allowed to escape without being given up to the police," said Mr. Prendergast. "But I don't know what to do with him," said Captain Donlan. "He says that he can't stand." "Then lay him down on the dunghill," said Owen Fitzgerald. "But for heaven's sake do not let him interrupt me. And Donlan, you will altogether lose the day if you stay any longer." Whereupon the captain, seeing that in very truth he was not wanted, did take himself off, casting as he went one farewell look on Aby as he lay groaning on the turf on the far side of the tuft of bushes. "He's killed entirely, I'm thinking, your honour," said Thady, who was standing over him on the other side. "Ah, he'll come to life again before dinner time," said the captain. "Oh, in course he'll do that, your honour," said Thady, and then added sotto voce to himself as the captain rode down the avenue. "Faith, I don't know about that. Sure it's the master has a heavy hand." And then Thady stood for a moment perplexed, endeavouring to reanimate Aby by a sight of the pound note which he held out visibly between his thumb and fingers. And now Mr. Prendergast and Owen were again alone. "And what am I to do?" said Owen, after a pause of a minute or two, and he asked the question with a serious, solemn voice. "Just for the present, for the next day or two, I think that you should do nothing. As soon as the first agony of this time is over at Castle Richmond, I think that Herbert should see you. It would be very desirable that he and you should take in concert such proceedings as will certainly become necessary. The absolute proof of the truth of this story must be obtained. You understand, I hope, Mr. Fitzgerald, that the case still admits of doubt." Owen nodded his head impatiently, as though it were needless on the part of Mr. Prendergast to insist upon this. He did not wish to take it for true a moment sooner than was necessary. "It is my duty to give you this caution. Many lawyers— I presume you know that I am a lawyer." "I did not know it," said Owen, "but it makes no difference." "Thank you. That's very kind," said Mr. Prendergast, but the sarcasm was altogether lost upon his hearer. "Some lawyers, as I was saying, would in such a case have advised their clients to keep all their suspicions, nay, all their knowledge, to themselves. Why play the game of an adversary, they would ask. But I have thought it better that we should have no adversary." "And you will have none," said Owen. "None in me, at least." "I am much gratified in so perceiving, and in having such evidence that my advice has not been indiscreet. It occurred to me that if you received the first intimation of these circumstances from other sources, you would be bound on your own behalf to employ an agent to look after your own interests." "I should have done nothing of the kind," said Owen. "Ah, but, my dear young friend, in such a case it would have been your duty to do so." "Then I should have neglected my duty. And do you tell Herbert this from me, that, let the truth be what it may, I shall never interrupt him in his title or his property. It is not there that I shall look either for justice or revenge. He will understand what I mean." Mr. Prendergast did not, by any means, nor did he enter into the tone of Owen Fitzgerald's mind. They were both just men, but just in an essentially different manner. The justice of Mr. Prendergast had come of thought and education. As a young man, when entering on his profession, he was probably less just than he was now. He had thought about matters of law and equity, till thought had shown to him the beauty of equity as it should be practised, often by the aid of law, and not unfrequently in spite of law. Such was the justice of Mr. Prendergast. That of Owen Fitzgerald had come of impulse and nature, and was the justice of a very young man rather than of a very wise one. That title and property did not, as he felt, of justice belong to him, but to his cousin. What difference could it make in the true justice of things, whether or no that wretched man was still alive whom all the world had regarded as dead? In justice he ought to be dead. Now that this calamity of the man's life had fallen upon Sir Thomas and Lady Fitzgerald and his cousin Herbert, it would not be for him to aggravate it by seizing upon a heritage which might possibly accrue to him under the letter of the world's law, but which could not accrue to him under heaven's law. Such was the justice of Owen Fitzgerald, and we may say this of it in its dispraise, as comparing it with that other justice, that whereas that of Mr. Prendergast would wear for ever, through ages and ages, that other justice of Owen's would hardly have stood the pull of a 10 years' struggle. When children came to him, would he not have thought of what might have been theirs by right, and then have thought of what ought to be theirs by right, and so on? But in speaking of justice he had also spoken of revenge, and Mr. Prendergast was altogether in the dark. What revenge? He did not know that poor Owen had lost a love, and that Herbert had found it. In the midst of all the confused thoughts which this astounding intelligence had brought upon him, Owen still thought of his love. There Herbert had robbed him by means of his wealth, and in that matter he desired justice or revenge. He wanted back his love. Let him have that, and Herbert might yet be welcome to his title and estates. Mr. Prendergast remained there for some half-hour longer, explaining what ought to be done, and how it ought to be done. Of course he combated that idea of Owen's that the property might be allowed to remain in the hands of the wrong heir. Had that been consonant with his ideas of justice, he would not have made his visit to Hap House this morning. Right must have its way, and if it should be that Lady Fitzgerald's marriage with Sir Thomas had not been legal, Owen, on Sir Thomas's death, must become Sir Owen, and Herbert could not become Sir Herbert. So much to the mind of Mr. Prendergast was as clear as crystal. Let justice be done, even though these Castle Richmond heavens should fall in ruins. And then he took his departure, leaving Owen to his solitude, much perplexed. "Where is that man?" Mr. Prendergast asked as he got on to his car. "I don't think, your honour, he's very bad and tally. He's just sitting over the kitchen fire, moaning and groaning this way and that. Not sorrow a word he spoke since the master hoisted him out of the big hall door. And then for blood, why, saving your honour's presence, he's one mash of gore." "You'd better wash his face for him and give him a little tea," said Mr. Prendergast, and then he drove away. And strange ideas floated across Owen Fitzgerald's brain as he sat there alone in his hunting gear, leaning on the still-covered breakfast-table. They floated across his brain backwards and forwards, and at last remained there, taking almost the form of a definite purpose. He would make a bargain with Herbert. Let each of them keep that which was fairly his own. Let Herbert have all the broad lands of Castle Richmond. Let him have the title, the seat in Parliament, and the county honour. But for him, Owen, let him have Clara Desmond. He desired nothing that was not fairly his own, but as his own he did regard her, and without her he did not know how to face the future of his life. And in suggesting this arrangement to himself, he did not altogether throw over her feelings. He did take into account her heart, though he did not take into account her worldly prospects. She had loved him, Owen, and he would not teach himself to believe that she did not love him still. Her mother had been too powerful for her, and she had weakly yielded. But as to her heart, Owen could not bring himself to believe that that was gone from him. They two would make a bargain, he and his cousin. Honour and renown and the money and the title would be everything to his cousin. Herbert had been brought up to expect these things, and all the world around him had expected them for him. It would be terrible to him to find himself robbed of them. The loss of Clara Desmond was equally terrible to Owen Fitzgerald. He allowed his heart to fill itself with a romantic sense of honour, teaching him that it behoved him as a man not to give up his love. Without her, he would live disgraced in his own estimation. But who would not think the better of him for refraining from the possession of those Castle Richmond acres? Yes, he would make a bargain with Herbert. Who was there in the world to deny his right to do so? As he sat revolving these things in his mind, he suddenly heard a rushing sound as of many horsemen down the avenue, and, going to the window, he saw 2 or 3 leading men of the hunt, accompanied by the grey-haired old huntsman. And through and about and under the horsemen were the dogs, running in and out of the laurels which skirted the road, with their noses down, giving every now and then short yelps as they caught up the uncertain scent from the leaves on the ground, and hurried on upon the trail of their game. "Yo-ho, to him, messenger! Hark to him, Maybird! Good bitch, merry lass! He's down here, gentlemen, and he'll never get away alive. He came to a bad place when he looked out for going to ground anywhere near Mr. Owen." And then there came, fast trotting down through the other horsemen, making his way eagerly to the front, a stout, heavy man with a florid, handsome face and eager eye. He might be some 50 years of age, though no lad there of 23 was so anxious and impetuous as he. He was riding a large-boned, fast-trotting bay horse that pressed on as eagerly as his rider. As he hurried forward, all made way for him, till he was close to the shrubs in the front of the house. "Bless my soul, gentlemen," he said in an angry voice, "how in the name of all that's good are hounds to hunt if you press them down the road in that way? By heavens, Barry, you're enough to drive a man wild. Yoicks, merry lass! There it is, Pat." Pat was the huntsman. "Outside the low wall there, down towards the river." This was Sam O'Grady, the master of the Duhallow hounds, the god of Owen's idolatry. No better fellow ever lived, and no master of hounds so good. Such at least was the opinion common among Duhallow sportsmen. "Yes, your honour, he did skirt round there, I knows that, but he's been among them laurels at the bottom, and he'll be about the place and outhouses somewhere. There's a drain here that I knows on, and he knows on. But Mr. Owen, he knows on it too, and there ain't a chance for him." So argued Pat, the Duhallow huntsman, the experienced craft of whose aged mind enabled him to run counter to the cutest dodges of the cutest fox in that and any of the 3 neighbouring baronies. And now the sweep before the door was crowded with red coats, and Owen, looking from his dining-room window, felt that he must take some step. As an ordinary rule, had the hunt thus drifted near his homestead, he would have been off his horse and down among his bottles, sending up sherry and cherry brandy, and there would have been comfortable drink in plenty, and cold meat perhaps, not in plenty, and every one would have been welcome in and out of the house. But now there was that at his heart which forbade him to mix with the men who knew him so well, and among whom he was customarily so loudly joyous. Dressed as he was, he could not go among them without explaining why he had remained at home, and as to that, he felt that he was not able to give any explanation at the present moment. "What's the matter with Owen?" said one fellow to Captain Donlan. "Upon my word, I hardly know. 2 chaps came to this morning before he was up. About business, they said. He nearly murdered one of them out of hand, and I believe that he's locked up somewhere with the other this minute." In the meantime a servant came up to Mr. O'Grady, and, touching his hat, asked the master of the hunt to go into the house for a moment. And then Mr. O'Grady, dismounting, entered in through the front door. He was only there 2 minutes, for his mind was still outside among the laurels with the fox. But as he put his foot again into the stirrup, he said to those around him that they must hurry away and not disturb Owen Fitzgerald that day. It may, therefore, easily be imagined that the mystery would spread quickly through that portion of the county of Cork. They must hurry away, but not before they could give an account of their fox. Neither for gods nor men must he be left, as long as his skin was whole above ground. There is an importance attaching to the pursuit of a fox, which gives it a character quite distinct from that of any other amusement which men follow in these realms. It justifies almost anything that men can do, and that at any place and in any season. There is about it a sanctity which forbids interruption, and makes its votaries safe under any circumstances of trespass or intrusion. A man in a hunting county who opposes the country hunt must be a misanthrope, willing to live in seclusion, fond of being in Coventry, and in love with the enmity of his fellow creatures. There are such men, but they are regarded as lepers by those around them. All this adds to the nobleness of the noble sport, and makes it worthy of a man's energies. And then the crowd of huntsmen hurried round from the front of the house to a paddock at the back, and then again through the stable yard to the front. The hounds were about, here, there, and everywhere, as anyone ignorant of the craft would have said, but still always on the scent of that doomed beast. From one thicket to another he tried to hide himself, but the moist leaves of the underwood told quickly of his whereabouts. He tried every hole and cranny about the house, but every hole and corner had been stopped by Owen's jealous care. He would have lived disgrace for ever in his own estimation had a fox gone to ground anywhere about his domicile. At last a loud whoop was heard just in front of the hall door. The poor fox, with his last gasp of strength, had betaken himself to the thicket before the door, and there the dogs had killed him, at the very spot on which Aby Mullet had fallen. Standing well back from the window, still thinking of Clara Desmond, Owen Fitzgerald saw the fate of the hunted animal. He saw the head and tail severed from the carcass by old Pat, and the body thrown to the hounds, a ceremony over which he had presided so many scores of times. And then, when the dogs had ceased to growl over the bloody fragments, he saw the hunt move away, back along the avenue to the high road. All this he saw, but still he was thinking of Clara Desmond. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 25. A Muddy Walk on a Wet Morning. All that day of the hunt was passed very quietly at Castle Richmond. Herbert did not once leave the house, having begged Mr. Summers to make his excuse at a relief committee which it would have been his business to attend. A great portion of the day he spent with his father, who lay all but motionless, in a state that was apparently half comatose. During all those long hours very little was said between them about this tragedy of their family. Why should more be said now that the worst had befallen them, all that worst to hide which Sir Thomas had endured such superhuman agony? And then 4 or 5 times during the day he went to his mother, but with her he did not stay long. To her he could hardly speak upon any subject, for to her as yet the story had not been told. And she, when he thus came to her from time to time with a soft word or two or a softer kiss, would ask him no question. She knew that he had learned the whole, and knew also from the solemn cloud on his brow that that whole must be very dreadful. Indeed, we may surmise that her woman's heart had by this time guessed somewhat of the truth. But she would inquire of no one. Jones, she was sure, knew it all, but she did not ask a single question of her servant. It would be told to her when it was fitting. Why should she move in the matter? Whenever Herbert entered her room, she tried to receive him with something of a smile. It was clear enough that she was always glad of his coming, and that she made some little show of welcoming him. The book was always put away, very softly and by the slightest motion, but Herbert well knew what that book was, and whence his mother sought that strength which enabled her to live through such an ordeal as this. And his sisters were to be seen, moving slowly about the house like the very ghosts of their former selves. Their voices were hardly heard. No ring of customary laughter ever came from the room in which they sat. When they passed their brother in the house, they hardly dared to whisper to him. As to sitting down at table now with Mr. Prendergast, that effort was wholly abandoned. They kept themselves even from the sound of his footsteps. Aunt Letty perhaps spoke more than the others, but what could she speak to the purpose? "Herbert," she once said, as she caught him close by the door of the library and almost pulled him into the room. "Herbert, I charge you to tell me what all this is." "I can tell you nothing, dear aunt, nothing as yet," But, Herbert, tell me this. Is it about my sister? For many, many years past, Aunt Letty had always called Lady Fitzgerald her sister. I can tell you nothing. Nothing today. Then tomorrow. I do not know. We must let Mr. Prendergast manage this matter as he will. I have taken nothing on myself, Aunt Letty, nothing. And I tell you what, Herbert, it will kill me. It will kill us all, as it is killing your father and your darling mother. I tell you that it is killing her fast. Human nature cannot bear it. For myself, I could endure anything, if I were trusted. And sitting down in one of the high-backed library chairs, she burst into a flood of tears, a sight which, as regarded Aunt Letty, Herbert had never seen before. What if they all died? Thought Herbert to himself in the bitterness of the moment. There was that in store for some of them which was worse than death. What business had Aunt Letty to talk of her misery? Of course she was wretched, as they all were. But how could she appreciate the burden that was on his back? What was Clara Desmond to her? Shortly after noon, Mr. Prendergast was back at the house, but he slunk up to his room, and no one saw anything of him. At 6:30 he came down, and Herbert constrained himself to sit at the table while dinner was served. And so the day passed away. One more day only Mr. Prendergast was to stay at Castle Richmond, and then, if, as he expected, certain letters should reach him on that morning, he was to start for London late on the following day. It may well be imagined that he was not desirous of prolonging his visit. Early on the following morning, Herbert started for a long, solitary walk. On that day, Mr. Prendergast was to tell everything to his mother, and it was determined between them that her son should not be in the house during the telling. In the evening, when he came home, he was to see her. So he started on his walk, resolving some other things also in his mind before he went. He would reach Desmond Court before he returned home that day, and let the two ladies there know the fate that was before them. Then, after that, they might let him know what was to be his fate. But on this head he would not hurry them. So he started on his walk, resolving to go round by Gauntletclough on his way to Desmond Court, and then to return home from that place. The road would be more than 20 long Irish miles, but he felt that the hard work would be of service. It was instinct rather than thought which taught him that it would be good for him to put some strain on the muscles of his body, and thus relieve the muscles of his mind. His limbs could become thoroughly tired so that he might wish to rest. Then he might hope that for a moment he might cease to think of all this sorrow which encompassed him. So he started on his walk, taking with him a thick cudgel and his own thoughts. He went away across the demesne and down into the road that led away by Gauntletclough and Boherbury towards Castle Island and the wilds of County Kerry. As he went, the men about the place refrained from speaking to him, for they all knew that bad news had come to the big house. They looked at him with lowered eyes and with tenderness in their hearts, for they loved the very name of Fitzgerald. The love which a poor Irishman feels for the gentleman whom he regards as his master, though he has probably never received from him in money wages for a day's work, and in all his intercourse has been the man who has paid money and not the man who received it. The love which he nevertheless feels, if he has been occasionally looked on with a smiling face and accosted with a kindly word, is astonishing to an Englishman. I will not say that the feeling is altogether good. Love should come of love. Where personal love exists on one side, and not even personal regard on the other, there must be some mixture of servility. That unbounded respect for human grandeur cannot be altogether good. For human greatness, if the greatness be properly sifted, it may be so. He got down into the road, and went forth upon his journey at a rapid pace. The mud was deep upon the way, but he went through the thickest without a thought of it. He had not been out long before there came on a cold, light, drizzling rain, such a rain as gradually but surely makes its way into the innermost rag of a man's clothing, running up the inside of his waterproof coat, and penetrating by its perseverance the very folds of his necktie. Such cold, drizzling rain is the commonest phase of hard weather during Irish winters, and those who are out and about get used to it and treat it tenderly. They are euphemistical as to the weather, calling it hazy and soft, and never allowing themselves to carry bad language on such a subject beyond the word dull. And yet, at such a time, one breathes the rain, and again exhales it, and become, as it were, oneself a water spirit, assuming an aqueous fish-like nature into one's inner fibres. It must be acknowledged that a man does sometimes get wet in Ireland. But then a wetting there brings no cold to the head, no husky voice, no need for multitudinous pocket handkerchiefs, as it does here in this land of catars. It is the east wind and not the rain that kills, and of east wind in the south of Ireland they know nothing. But Herbert walked on, quite unmindful of the mist, swinging his thick stick in his hand, and ever increasing his pace as he went. He was usually a man careful of such things, but it was nothing to him now whether he were wet or dry. His mind was so full of the immediate circumstances of his destiny that he could not think of small external accidents. What was to be his future life in this world, and how was he to fight the battle that was now before him? That was the question which he continually asked himself, and yet never succeeded in answering. How was he to come down from the throne on which early circumstances had placed him, and hustle and struggle among the crowd for such approach to other thrones as his sinews and shoulders might procure for him? If he had been only born to the struggle, he said to himself, how easy and pleasant it would have been to him. But to find himself thus cast out from his place by an accident, cast out with the eyes of all the world upon him, to be talked of and pointed at and pitied, to have little aids offered him by men whom he regarded as beneath him, all this was terribly sore, and the burden was almost too much for his strength. I do not care for the money, he said to himself a dozen times, and in saying so he spoke in one sense truly. He did care for things which money buys, for outward respect, permission to speak with authority among his fellow men, for power and place, and the feeling that he was prominent in his walk of life. To be in advance of other men, that is the desire which is strongest in the hearts of all strong men, and in that desire how terrible a fall had he not received from this catastrophe. And what were they all to do, he and his mother and his sisters? How were they to act now, at once? In what way were they to carry themselves when this man of law and judgment should have gone from them? For himself, his course of action must depend much upon the word which might be spoken to him today at Desmond Court. There would still be a drop of comfort left at the bottom of his cup if he might be allowed to hope there. But in truth he feared greatly. What the Countess would say to him he thought he could foretell. What it would behove him to say himself, in matter though not in words, that he knew well. Would not the two sayings tally well together? And could it be right for him even to hope that the love of a girl of 17 should stand firm against her mother's will, when her lover himself could not dare to press his suit? And then another reflection passed on his mind sorely. Clara had already given up one poor lover at her mother's instance. Might she not resume that lover also at her mother's instance, now that he was no longer poor? What if Owen Fitzgerald should take from him everything? And so he walked on through the mud and rain, always swinging his big stick. Perhaps, after all, the worst of it was over with him, when he could argue with himself in this way. It is the first plunge into the cold water that gives the shock. We may almost say that every human misery will cease to be miserable if it be duly faced, and something is done towards conquering our miseries when we face them in any degree, even if not with due courage. Herbert had taken his plunge into the deep, dark, cold, comfortless pool of misfortune, and he felt that the waters around him were very cold. But the plunge had been taken, and the worst, perhaps, was gone by. As he approached near to Gorton Clough, he came upon one of those gangs of road destroyers who were now at work everywhere, earning their pittance of yellow meal with a pickaxe and a wheelbarrow. In some sort or other, the labourers had been got to their work. Gangsmen there were with lists who did see, more or less accurately, that the men, before they received their sixpence or eightpence for their day's work, did at any rate pass their day with some sort of tool in their hands. And consequently the surface of the hill began to disappear, and there were chasms in the road, which caused those who travelled on wheels to sit still, staring across with angry eyes, and sometimes to apostrophize the doer of these deeds with very naughty words. The doer was the Board of Works, or the Board, as it was familiarly termed. And were it not that those ill words must have returned to the bosoms which vented them, and have flown no further, no board could ever have been so terribly curse-laden. To find oneself at last utterly stopped, after proceeding with great strain to one's horse for half a mile through an artificial quagmire of slush up to the wheel-box, is harassing to the customary traveller, and men at that crisis did not bethink themselves quite so frequently as they should have done that a people perishing from famine is more harassing.
But Herbert was not on wheels, and was proceeding through the slush and across the chasm, regardless of it all, when he was stopped by some of the men. All the land thereabouts was Castle Richmond property, and it was not probable that the young master of it all would be allowed to pass through some 200 of his own tenantry without greetings and petitions and blessings and complaints. "Faith, your honour, then, Mr. Herbert," said one man, standing at the bottom of the hill, with the half-filled wheelbarrow still hanging in his hands. An Englishman would have put down the barrow while he was speaking, making some inner calculation about the waste of his muscles. But an Irishman would despise himself for such low economy. "Faith, then, your honour, Mr. Herbert, and it's yourself is a sight good for sore eyes. May the heavens be abed, for it's you is the friend to a poor man." "How are you, Pat?" said Herbert, without intending to stop. "How are you, Mooney? I hope the work suits you all." And then he would at once have passed on with his hat pressed down low over his brow. But this could by no means be allowed. In the first place, the excitement arising from the young master's presence was too valuable to be lost so suddenly, and then, when might again occur so excellent a time as some mention of their heavy grievances? Men whose whole amount of worldly good consists in a bare allowance of nauseous food, just sufficient to keep body and soul together, must be excused if they wish to utter their complaints to ears that can hear them. "Arrah, your honour, then you're done on us very well, and how could we, with the mail at a penny a pound?" said Pat. "Sorrow to it for mail," said Mooney. "It's the worst victuals ever a man took into the inside of him. Saving your honour's presence is as much as I can do to raise the bare arm of me since the day I first began with the yelly mail." "It's as weak as cats we all is," said another, who, from the wary way in which he dragged his limbs about, certainly did not himself seem to be gifted with much animal strength. "Now the childer is worse, your honour," said a fourth. "The mail is bad for them entirely. Saving your honour's presence, their berries is gone away most to nothing." "And there's 6 of us in family, your honour," said Pat. 6 mouths to feed, and what's 8 pennyworth of yelly mail among such a lot as that, let alone the Sundays when there's nothing?" "And sure, Mr. Herbert," said another, a small man with a squeaking voice, whose rags of clothes hardly hung on to his body, "weren't I here with the other boys the last Friday as ever was? Ask Pat Condonels, your honour, and yet when they come to give up the wages, they scoffs me of—" and so on. There were as many complaints to be made as there were men, if only he could bring himself to listen to them. On ordinary occasions Herbert would listen to them, and answer them, and give them, at any rate, the satisfaction which they derived from discoursing with him, if he could give them not other satisfaction. But now, on this day, with his own burden so heavy at his heart, he could not even do this. He could not think of their sorrows. His own sorrow seemed to him to be so much the heavier. So he passed on, running the gauntlet through them as best he might, and shaking them off from him as they attempted to cling round his steps. Nothing is so powerful in making a man selfish as misfortune. And then he went on to Gortletloff. He had not chosen his walk to this place with any fixed object, except this perhaps, that it enabled him to return home round by Desmond Court. It was one of the places at which a relief committee sat every fortnight, and there was a soup kitchen here, which, however, had not been so successful as the one at Berry Hill, and it was the place of residence selected by Father Barney's coadjutor. But in spite of all this, when Herbert found himself in the wretched, dirty, straggling, damp street of the village, he did not know what to do or where to betake himself. That every eye in Gortletlow would be upon him was a matter of course. He could hardly turn round on his heel and retrace his steps through the village, as he would have to do in going to Desmond Court, without showing some pretext for his coming there. And so he walked into the little shop which was attached to the soup kitchen, and there he found the Reverend Mr. Colum Cree, giving his orders to the little girl behind the counter. Herbert Fitzgerald was customarily very civil to the Roman Catholic priests around him, somewhat more so, indeed, than seemed good to those very excellent ladies, Mrs. Townsend and Aunt Letty. But it always went against the grain with him to be civil to the Reverend Colum Cree, and on this special day it would have gone against the grain with him to be civil to anybody. But the coadjutor knew his character, and was delighted to have an opportunity of talking to him, when he could do so without being snubbed either by Mr. Summers, the chairman, or by his own parish priest. Mr. Cree had rejoiced much at the idea of forming one at the same council board with county magistrates and Protestant parsons, but the fruition of his promised delights had never quite reached his lips. He had been like Sancho Panza in his government. He had sat down to the grand table day after day, but had never yet been allowed to enjoy the rich dish of his own oratory. Whenever he had proposed to help himself, Mr. Summers or Father Barney had stopped his mouth. Now probably he might be able to say a word or two, and though the glory would not be equal to that of making a speech at the committee, still it would be something to be seen talking on equal terms, and on affairs of state, to the young heir of Castle Richmond. "Mr. Fitzgerald, well, I declare! And how are you, sir?" He took off his hat and bowed, and got hold of Herbert's hand, shaking it ruthlessly, and altogether he made him very disagreeable. Herbert, though his mind was not really intent on the subject, asked some question of the girl as to the amount of meal that had been sold, and desired to see the little pass-book that they kept of the shop. "You're doing pretty well, Mr. Fitzgerald," said the coadjutor. "Pretty well. I always keep my eye on for fear things should go wrong, you know." "I don't think they'll do that," said Herbert. "No, I hope not. But it's always good to be on the safe side, you know. And to tell you the truth, I don't think we're altogether on the right tack about them shops. It's very hard on a poor woman." Now the fact was, though the relief committee at Gortletlow was attended by magistrates, priests, and parsons, the shop there was Herbert Fitzgerald's own affair. It had been stocked with his or his father's money. The flour was sold without profit, at his risk, and the rent of the house and wages of the woman who kept it came out of his own pocket-money. Under these circumstances, he did not see cause why Mr. Cree should interfere, and at the present moment was not well inclined to put up with such interference. "We do the best we can, Mr. Cree," said he, interrupting the priest, "and no good will be done at such a time as this by unnecessary difficulties." "No, no, certainly not. But still I do think—" Mr. Cree was girding up his loins for eloquence when he was again interrupted. "I'm rather in a hurry to-day," said Herbert, "and therefore, if you please, we won't make any change now. Never mind the book to-day, Sally. Good day, Mr. Cree." And so saying, he left the shop and walked rapidly back out of the village. The poor coadjutor was left alone at the shop door, anathematizing in his heart the pride of all Protestants. He had been told that this Mr. Fitzgerald was different from others, that he was a man fond of priests and addicted to the old religion, and, so hearing, he had resolved to make the most of such an excellent disposition. But he was forced to confess to himself that they were all alike. Mr. Summers could not have been more imperious, nor Mr. Townsend more insolent. And then, through the still drizzling rain, Herbert walked on to Desmond Court. By the time that he reached the desolate-looking lodge at the demesne gate, he was nearly wet through, and was bespeared with mud up to his knees. But he had thought nothing of this as he walked along. His mind had been intent on the scene that was before him. In what words was he to break the news to Clara Desmond and her mother? And with what words would they receive the tidings? The former question he had by no means answered to his own satisfaction, when, all muddy and wet, he passed up to the house through that desolate gate. "Is Lady Desmond at home?" he asked of the butler. "Her ladyship is at home," said the grey-haired old man, with his blandest smile, "and so is Lady Clara." He had already learned to look on the heir of Castle Richmond as the coming saviour of the impoverished Desmond family. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 26. Comfortless. "But Mr. Herbert, your honour, you're wet through and through, surely," said the butler, as soon as Fitzgerald was well inside the hall. Herbert muttered something about his being only damp, and that it did not signify. But it did signify very much in the butler's estimation. Whose being wet through could signify more? For was not Mr. Herbert to be a baronet, and to have the spending of 12,000 a year? Would he not be the future husband of Lady Clara? Not signify, indeed. "And sure, Mr. Herbert, you haven't walked to Desmond Court this blessed morning? 'Tearing ages! Well, there's knowing what you young gentlemen won't do. But I'll see and get a pair of trousers of my lord's ready for you in 2 minutes. Faith, and he's nearly as big as yourself now, Mr. Herbert." But Herbert would hardly speak to him, and gave no assent whatever as to his proposition for borrowing the Earl's clothes. "I'll go in as I am," said he. And the old man, looking into his face, saw that there was something wrong. "Sure, he ain't going to strike off now," said this Irish Caleb Balderstone to himself. He also, as well as some others about Desmond Court, had feared greatly that Lady Clara would throw herself away upon a poor lover. It was now past noon, and Fitzgerald pressed forward into the room in which Lady Clara usually sat. It was the same in which she had received Owen's visit, and here of a morning she was usually to be found alone. But on this occasion, when he opened the door, he found that her mother was with her. Since the day on which Clara had disposed of herself so excellently, the mother had spent more of her time with her daughter. Looking at Clara now through Herbert Fitzgerald's eyes, the Countess had begun to confess to herself that her child did possess beauty and charm. She got up to greet her future son-in-law with a sweet smile, and that charming, quiet welcome with which a woman so well knows how to make her house pleasant to a man that is welcome to it. And Clara, not rising, but turning her head round and looking at him, greeted him also. He came forward and took both their hands, and it was not till he had held Clara's for half a minute in his own that they both saw that he was more than ordinarily serious. "I hope Sir Thomas is not worse," said Lady Desmond, with that voice of feigned interest which is so common. After all, if anything should happen to the poor old weak gentleman, might it not be as well? "My father has not been very well these last 2 days," he said. "I'm so sorry," said Clara. "And your mother, Herbert?" "But, Herbert, how wet you are! You must have walked," said the Countess. Herbert, in a few dull words, said that he had walked. He had thought that the walk would be good for him, and he had not expected that it would be so wet. And then Lady Desmond, looking carefully into his face, saw that in truth he was very serious, so much so that she knew that he had come there on account of his seriousness. But still his sorrow did not in any degree go to her heart. He was grieving, doubtless, for his father or his mother. The house at Castle Richmond was probably sad because sickness and fear of death were there, nay, perhaps death itself now hanging over some loved head. But what was this to her? She had had her own sorrows, enough of them perhaps to account for her being selfish. So, with a solemn face, but with nothing amiss about her heart, she again asked for tidings from Castle Richmond. "Do tell us," said Clara, getting up. "I am afraid Sir Thomas is very ill." The old baronet had been kind to her, and she did regard him. To her it was a sorrow to think that there would be any sorrow at Castle Richmond. "Yes, he is ill," said Herbert. "We have had a gentleman from London with us for the last few days, a friend of my father's. His name is Mr. Prendergast." "Is he a doctor?" asked the Countess. "No, not a doctor," said Herbert. "He is a lawyer." It was very hard for him to begin his story, and perhaps the more so in that he was wet through and covered with mud. He now felt cold and clammy, and began to have an idea that he should not be seated there in that room in such a guise. Clara, too, had instinctively learned from his face and tone and general bearing that something truly was the matter. At other times when he had been there, since that day on which he had been accepted, he had been completely master of himself. Perhaps it had almost been deemed a fault in him that he had none of the timidity or hesitation of a lover. He seemed to feel, no doubt, that he, with his fortune and position at his back, need feel no scruple in accepting at his own the fair hand for which he had asked. But now, nothing could be more different from this than his manner was now. Lady Desmond was now surprised, though probably not as yet frightened. Why should a lawyer have come from London to visit Sir Thomas at a period of such illness? And why should Herbert have walked over to Desmond Court to tell them of this illness? There must be something in this lawyer's coming which was intended to bear in some way on her daughter's marriage. "But, Herbert," she said, "you are quite wet. Will you not put on some of Patrick's things?" "No, thank you," said he. "I shall not stay long. I shall soon have said what I have got to say." "But do, Herbert," said Clara. "I cannot bear to see you so uncomfortable, and then you will not be in such a hurry to go back." "Ill as my father is," said he, "I cannot stay long, but I have thought it my duty to come over and tell you what has happened at Castle Richmond." And now the Countess was frightened. There was that in Herbert's tone of voice and the form of his countenance which was enough to frighten any woman. What had happened at Castle Richmond? What could have happened there to make necessary the presence of a lawyer, and at the same time thus to sadden her future son-in-law? And Clara also was frightened, though she knew not why. His manner was so different from that which was usual. He was so cold and serious and awestruck that she could not but be unhappy. "And what is it?" said the Countess. Herbert then sat for a few minutes silent, thinking how best he should tell them his story. He had been all the morning resolving to tell it, but he had in no wise as yet fixed upon any method. It was all so terribly tragic, so frightful in the extent of its reality, that he hardly knew how it would be possible for him to get through his task. "I hope that no misfortune has come upon any of the family," said Lady Desmond, now beginning to think that there might be misfortunes which would affect her own daughter more nearly than the illness either of the baronet or of his wife. "Oh, I hope not," said Clara, getting up and clasping her hands. "What is it, Herbert? Why don't you speak?" And coming round to him, she took hold of his arm. "Dearest Clara," he said, looking at her with more tenderness than had ever been usual with him, "I think that you had better leave us. I could tell it better to your mother alone." "Do, Clara, love. Go, dearest, and we will call you by and by." Clara moved away very slowly towards the door, and then she turned round. "If it is anything that makes you unhappy, Herbert," she said, "I must know it before you leave me." Yes, either I or your mother. You shall be told, certainly." Yes, you shall be told," said the Countess. "And now go, my darling." Thus dismissed, Clara did go, and betook herself to her own chamber. Had Owen had sorrows to tell her, he would have told them to herself. Of that she was quite sure. "And now, Herbert, for heaven's sake, what is it?" said the Countess, pale with terror. She was fully certain now that something was to be spoken which would be calculated to interfere with her daughter's prospects. We all know the story which Herbert had to tell, and we need not therefore again be present at the telling of it. Sitting there, wet through, in Lady Desmond's drawing-room, he did contrive to utter it all, the whole of it, from the beginning to the end, making it clearly to be understood that he was no longer Fitzgerald of Castle Richmond, but a nameless, penniless outcast, without the hope of portion or position, doomed from henceforth to earn his bread in the sweat of his brow, if only he could be fortunate enough to find the means of earning it. Nor did Lady Desmond once interrupt him in his story. She sat perfectly still, listening to him almost with unmoved face. She was too wise to let him know what the instant working of her mind might be before she had made her own fixed resolve, and she had conceived the truth much before he had completed the telling of it. We generally use 3 times the number of words which are necessary for the purpose which we have in hand. Had he used 6 times the number, she would not have interrupted him. It was good in him to give her this time to determine in what tone and with what words she would speak, when speaking on her part should become absolutely necessary. And now, he concluded by saying, and at this time he was standing up on the rug, you know it all, Lady Desmond. It will perhaps be best that Clara should learn it from you. He had said not a word of giving up his pretensions to Lady Clara's hand, but then neither had he in any way hinted that the match should in his opinion be regarded as unbroken. He had not spoken of his sorrow at bringing down all this poverty on his wife, and surely he would have so spoken had he thought their engagement was still valid. But then he had not himself pointed out that the engagement must necessarily be broken, as, in Lady Desmond's opinion, he certainly should have done. Yes, said she, in a cold, low, meaningless voice, in a voice that told nothing by its tones. Lady Clara had better hear it from me. But in the title which she gave her daughter, Herbert instantly read his doom. He, however, remained silent. It was for the Countess now to speak. But it is possible it may not be true, she said, speaking almost in a whisper, looking not into his face, but by him at the fire. It is possible, but so barely possible that I did not think it right to keep the matter from you any longer. It would have been very wrong, very wicked, I may say, said the Countess. It is only 2 days since I knew anything of it myself, said he, vindicating himself. You were, of course, bound to let me know immediately, she said harshly. And I have let you know immediately, Lady Desmond. And then they were both again silent for a while. And Mr. Prendergast thinks there is no doubt? She asked. None, said Herbert, very decidedly. And he has told your cousin Owen? He did so yesterday, and by this time my poor mother knows it also. And then there was another period of silence. During the whole time Lady Desmond had uttered no one word of condolence, not a syllable of commiseration for all the sufferings that had come upon Herbert and his family, and he was beginning to hate her for her harshness. The tenor of her countenance had become hard, and she received all his words as a judge might have taken them, merely wanting evidence before he pronounced his verdict. The evidence she was beginning to think sufficient, and there could be no doubt as to her verdict. After what she had heard, a match between Herbert Fitzgerald and her daughter would be out of the question. It is very dreadful, she said, thinking only of her own child, and absolutely shivering at the danger which had been incurred. It is very dreadful, said Herbert, shivering also. It was almost incredible to him that his great sorrow should be received in such a way by one who professed to be so dear a friend to him. And what do you propose to do, Mr. Fitzgerald? Said the Countess. What do I propose? He said, repeating her words. Hitherto I have had neither time nor heart to propose anything. Such a misfortune as that which I have told you does not break upon a man without disturbing for a while his power of resolving. I have thought so much of my mother and of Clara
since Mr. Prendergast told me all of this, that... And then a slight gurgling struggle fell upon his throat and hindered him from speaking. He did not quite sob out, and he determined that he would not do so. If she could be so harsh and strong, he would be harsh and strong also. And again Lady Desmond sat silent, still thinking how she had better speak and act. After all, she was not so cruel nor so bad as Herbert Fitzgerald thought her. What had the Fitzgeralds done for her, that she should sorrow for their sorrows? She had lived there in that old, ugly barrack, long desolate, full of dreary wretchedness and poverty, and Lady Fitzgerald, in her prosperity, had never come to her to soften the hardness of her life. She had come over to Ireland a countess, and a countess she had been, proud enough at first in her little glory, too proud, no doubt, and proud enough afterwards in her loneliness and poverty, and there she had lived, alone. Whether the fault had been her own or no, she owed little to the kindness of anyone, for no one had done aught to relieve her bitterness. And then her weak, puny child had grown up in the same shade, and was now a lovely woman, gifted with high birth, and that special, priceless beauty which high blood so often gives. There was a prize now within the walls of that old barrack, something to be won, something for which a man would strive, and a mother smile that her son might win it. And now Lady Fitzgerald had come to her. She had never complained of this, she said to herself. The bargain between Clara Desmond and Herbert Fitzgerald had been good for both of them, and let it be made and settled as a bargain. Young Herbert Fitzgerald had money and position, her daughter had beauty and high blood. Let it be a bargain. But in all this there was nothing to make her love that rich, prosperous family at Castle Richmond. There are those whose nature it is to love new-found friends at a few hours' warning. The Countess of Desmond was not one of them. The bargain had been made, and her daughter would have been able to perform her part of it. She was still able to give that which she had stipulated to give. But Herbert Fitzgerald was now a bankrupt, and could give nothing. Would it not have been madness to suppose that the bargain should still hold good? One person, and one only, had come to her at Desmond Court, whose coming had been a solace to her weariness. Of all those among whom she had lived in cold desolateness for so many years, one only had got near her heart. There had been but one Irish voice that she had cared to hear, and the owner of that voice had loved her child instead of loving her. And she had borne that wretchedness too, if not well, at least bravely. True, she had separated that lover from her daughter, but the circumstances of both had made it right for her as a mother to do so. What mother, circumstanced as she had been, would have given her girl to Owen Fitzgerald? So she had banished from the house the only voice that sounded sweetly in her ears, and again she had been alone. And then perhaps thoughts had come to her, when Herbert Fitzgerald was frequent about the place, a rich and thriving wooer, that Owen might come again to Desmond Court when Clara had gone to Castle Richmond. Years were stealing over her. Ah, yes, she knew that full well. All her youth and the pride of her days she had given up for that countessship which she now wore so gloomily, given up for pieces of gold which had turned to stone and slate and dirt within her grasp. Years, alas, were fast stealing over her. But nevertheless she had something to give. Her woman's beauty was not all faded, and she had a heart which was as yet virgin, which had hitherto loved no other man. Might not that suffice to cover a few years, seeing that in return she wanted nothing but love? So she had thought, lingering over her hopes, while Herbert was there at his wooing. It may be imagined with what feelings at her heart she had seen and listened to the frantic attempt made by Owen to get back his childish love. That too she had borne bravely, if not well. It had not angered her that her child was loved by the only man she had ever loved herself. She had stroked her daughter's hair that day, and kissed her cheek, and bade her to be happy with her better,
richer lover. And had she not been right in this? Nor had she been angry even with Owen. She could forgive him all because she loved him. But might there not even yet be a chance for her when Clara should in very truth have gone to Castle Richmond? But now, how was she to think about all this now? And thinking of these things, how was it possible that she should have heart left to feel for the miseries of Lady Fitzgerald? With all her miseries, would not Lady Fitzgerald still be more fortunate than she? Let come what might, Lady Fitzgerald had had a life of prosperity and love. No, she could not think of Lady Fitzgerald nor of Herbert. She could only think of Owen Fitzgerald, of her daughter, and of herself. He, Owen, was now the heir to Castle Richmond, and would, as far as she could learn, soon become the actual possessor. He, who had been cast forth from Desmond Court as too poor and contemptible in the world's eye to be her daughter's suitor, would become the rich inheritor of all those broad acres, and that old, coveted family honour. And this Owen still loved her daughter. Loved her not as Herbert did, with a quiet, gentlemanlike, everyday attachment, but with the old, true, passionate love of which she had read in books, and dreamed herself, before she had sold herself to be a countess. That Owen did so love her daughter, she was very sure. And then, as to her daughter, that she did not still love this new heir in her heart of hearts, of that the mother was by no means sure. That her child had chosen the better part in choosing money and a title, she had not doubted, and that having so chosen, Clara would be happy, and that also she did not doubt. Clara was young, she would say, and her heart in a few months would follow her hand. But now, how was she to decide, sitting there with Herbert Fitzgerald before her, gloomy as death, cold, shivering, and muddy, telling of his own disasters with no more courage than a whipped dog? As she looked at him, she declared to herself 20 times in half a second that he had not about him a tithe of the manhood of his cousin Owen. Women love a bold front, and a voice that will never own its master to have been beaten in the world's fight. Had Owen come there with such a story, he would have claimed his right boldly to the lady's hand, in spite of all that the world had done to him. Let her have him, said Lady Desmond to herself, and the struggle within her bosom was made and over. No wonder that Herbert, looking into her face for pity, should find that she was harsh and cruel. She had been sacrificing herself, and had completed the sacrifice. Owen Fitzgerald, the heir to Castle Richmond, Sir Owen, as he would soon be, should have her daughter. They too, at any rate, would be happy. And she would live there at Desmond Court, lonely as she had ever lived. While all this was passing through her mind, she hardly thought of Herbert and his sorrows. That he must be given up and abandoned, and left to make what best fight he could by himself. As to that, how it was possible that she as a mother should have any doubt. And yet it was a pity, 1,000 pities. Herbert Fitzgerald, with his domestic virtues, his industry, and thorough respectability, would so exactly have suited Clara's taste and mode of life, had he only continued to be the heir of Castle Richmond. She and Owen would not enter upon the world together with nearly the same fair chance of happiness. Who could prophesy to what Owen might be led with his passionate impulses, his strong will, his unbridled temper, and his love of pleasure? That he was noble-hearted, affectionate, brave, and tender in his inmost spirit, Lady Desmond was very sure. But were such the qualities which would make her daughter happy? When Clara should come to know her future lord as Clara's mother knew him, would Clara love him and worship him as her mother did? The mother believed that Clara had not in her bosom heart enough for such a love. But then, as I have said before, the mother did not know the daughter. "You say that you will break all this to Clara?" said Herbert, having during this silence turned over some of his thoughts also in his mind. "If so, I may as well leave you now."
you can imagine that I am anxious to get back to my mother. Yes, it will be better that I should tell her. It is very sad, very sad indeed. Yes, it is a hard load for a man to bear, he answered, speaking very, very slowly. But for myself, I think I can bear it if... If what? Asked the Countess. If Clara can bear it. And now it was necessary that Lady Desmond should speak out. She did not mean to be unnecessarily harsh, but she did mean to be decided, and as she spoke her face became stern and ill-favoured. But Clara will be terribly distressed, she said. Terribly, terribly distressed, repeating her words with great emphasis. Of that I am quite sure. She is very young, and will, I hope, in time get over it. And then, too, I think she is one whose feelings, young as she is, have never conquered her judgment. Therefore I do believe that, with God's mercy, she will be able to bear it. But Mr. Fitzgerald... Well, of course, you feel with me, and I am sure that with your excellent judgment it is a thing of course, that everything must be over between you and Lady Clara. And then she came to a full stop, as though all had been said that could be considered necessary. Herbert did not answer at once, but stood there, shivering and shaking in his misery. He was all but overcome by the chill of his wet garments, and though he struggled to throw off the dead feeling of utter cold which struck him to the heart, he was quite unable to master it. He could hardly forgive himself that on such an occasion he should have been so conquered by his own outer feelings, but now he could not help himself. He was weak with hunger too, though he did not know it, for he had hardly eaten food that day, and was nearly exhausted with the unaccustomed amount of hard exercise which he had taken. He was, moreover, thoroughly wet through, and heavy laden with the mud of the road. It was no wonder that Lady Desmond had said to herself that he looked like a whipped dog. "That must be as Lady Clara shall decide," he said at last, barely uttering the words through his chattering teeth. "It must be as I say," said the Countess firmly, "whether by her decision or by yours, or, if necessary, by mine. But if your feelings are, as I take them to be, those of a man of honour, you will not leave it to me or to her. What? Now that you have the world to struggle with, would you seek to drag her down into the struggle? Our union was to be for better or worse. I would have given her all the better, and... Yes, and had there been a union, she would have bravely borne her part in sharing the worst. And who ought to be so thankful as you that this truth has broken upon you before you had clogged yourself with a wife of high birth, but without fortune? Alone, a man educated as you are, with your talents, may face the world without fearing anything. How could you make your way now if my daughter were your wife? When you think of Mr. Fitzgerald, you will cease to wish for it." "Never. I've given my heart to your daughter, and I cannot take back the gift. She has accepted it, and she cannot return it." "And what would you have her do?" Lady Desmond asked, with anger and almost passion in her voice. "Wait, as I must wait," said Herbert. "That will be her duty, as I believe it will also be her wish." "Yes, and wear out her young heart here in solitude for the next 10 years, and then learn, when her beauty and her youth are gone... But no, Mr. Fitzgerald, I will not allow myself to contemplate such a prospect either for her or for you. Under the lamentable circumstances which you have now told me, it is imperative that this match should be broken off. Ask your own mother, and hear what she will say. And if you are a man, you will not throw upon my poor child the hard task of declaring that it must be so. You, by your calamity, are unable to perform your contract with her, and it is for you to announce that that contract is therefore over." Herbert, in his present state, was unable to argue with Lady Desmond. He had in his brain and mind and heart and soul, at least so he said to himself afterwards, having perhaps but a loose idea of the different functions of these 4 different properties,
a thorough conviction that as he and Clara had sworn to each other that for life they would live together and love each other, no misfortune to either of them could justify the other in breaking that oath, could even justify him in breaking it, though he was the one on whom misfortune had fallen. He no doubt at first loved Clara for her beauty. Would he have ceased to love her, or have cast her from him, if, by God's will, her beauty had perished and gone from her? Would he not have held her closer to his heart, and told her with strong, comforting vows that his love had now gone deeper than that they were already of the same bone, of the same flesh, of the same family and hearthstone? He knew himself in this, and knew that he would have been proud so to do, and so to feel, that he would have cast from him with utter indignation any he would have counselled him to do or to feel differently. And why should Clara's heart be different from his? All this, I say, was his strong conviction. But nevertheless, her heart might be different. She might look on that engagement of theirs with altogether other thoughts and have other ideas. And if so, his voice should never reproach her. Not his voice, however his heart might do so. Such might be the case with her, but he did not think it, and therefore he would not pronounce that decision which Clara's mother expected from him. "When you have told her of this, I suppose I may be allowed to see her," he said, avoiding the direct proposition which Lady Desmond had made to him. "Allowed to see her," said Lady Desmond, now also in her turn speaking very slowly. "I cannot answer that question as yet, not quite immediately, I should say. But if you will leave the matter in my hands, I will write to you, if not tomorrow, then the next day." "I would sooner that she should write." "I cannot promise that. I do not know how far her good sense and strength may support her under this affliction. That she will suffer terribly, on your account as well as on her own, you may be quite sure." And then again there was a pause of some moments. "I at any rate shall write to her," he then said, "and shall tell her that I expect her to see me. Her will in this matter shall be my will. If she thinks that her misery will be greater in being engaged to a poor man than in relinquishing her love, she shall hear no word from me to overpersuade her. But, Lady Desmond, I will say nothing that shall authorize her to think that she is given up by me, till I have in some way learned from herself what her own feelings are. And now I will say good-bye to you." "Good-bye," said the Countess, thinking that it might be as well that the interview should be ended. "But, Mr. Fitzgerald, you are very wet, and I fear that you are very cold. You had better take something before you go." Countess as she was, she had no carriage in which she could send him home, no horse even on which he could ride. "Nothing, thank you, Lady Desmond," he said. And so, without offering her the courtesy of his hand, he walked out of the room. He was very angry with her, as he tried to make the blood run quicker in his veins by hurrying down the avenue into the road at his quickest pace. So angry with her that for a while in his indignation he almost forgot his father and his mother and his own family tragedy. That she should have wished to save her daughter from such a marriage might have been natural, but that she should have treated him so coldly, so harshly, without one spark of love or pity, him, who to her had been so loyal during his courtship of her daughter, it was almost incredible to him. Was not his story one that would have melted the heart of a stranger, at which men would weep? He himself had seen tears in the eyes of that dry, time-worn, world-used London lawyer, as the full depth of the calamity had forced itself upon his heart. Yes, Mr. Prendergast had not been able to repress his tears when he told the tale. Lady Desmond had shed no tears when the tale had been told to her. No soft woman's message had been sent to the afflicted mother, on whom it had pleased God to allow so heavy a hand to fall. No word of tenderness had been uttered for the sinking father. There had been no feeling for the household which was to have been so nearly linked with her own. No. Looking round with greedy eyes for wealth for her daughter, Lady Desmond had found a match that suited her. Now that match no longer suited her greed, and she could throw from her without a struggle to her feelings the suitor that was now poor, and the family of the suitor that was now neither grand nor powerful. And then, too, he felt angry with Clara, though he knew that as yet, at any rate, he had no cause. In spite of what he had said and felt, he would imagine to himself that she also would be cold and untrue. Let her go, he said to himself. Love is worth nothing. Nothing if it does not believe itself to be of more worth than everything beside. If she does not love me now in my misery, if she would not choose me now for her husband, her love has never been worthy of the name. Love that has no faith in itself, that does not value itself above all worldly things, is nothing. If it be not so with her, let her go back to him. It may easily be understood who was the him. And then Herbert walked on so rapidly that at length his strength almost failed him, and in his exhaustion he had more than once to lean against a gate on the roadside. With difficulty, at last, he got home, and dragged himself up the long avenue to the front door. Even yet he was not warm through to his heart, and he felt as he entered the house that he was quite unfitted for the work which he might yet have to do before he could go to his bed. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 27. Comforted. When Herbert Fitzgerald got back to Castle Richmond, it was nearly dark. He opened the hall door without ringing the bell, and, walking at once into the dining-room, threw himself into a large leathern chair which always stood near the fireplace. There was a bright fire burning on the hearth, and he drew himself close to it, putting his wet feet up onto the fender, thinking that he would at any rate warm himself before he went in among any of the family. The room, with its deep red curtains and ruby-embossed paper, was almost dark, and he knew that he might remain there unseen and unnoticed for the next half-hour. If he could only get a glass of wine! He tried the cellaret, which was as often open as locked, but now, unfortunately, it was closed. In such a case it was impossible to say whether the butler had the key or Aunt Letty, so he sat himself down without that luxury. By this time, as he well knew, all would have been told to his mother, and his first duty would be to go to her and comfort her, if comfort might be possible, by telling her that he could bear it all, that as far as he was concerned, title and wealth and a proud name were as nothing to him in comparison with his mother's love. In whatever guise he may have appeared before Lady Desmond, he would not go to his mother with a fainting heart. She should not hear his teeth chatter, nor see his limbs shake. So he sat himself down there that he might become warm, and in 5 minutes he was fast asleep. How long he slept he did not know, not very long probably, but when he awoke it was quite dark. He gazed at the fire for a moment, bethought himself of where he was and why, shook himself to get rid of his slumber, and then roused himself in his chair. As he did so, a soft, sweet voice close to his shoulder spoke to him. "Herbert," it said, "are you awake?" And he found that his mother, seated by his side on a low stool, had been watching him in his sleep. "Mother!" he exclaimed. "Herbert, my child, my son!" And the mother and son were fast locked in each other's arms. He had sat down there thinking how he would go to his mother and offer her solace in her sorrow, how he would bid her be of good cheer and encourage her to bear the world as the world had now fallen to her lot. He had pictured to himself that he would find her sinking in despair, and had promised himself that with his vows, his kisses, and his prayers, he would bring her back to her self-confidence, and induce her to acknowledge that God's mercy was yet good to her. But now, on awakening, he discovered that she had been tending him in his misery, and watching him while he slept, that she might comfort him with her caresses, the moment that he awoke to the remembrance of his misfortunes. "Herbert, Herbert, my son," she said again, as she pressed him close in her arms. "Mother, has he told you?" Yes, she had learnt it all, but hardly more than she had known before, or at any rate not more than she had expected. As she now told him, for many days past she had felt that this trouble which had fallen upon his father must have come from the circumstances of their marriage. And she would have spoken out, she said, when the idea became clear to her, had she not then been told that Mr. Prendergast had been invited to come thither from London. Then she knew that she had better remain silent, at any rate till his visit had been made. And Herbert again sat in the chair, and his mother crouched, or almost kneeled, on the cushion at his knee. "Dearest, dearest, dearest mother," he said, as he supported her head against his shoulder, "we must love each other now more than ever we have loved." "And you forgive us, Herbert, for all that we have done to you?" "Mother, if you speak in that way to me, you will kill me. My darling, darling mother." There was but little more said between them upon the matter, but little more at least in words. But there was an infinity of caresses, and deep, deep assurances of undying love and confidence. And then she asked him about his bride, and he told her where he had been and what had happened. "You must not blame her, Herbert," she said to him. "God is good, and will teach you to bear even that also." "Must I not?" he asked with a sadly plaintive voice. "No, my child. You invited her to share your prosperity, and would it were just—" "But, mother, if she wills it?" "It is for you to give her back her troth. Then leave it to time and her own heart." "But if she loved me, mother, she will not take back her troth. Would I take back hers because she was in sorrow?" "Men and women, Herbert, are different. The oak cares not whether the creeper which hangs to it be weak or strong. If it be weak, the oak can give it strength, but the staff which has to support the creeper must needs have strength of its own." He made no further answer to her, but understood that she must do as she bade him. He understood now also, without many arguments within himself, that he had no right to expect from Clara Desmond that adherence to him and his misfortunes which he would have owed to her had she been unfortunate. He understood this now, but still he hoped. "Two hearts that have once become as one cannot be separated," he said to himself that night, as he resolved that it was his duty to write to her, unconditionally returning to her her pledges. "Herbert, what a state you are in!" said Lady Fitzgerald, as the flame of the coal, glimmering out, threw a faint light upon his clothes. "Yes, mother, I have been walking." "And you are wet." "I am nearly dry now. I was wet. But, mother, I am tired and fagged. It would do me good if I could get a glass of wine." She rang the bell, and gave her orders calmly, though every servant in the house now knew the whole truth, and then lit a candle herself and looked at him. "My child, what have you done to yourself? Oh, Herbert, you will be ill." And then, with his arm round her waist, she took him up to her own room, and sat by him while he took off his muddy boots and clammy socks, and made him hot drinks, and tended him as she had done when he was a child. And yet she had that day heard of her great ruin. Truth indeed, had Mr. Prendergast said that she was made of more enduring material than Sir Thomas. And she endeavoured to persuade him to go to his bed, but in this he would not listen to her. He must, he said, see his father that night. "You have been with him, mother, since... "Oh, yes, directly after Mr. Prendergast left me." "Well?" "He cried like a child, Herbert. We both sobbed together like two children. It was very piteous. But I think I left him better than he has been. He knows now that those men cannot come again to harass him." Herbert gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists as he thought of them, but he could not speak of them or mention their name before his mother. What must her thoughts be as she remembered that elder man and looked back to her early childhood? "He is very weak," she went on to say, "almost helplessly weak now, and does not seem to think of leaving his bed. I begged him to let me send to Dublin for Sir Henry, but he says that nothing ails him." "And who's with him now, mother?" "The girls are both there." "And Mr. Prendergast?" Lady Fitzgerald then explained to him that Mr. Prendergast had returned to Dublin that afternoon, starting 24 hours earlier than he intended, or at any rate than he had said that he intended. Having done his work there, he had felt that he would now only be in the way. And moreover, though his work was done at Castle Richmond, other work in the same matter had still to be done in England. Mr. Prendergast had very little doubt as to the truth of Mollett's story. Indeed, we may say he had no doubt. Otherwise he would hardly have made it known to all that world round Castle Richmond. But nevertheless it behoved him thoroughly to sift the matter. He felt tolerably sure that he should find Mollett in London, and whether he did or no, he should be able to identify, or not to identify, that scoundrel with the Mr. Talbot who had hired Chevy Chase Lodge in Dorsetshire, and who had undoubtedly married poor Mary Wainwright. "He left a kind message for you," said Lady Fitzgerald. My readers must excuse me if I still call her Lady Fitzgerald, for I cannot bring my pen to the use of any other name. And it was also with the dependents and neighbours of Castle Richmond when the time came that the poor lady felt that she was bound publicly to drop her title. It was not in her power to drop it. No effort that she could make would induce those around her to call her by another name. "He bade me say," she continued, "that if your future course of life should take you to London, you are to go to him, and look to him as another father. He has no child of his own, he said, and you shall be to him as a son." "I'll be no one's son but yours and my father's," he said again, embracing her. And then, when under his mother's eye he had eaten and drank and made himself warm, he did go to his father, and found both his sisters sitting there. They came and clustered round him, taking hold of his hands and looking up into his face, loving him and pitying him and caressing him with their eyes. But standing there by their father's bed, they said little or nothing. Nor did Sir Thomas say much, except this, indeed, that just as Herbert was leaving him, he declared with a faint voice that henceforth his son should be master of that house and the disposer of that property. "As long as I live," he exclaimed with his weak voice, "as long as I live." "No, father, not so." Yes, as long as I live. It will be little that you will have, even so, very little. But so it shall be, as long as I live." Very little indeed, poor man, for, alas, his days were numbered. And then when Herbert left the room, Emmeline followed him. She had ever been his dearest sister, and now she longed to be with him, that she might tell him how she loved him and comfort him with her tears. And Clara too, Clara whom she had welcomed as a sister. She must learn now how Clara would behave, for she had already made herself sure that her brother had been at Desmond Court, the herald of his own ruin. "May I come with you, Herbert?" she asked, closing in round him and getting under his arm. How could he refuse her? So they went together and sat over a fire in a small room that was sacred to her and her sister, and there, with many sobs on her part and much would-be brave contempt of poverty on his, they talked over the altered world as it now showed itself before them. "And you did not see her?" she asked, when with many efforts she had brought the subject round to Clara Desmond and her brother's walk to Desmond Court. "No, she left the room at my own bidding. I could not have told it myself to her." "And you cannot know then what she would say?" "No, I cannot know what she would say, but I know now what I must say myself. All that is over, Emmeline. I cannot ask her to marry a beggar." "Ask her? No, there will be no need of asking her. She has already given you her promise. You do not think that she will desert you. You do not wish it." Herein were contained two distinct questions, the latter of which Herbert did not care to answer. "I shall not call it desertion," he said. "Indeed, the proposal will come from me. I shall write to her, telling her that she need think about me no longer, only that I am so weary I would do it now." "And how will she answer you? If she is the Clara that I take her for, She will throw your proposal back into your face. She will tell you that it is not in your power to reject her now. She will swear to you that, let your words be whatever they may, she will think of you more now than she's ever thought in better days. She will tell you of her love in words that she could not use before. I know she will. I know that she is good and true and honest and generous. Oh, I should die if I thought she were false. But, Herbert, I'm sure that she is true. You can write your letter, and we shall see. Herbert, with wise arguments learned from his mother, reasoned with his sister, explaining to her that Clara was now by no means bound to cling to him. But as he spoke them, his arm fastened itself closely round his sister's waist, for the words which she uttered with so much energy were comfortable to him. And then, seated there, before he moved from the room, he made her bring him pens, ink, and paper, and he wrote his letter to Clara Desmond. She would fain have stayed with him while he did so, sitting at his feet and looking into his face and trying to encourage his hope as to what Clara's answer might be. But this he would not allow. So she went again to her father's room, having succeeded in obtaining a promise that Clara's answer should be shown to her. And the letter, when it was written, copied and recopied, ran as follows. Castle Richmond, Tuesday night. My dearest Clara, it was with great difficulty that he could satisfy himself with that, or indeed with any other mode of commencement. In the short little love notes which had hitherto gone from him, as sent from house to house, he had written to her with appellations of endearment of his own, as all lovers do, and as all lovers seem to think that no lovers have done before themselves, with appellations which are so sweet to those who write and so musical to those who read, but which sound so ludicrous when barbarously made public in hideous law courts by brazen-browed lawyers with mercenary tongues. In this way only had he written, and each of these sweet, silly songs of love had been as full of honey as words could make it. But he had never yet written to her on a full sheet of paper, a sensible, positive letter containing thoughts and facts, as men do write to women, and women also to men, when the lollipops and candied sugar drops of early love have passed away. Now he was to write his first serious letter to her, and probably his last, and it was with difficulty that he could get himself over the first 3 words. But there they were, decided on at last. My dearest Clara, before you get this, your mother will have told you all that which I could not bring myself to speak out yesterday as long as you were in the room. I am sure you will understand now why I begged you to go away, and will not think the worse of me for doing so. You now know the whole truth, and I am sure that you will feel for us all here. Having thought a good deal upon the matter, chiefly during my walk home from Desmond Court, and indeed since I have been at home, I have come to the resolution that everything between us must be over. It would be unmanly in me to wish to ruin you because I myself am ruined. Our engagement was of course made on the presumption that I should inherit my father's estate. As it is, I shall not do so, and therefore I beg that you will regard that engagement as at an end. Of my own love for you I will say nothing, but I know that you have loved me truly, and that all this, therefore, will cause you great grief. It is better, however, that it should be so, than that I should seek to hold you to a promise which was made under different circumstances. You will, of course, show this letter to your mother. She, at any rate, will approve of what I am now doing, and so will you, when you can allow yourself to consider it calmly. We have not known each other so long that there is much for us to give back to each other. If you do not think it wrong, I should like still to keep that lock of your hair, to remind me of my first love, and, as I think, my only one. And you, I hope, will not be afraid to have near you the one little present that I made you. And now, dearest Clara, good-bye. Let us always think each of the other as of a very dear friend. May God bless you and preserve you, and make you happy. Yours, with sincere affection, Herbert Fitzgerald. This, when at last he had succeeded in writing it, he read over and over again, but on each occasion he said to himself that it was cold and passionless, stilted and unmeaning. It by no means pleased him, and seemed as though it could bring but one answer, a cold acquiescence in the proposal which he so coldly made. But yet he knew not how to improve it, and after all it was a true exposition of that which he had determined to say. All the world, her world and his world, would think it better that they should part, and if the struggle cost him what it would, he would teach himself to wish that it might be so, if not for his sake, then for hers. So he fastened the letter, and, taking it with him, determined to send it over, so that it should reach Clara quite early on the following morning. And then, having once more visited his father, and once more kissed his mother, he betook himself to bed. It had been with him one of those days which seemed to pass away without reference to usual hours and periods. It had been long dark, and he seemed to have been hanging about the house, doing nothing and aiding nobody, till he was weary of himself. So he went off to bed, almost wondering, as he bethought himself of what had happened to him within the last 2 days, that he was able to bear the burden of his life so easily as he did. He betook himself to bed, and with the letter close at his hand, so that he might dispatch it when he awoke, he was soon asleep. After all, that walk, terrible as it had been, was in the end serviceable to him.
He slept without waking till the light of the February morning was beginning to dawn into his room, and then he was roused by a servant knocking at the door. It was grievous enough, that awaking to his sorrow after the pleasant dreams of the night.
"Here's a letter, Mr. Herbert, from Desmond Court," said Richard. "The boy has brought it, says as how—"
"A letter from Desmond Court?" said Herbert, putting out his hand greedily.
"Yes, Mr. Herbert, the boy's been here this hour and better. I weren't just up and about myself, or I wouldn't have let them keep it from you, not half a minute."
"And where is he? I have a letter to send to Desmond Court, but never mind, perhaps
it's no good minding, for the Gusson's gone back anyways."
And then Richard, having drawn the blind and placed a little table by the bed-head, left his young master to read the dispatch from Desmond Court. Herbert, till he saw the writing, feared that it was from the Countess, but the letter was from Clara. She also had thought good to write before she betook herself to bed, and she had been earlier in dispatching her messenger. Here is her letter.
"Dear Herbert, my own Herbert, I have heard it all. But remember this, nothing can make any change between you and me. I will hear of no arguments that are to separate us. I know beforehand what you will say, but I will not regard it, not in the least. I love you 10 times the more for all your unhappiness, and as I would have shared your good fortune, I claim my right to share your bad fortune. Pray believe me that nothing shall turn me from this, for I will not be given up. Give my kindest love to your dearest mother, my mother, as she is and must be, and to my darling girls. I do so wish I could be with them, and with you, my own Herbert. I cannot help writing in confusion, but I will explain all when I see you. I have been so unhappy. Your own faithful Clara."
Having read this, Herbert Fitzgerald, in spite of his affliction, was comforted. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 28. For a that and a that. Herbert, as he started from his bed with this letter in his hand, felt that he could yet hold up his head against all that the world could do to him. How could he be really unhappy while he possessed such an assurance of love as this, and while his mother was able to give him so glorious an example of endurance? He was not really unhappy. The low-spirited, broken-hearted wretchedness of the preceding day seemed to have departed from him as he hurried on his clothes and went off to his sister's room that he might show his letter to Emmeline in accordance with the promise he had made her. "May I come in?" he said, knocking at the door. "I must come in, for I have something to show you." The two girls were dressing, and he could not be admitted. Emmeline, however, promised to come to him, and in about 3 minutes she was out in the cold little sitting-room which adjoined their bedroom, with her slippers on and her dressing-gown wrapped round her, an object presentable to no male eyes but those of her brother. "Emmeline," said he, "I've got a letter this morning." "Not from Clara?" "Yes, from Clara. There, you may read it." And he handed her the precious epistle. "But she could not have got your letter," said Emmeline, before she looked at the one in her hand. "Certainly not, for I have it here. I must write another now, but in truth I do not know what to say. I can be as generous as she is." And then his sister read the letter. "My own Clara," she exclaimed, as she saw what was the tenor of it. "Did I not tell you so, Herbert? I knew well what she would do and say. Love you 10 times better. Of course she does. What honest girl would not? My own beautiful Clara, I knew I could depend on her. I did not doubt her for 1 moment." But in this particular it must be acknowledged that Miss Emmeline Fitzgerald hardly confined herself to the strictest veracity, for she had lain awake half the night, perplexed with doubt. What, oh what, if Clara should be untrue? Such had been the burden of her doubting midnight thoughts. "I will not be given up," she continued, quoting the letter. "No, of course not. And I tell you what, Herbert, you must not dare to talk of giving her up. Money and titles may be tossed to and fro, but not hearts. How beautifully she speaks of dear mamma." And now the tears began to run down the young lady's cheeks. "Oh, I do wish she could be with us. My darling, darling, darling Clara. Unhappy? Yes, I'm sure Lady Desmond will give her no peace. But never mind. She will be true through it all, and I said so from the first." And then she fell to crying, and embracing her brother, and declaring that nothing now should make her altogether unhappy. "But, Emmeline, you must not think that I shall take her at her word. It is very generous of her." "Nonsense, Herbert." And then there was another torrent of eloquence, in answering which Herbert found that his arguments were of very little efficacy. And now we must go back to Desmond Court, and see under what all but overwhelming difficulties poor Clara wrote her affectionate letter. And in the first place it should be pointed out how very wrong Herbert had been in going to Desmond Court on foot, through the mud and rain. A man can hardly bear himself nobly unless his outer aspect be in some degree noble. It may be very sad, this having to admit that the tailor does in great part make the man, but such, I fear, is undoubtedly the fact. Could the Chancellor look dignified on the woolsack if he had had an accident with his wig, or allowed his robes to be torn or soiled? Does not half the piety of a bishop reside in his lawn sleeves, and all his meekness in his anti-virile apron? Had Herbert understood the world, he would have had out the best pair of horses standing in the Castle Richmond stables when going to Desmond Court on such an errand. He would have brushed his hair and anointed himself. He would have clothed himself in his rich Spanish cloak. He would have seen that his hat was brushed and his boots spotless, and then, with all due solemnity, but with head erect, he would have told his tale out boldly. The Countess would still have wished to be rid of him, hearing that he was a pauper, but she would have lacked the courage to turn him from the house, as she had done. But, seeing how woebegone he was, and wretched, how mean to look at, and low in his outward presence, she had been able to assume the mastery, and had kept it throughout the interview. And, having done this, her opinion of his prowess naturally became low, and she felt that he would have been unable to press his cause against her. For some time after he had departed, she sat alone in the room in which she had received him. She expected every minute that Clara would come down to her, still wishing, however, that she might be left for a while alone. But Clara did not come, and she was able to pursue her thoughts. How very terrible was this tragedy that had fallen out in her close neighbourhood! That was the first thought that came to her now that Herbert had left her. How terrible, overwhelming, and fatal! Calamity could fall upon a woman so calamitous as this, which had now overtaken that poor lady at Castle Richmond. Could she live and support such a burden? Could she bear the eyes of people when she knew the light in which she must be now regarded? To lose at one blow her name, her pride of place, her woman's rank and high respect. Would it be possible that she would still live on? It was thus that Lady Desmond thought, and had any one told her that this degraded mother would that very day come down from her room and sit watchful by her sleeping son, in order that she might comfort and encourage him when he awoke, she would not have found it in her heart to believe such a marvel. But then Lady Desmond knew but one solace in her sorrows, had but one comfort in her sad reflections. She was Countess of Desmond, and that was all. The Lady Fitzgerald had been vouchsafed other solace and other comforts. And then on one point the Countess made herself fixed as fate, by thinking and rethinking upon it till no doubt remained upon her mind. The match between Clara and Herbert must be broken off, let the cost be what it might, and, a point on which there was more room for doubt and more pain in coming to a conclusion, that other match with the more fortunate cousin must be encouraged and carried out. For herself, if her hope was small while Owen was needy and of poor account, what hope could there be now that he would be rich and great? Moreover, Owen loved Clara and not herself, and Clara's hand would once more be vacant and ready for the winning. For herself, her only chance had been in Clara's coming marriage. In all this she knew that there would be difficulty. She was sure enough that Clara would at first feel the imprudent generosity of youth, and offer to join her poverty to Herbert's poverty. That was a matter of course. She, Lady Desmond herself, would have done this at Clara's age. So at least to herself she said, and also to her daughter. But a little time, and a little patience, and a little care would set all this in a proper light. Herbert would go away, and would gradually be forgotten. Owen would again come forth from beneath the clouds with renewed splendour. And then, was it not probable that, in her very heart of hearts, Owen was the man whom Clara had ever loved? And thus, having realized to herself the facts which Herbert had told her, she prepared to make them known to her daughter. She got up from her chair, intending at first to seek her, and then, changing her purpose, rang the bell and sent for her. She was astonished to find how violently she herself was affected, not so much by the circumstances as by this duty which had fallen to her of telling them to her child. She put one hand upon the other, and felt that she was herself in a tremor, and was conscious that the blood was running quick round her heart. Clara came down, and, going to her customary seat, waited till her mother should speak to her. "Mr. Fitzgerald has brought very dreadful news," Lady Desmond said, after a minute's pause. "Oh, mamma," said Clara. She had expected bad tidings, having thought of all manner of miseries while she had been upstairs alone. But there was that in her mother's voice which seemed to be worse than the worst of her anticipations. "Dreadful indeed, my child. It is my duty to tell them to you, but I must caution you before I do so to place a guard upon your feelings. That which I have to say must necessarily alter all your future prospects, and unfortunately make your marrying Herbert Fitzgerald quite impossible." "Mamma!" she exclaimed with a loud voice, jumping from her hair. "Not marry him? Why, what can he have done? Is it his wish to break it off?" Lady Desmond had calculated that she would best effect her object by at once impressing her daughter with the idea that, under the circumstances which were about to be narrated, this marriage would not only be imprudent, but altogether impracticable and out of the question. Clara must be made to understand at once that the circumstances gave her no option, that the affair was of such a nature as to make it a thing manifest to everybody, that she could not now marry Herbert Fitzgerald. She must not be left to think whether she could, or whether she could not, exercise her own generosity. And therefore, not without discretion, the Countess announced at once to her the conclusion at which it would be necessary to arrive. But Clara was not a girl to adopt such a conclusion on any other judgment than her own, or to be led in such a matter by the feelings of any other person. "Sit down, my dear, and I will explain it all. But, dearest Clara, grieved as I must be to grieve you, I am bound to tell you again that it must be as I say. For both your sakes it must be so, but especially perhaps for his. When I have told you my story, you will understand that this must be so." "Tell me then, mother." She said this, for Lady Desmond had again paused. "Won't you sit down, dearest?" "Well, yes, it does not matter," said Clara, at her mother's bidding, sat down, and then the story was told to her. It was a difficult tale for a mother to tell to so young a child, to a child whom she had regarded as being so very young. There were various little points of law which she thought that she was obliged to explain. How it was necessary that the Castle Richmond property should go to an heir at law, and how it was impossible that Herbert should be that heir at law, seeing that he had not been born in lawful wedlock. All these things Lady Desmond attempted to explain, or was about to attempt such explanation, but desisted on finding that her daughter understood them as well as she herself did. And then she had to make it also intelligible to Clara that Owen would be called on, when Sir Thomas should die, to fill the position and enjoy the wealth accruing to the heir of Castle Richmond. When Owen Fitzgerald's name was mentioned, a slight blush came upon Clara's cheek. It was very slight, but nevertheless her mother saw it, and took advantage of it to say a word in Owen's favour. "Poor Owen," she said, "he will not be the first to triumph in this change of fortune." "I am sure he will not," said Clara. "He is much too generous for that." And then the Countess began to hope that the task might not be so very difficult. Ignorant woman! Had she been able to read one page in her daughter's heart, she would have known that the task was impossible. After that, the story was told out to the end without further interruption. And then Clara, hiding her face within her hands on the head of the sofa, uttered one long, piteous moan. "It is all very dreadful," said the Countess. "Oh, Lady Fitzgerald, dear Lady Fitzgerald!" sobbed forth Clara. "Yes, indeed, poor Lady Fitzgerald. Her fate is so dreadful that I know not how to think of it." "But, mamma—" And as she spoke, Clara pushed back from her forehead her hair with both her hands, showing, as she did so, the form of her forehead, and the firmness of purpose that was written there, legible to any eyes that could read. "But, mamma, you are wrong about my not marrying Herbert Fitzgerald. Why should I not marry him? Not now, as we perhaps might have done but for this, but at some future time, when he may think himself able to support a wife. Mamma, I shall not break our engagement. Certainly not." This was said in a tone of voice so very decided that Lady Desmond had to acknowledge to herself that there would be difficulty in her task. But she still did not doubt that she would have her way, if not by concession on the part of her daughter, then by concession on the part of Herbert Fitzgerald. "I can understand your generosity of feeling, my dear," she said, "and at your age I should probably have felt the same. And therefore I do not ask you to take any steps towards breaking your engagement. The offer must come from Mr. Fitzgerald, and I have no doubt that it will come. He, as a man of honour, will know that he cannot now offer to marry you. And he will also know, as a man of sense, that it will be ruin for him to think of such a marriage under his present circumstances." "Why, mamma? Why should it be ruin to him?" "Why, my dear? Do you think that a wife with a titled name can be of advantage to a young man who has not only got his bread to earn, but even to look out for a way in which he may earn it?" "If there be nothing to hurt him but the titled name, that difficulty shall be easily conquered." "Dearest Clara, you know what I mean. You must be aware that a girl of your rank, and brought up as you have been, cannot be a fitting wife for a man who will now have to struggle with the world at every turn." Clara, as this was said to her, and as she prepared to answer, blushed deeply, for she felt herself obliged to speak on a matter which had never yet been subject of speech between her and her mother. "Mamma," she said, "I cannot agree with you there. I may have what the world calls rank, but nevertheless we have been poor, and I have not been brought up with costly habits. Why should I not live with my husband as poorly as I have lived with my mother? You are not rich, dear mamma, and why should I be? Lady Desmond did not answer her daughter at once, but she was not silent because an answer failed her. Her answer would have been ready enough had she dared to speak it out. Yes, it is true, we have been poor. I, your mother, did by my imprudence bring down upon my head and on yours absolute, unrelenting, pitiless poverty. And because I did so, I have never known one happy hour. I have spent my days in bitter remorse, in regretting the want of those things which it has been the more terrible to want, as they are the customary attributes of people of my rank. I have been driven to hate those around me who have been rich, because I have been poor. I have been utterly friendless, because I have been poor. I have been able to do none of those sweet, soft, lovely things by doing which other women win the smiles of the world, because I have been poor. Poverty and rank together have made me wretched, left me without employment, without society, and without love. Now would you tell me that because I have been poor, you would choose to be poor also? It would have been thus that she would have answered, had she been accustomed to speak out her thoughts, but she had ever been accustomed to conceal them. I was thinking quite as much of him as of you, at last she said. Such an engagement to you would be fraught with much misery, but to him it would be ruinous. I do not think it, mamma. But it is not necessary, Clara, that you should do anything. You will wait, of course, and see what Herbert may say himself. Herbert, wait half a moment, my love. I should be very much surprised if we do not find that Mr. Fitzgerald himself will tell you that the match must be abandoned. But that will make no difference, mamma. No difference, my dear. You cannot marry him against his will. You do not mean to say that you will wish to bind him to his engagement if he himself thought it would be to his disadvantage? Yes, I will bind him to it. Clara, I will make him know that it is not for his disadvantage. I will make him understand that a friend and companion who loves him as I love him, as no one else will ever love him now, for I love him because he was so high-fortuned when he came to me, and because he is now so low-fortuned, that such a wife as I will be cannot be a burden to him. I will cling to him whether he throws me off or no. A word from him might have broken our engagement before, but 1,000 words cannot do it now. Lady Desmond stared at her daughter, for Clara, in her excitement, was walking up and down the room. The Countess had certainly not expected all this, and she was beginning to think that the subject for the present might as well be left alone. Clara had not done as yet. Mamma, she said, I will not do anything without telling you, but I cannot leave Herbert in all his misery to think that I shall have no sympathy with him. I shall write to him. Not before he writes to you, Clara. You would not wish to be indelicate. I know but little about delicacy, what people call delicacy, but I will not be ungenerous or unkind. Mamma, you brought us two together. Was it not so? Did you not do so, fearing that I might still care for Herbert's cousin? You did it, and half wishing to obey you, half attracted by all his goodness, I did learn to love Herbert Fitzgerald, and I did learn to forget. No, but I learned to cease to love his cousin. You did this and rejoiced at it, and now what you did must remain done. But, dearest Clara, it will not be for his good. It shall be for his good. Mamma, I would not desert him now for all that the world could give me. Neither for mother nor brother could I do that. Without your leave I would not have given him the right to regard me as his own. But now I cannot take that right back again, even at your wish. I must write to him at once, mamma, and tell him this. Clara, at any rate you must not do that. That at least I must forbid. Mother, you cannot forbid it now, the daughter said, after walking twice the length of the room in silence. If I be not allowed to send a letter, I shall leave the house and go to him. This was all very dreadful. Lady Desmond was astounded at the manner in which her daughter carried herself, and the voice with which she spoke. The form of her face was altered, and the very step with which she trod was unlike her usual gait. What would Lady Desmond do? She was not prepared to confine her daughter as a prisoner, nor could she publicly forbid the people about the place to go upon her message. "I did not expect that you would have been so undutiful," she said. "I hope I am not so," Clara answered, "but now my first duty is to him. Did you not sanction our loving each other? People cannot call back their hearts and their pledges." "You will at any rate wait till tomorrow, Clara." "It is dark now," said Clara despondingly, looking out through the window upon the falling night. "I suppose I cannot send tonight." "And you will show me what you write, dearest?" "No, mamma. If I wrote it for your eyes, it would not be the same if I wrote it only for his." Very gloomy, sombre, and silent was the Countess of Desmond all that night. Nothing further was said about the Fitzgeralds between her and her daughter before they went to bed, and then Lady Desmond did speak a few futile words. "Clara," she said, "you had better think over what we have been saying in bed tonight. You will be more collected tomorrow morning." "I shall think of it, of course," said Clara, "but thinking can make no difference." And then, just touching her mother's forehead with her lips, she went off slowly to her room. What sort of a letter she wrote when she got there we have already seen, and have seen also that she took effective steps to have her letter carried to Castle Richmond at an hour sufficiently early in the morning. There was no danger that the Countess would stop the message, for the letter had been read 20 times by Emmeline and Mary, and had been carried by Herbert to his mother's room before Lady Desmond had left her bed. "Do not set your heart on it too warmly," said Herbert's mother to him. "But is she not excellent?" said Herbert. "It is because she speaks of you in such a way." "You would not wish to bring her into misery because of her excellence?" "But, mother, I am still a man," said Herbert. This was too much for the suffering woman, the one fault of whose life had brought her son to such a pass, and, throwing her arm round his neck, she wept upon his shoulders. There were other messages went and came that day between Desmond Court and Castle Richmond. Clara and her mother saw nothing of each other early in the morning. They did not breakfast together, nor was there a word said between them on the subject of the Fitzgeralds. But Lady Desmond, early in the morning, early for her, that is, sent her note also to Castle Richmond. It was addressed to Aunt Letty, Miss Letitia Fitzgerald, and went to say that Lady Desmond was very anxious to see Miss Letty. Under the present circumstances of the family, as described to Lady Desmond by Mr. Herbert Fitzgerald, she felt that she could not ask to see his mother. It was thus that she overcame the difficulty which presented itself to her as to the proper title now to be given to Lady Fitzgerald. Perhaps Miss Letty would be good enough to see her if she called at such and such an hour. Aunt Letty, much perplexed, had nothing for it but to say that she would see her. The Countess must now be looked on as closely connected with the family, at any rate until that match were broken off, and therefore Aunt Letty had no alternative. And so, precisely at the hour named, the Countess and Aunt Letty were seated together in the little breakfast-room of which mention has before been made. No two women were ever closeted together who were more unlike each other, except that they had one common strong love for family rank. But in Aunt Letty it must be acknowledged that this passion was not unwholesome or malevolent in its course of action. She delighted in being a Fitzgerald, and in knowing that her branch of the Fitzgeralds had been considerable people ever since her Norman ancestor had come over to Ireland with Strongbow. But then she had a useful idea that considerable people should do a considerable deal of good. Her family pride operated more inwardly than outwardly, inwardly as regarded her own family, and not outwardly as regarded the world. Her brother and her nephew and her sister-in-law and nieces were, she thought, among the highest commoners in Ireland. They were gentlefolks of the first water, and walked openly before the world accordingly. proving their claim to gentle blood by gentle deeds and honest conduct. Perhaps she did not think too much of the Fitzgeralds of Castle Richmond, but the sin was one of which no recording angel could have made much in his entry. But she was a stupid old woman, prejudiced in the highest degree, and horribly ignorant of all the world beyond her own very narrow circle. Even of that, I do not think that the recording angel could, under the circumstances, have made a great deal. And now, how was her family pride affected by this horrible catastrophe that had been made known to her? Herbert, the heir, whom as heir she had almost idolized, was nobody. Her sister-in-law, whom she had learnt to love with the whole of her big heart, was no sister-in-law. Her brother was one who, in lieu of adding glory to the family, would always be regarded as the most unfortunate of the Fitzgerald baronets. But with her, human nature was stronger than family pride, and she loved them all, not better, but more tenderly than ever. The two ladies were closeted together for about 2 hours, and then, when the door was opened, Aunt Letty might have been seen with her bonnet much on one side, and her poor old eyes and cheeks red with weeping. The Countess, too, held her handkerchief to her eyes as she got back into her pony carriage. She saw no one else there but Aunt Letty, and from her mood when she returned to Desmond Court, it might be surmised that from Aunt Letty she had learned little to comfort her. "They will be beggars," she said to herself, "beggars," when the door of her own room had closed upon her. And there are few people in the world who held such beggary in less esteem than did the Countess of Desmond. It may almost be said that she hated herself on account of her own poverty. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 29. Ill News Flies Fast. A dull, cold, wretched week passed over their heads at Castle Richmond, during which they did nothing but realize the truth of their position. And then came a letter from Mr. Prendergast, addressed to Herbert, in which he stated that such inquiries as he had hitherto made left no doubt on his mind that the man named Mollet, who had lately made repeated visits at Castle Richmond, was he who had formerly taken the house in Dorsetshire under the name of Talbot. In his packet Mr. Prendergast sent copies of documents and of verbal evidence which he had managed to obtain, but with the actual details of these it is not necessary that I should trouble those who are following me in this story. In this letter Mr. Prendergast also recommended that some intercourse should be had with Owen Fitzgerald. It was expedient, he said, that all the parties concerned should recognize Owen's position as the heir presumptive to the title and estate, and as he said, had found Mr. Fitzgerald of Hap House to be forbearing, generous, and high-spirited, he thought that this intercourse might be conducted without enmity or ill blood. And then he suggested that Mr. Somers should see Owen Fitzgerald. All this Herbert explained to his father gently and without complaint, but it seemed now as though Sir Thomas had ceased to interest himself in the matter. Such battle as it had been in his power to make, he had made to save his son's heritage and his wife's name and happiness, even at the expense of his own conscience. That battle had gone altogether against him, and now there was nothing left for him but to turn his face to the wall and die. Absolute ruin, through his fault, had come upon him and all that belonged to him, ruin that would now be known to the world at large, and it was beyond his power to face that world again. In that the glory was gone from the house of his son and of his son's mother, the glory was gone from his own house. He made no attempt to leave his bed, though strongly recommended so to do by his own family doctor. And then a physician came down from Dublin, who could only feel, whatever he might say, how impossible it is to administer to a mind diseased. The mind of that poor man was diseased past all curing in this world, and there was nothing left for him but to die. Herbert, of course, answered Clara's letter, but he did not go over to see her during that week, nor indeed for some little time afterwards. He answered it at considerable length, professing his ready willingness to give back to Clara her troth, and even recommending her, with very strong logic and unanswerable arguments of worldly sense, to regard their union as unwise and even impossible. But nevertheless there protruded through all his sense and all his rhetoric evidences of love and of a desire for love returned, which were much more unanswerable than his arguments, and much stronger than his logic. Clara read his letter, not as he would have advised her to read it, but certainly in the manner which best pleased his heart, and answered it again, declaring that all that he said was of no avail. He might be false to her if he would. If through fickleness of heart and purpose he chose to abandon her, she would never complain, never at least aloud. But she would not be false to him, nor were her inclinations such as to make it likely that she should be fickle, even though her affection might be tried by a delay of years. Love, with her, had been too serious to be thrown aside. All which was rather strong language on the part of a young lady, but was thought by those other young ladies at Castle Richmond to show the very essence of becoming young ladyhood. They pronounced Clara to be perfect in feeling and in judgment, and Herbert could not find it in his heart to contradict them. And of all these doings, writings, and resolves, Clara dutifully told her mother. Poor Lady Desmond was at her wit's end in the matter. She could scold her daughter, but she had no other power of doing anything. Clara had so taken the bit between her teeth that it was no longer possible to check her with any usual rein. In these days, young ladies are seldom deprived by force of paper, pen, and ink, and the absolute incarceration of such an offender would be still more unusual. Another countess would have taken her daughter away, either to London and a series of balls, or to the south of Italy, or to the family castle in the north of Scotland. But poor Lady Desmond had not the power of other countesses. Now that it was put to the trial, she found that she had no power, even over her own daughter. "Mamma, it was your own doing," Clara would say, and the Countess would feel that this alluded not only to her daughter's engagement with Herbert the disinherited, but also to her non-engagement with Owen the heir. Under these circumstances, Lady Desmond sent for her son. The Earl was still at Eton, but was now grown to be almost a man, such a man as forward Eton boys are at 16, tall and lathy and handsome, with soft incipient whiskers, a bold brow and blushing cheeks, with all a boy's love for frolic still strong within him, but some touch of a man's pride to check it. In her difficulty, Lady Desmond sent for the young Earl, who had now not been home since the previous midsummer, hoping that his young manhood might have some effect in saving his sister from the disgrace of a marriage which would make her so totally bankrupt, both in wealth and rank. Mr. Somers did go once to Hap House at Herbert's instigation, but very little came of his visit. He had always disliked Owen, regarding him as an unthrift, any close connection with whom could only bring contamination on the Fitzgerald property, and Owen had returned the feeling tenfold. His pride had been wounded by what he had considered to be the agent's insolence, and he had stigmatized Mr. Somers to his friends as a self-seeking, mercenary prig. Very little, therefore, came of the visit. Mr. Somers, to give him his due, had attempted to do his best, being anxious, for Herbert's sake, to conciliate Owen, perhaps having, and why not, some eye to the future agency. But Owen was hard and cold and uncommunicative, very unlike what he had been before to Mr. Prendergast. But then Mr. Prendergast had never offended his pride. "You may tell my cousin, Herbert," he said, with some little special emphasis on the word cousin, "that I shall be glad to see him as soon as he feels himself able to meet me. It will be for the good of us both that we should have some conversation together. Will you tell him, Mr. Somers, that I shall be happy to go to him or to see him here? Perhaps my going to Castle Richmond during the present illness of Sir Thomas may be inconvenient, and this was all that Mr. Summers could get from him. In a very short time the whole story became known to everybody round the neighbourhood. And what would have been the good of keeping it secret? There are some secrets, kept as secrets because they cannot well be discussed openly, which may be allowed to leak out with so much advantage. The day must come, and that apparently in no distant time, when all the world will know the fate of that Fitzgerald family, when Sir Owen must walk into the hall of Castle Richmond, the undoubted owner of the mansion and demesne. Why, then, keep it a secret? Herbert openly declared his wish to Mr. Summers that there should be no secret in the matter. There is no disgrace, he said, thinking of his mother, nothing to be ashamed of. Let the world say what it will. Down in the servants' hall the news came to them gradually, whispered about from one to another. They hardly understood what it meant, or how it had come to pass, but they did know that their master's marriage had been no marriage, and that their master's son was no heir. Mrs. Jones said not a word in the matter to anyone. Indeed, since that day on which she had been confronted with Mollett, she had not associated with the servants at all, but had kept herself close to her mistress. She understood what it all meant perfectly, and the depth of the tragedy had so cowed her spirit that she hardly dared to speak of it. Who told the servants, or who does tell servants of such matters, it is impossible to say. But before Mr. Prendergast had been 3 days out of the house, they all knew that the Mr. Owen of Hap House was to be the future master of Castle Richmond. "And a sore day it'll be, a sore day, said Richard, seating in an arm-chair by the fire at the end of the servants' hall, shaking his head despondently. "Faith, and you may say that," said Corney the footman. "That Mr. Owen will go tattering away to the devil when the old place comes into his hands. No fear, he'll make it fly." "Sorrow seize the old lawyer for coming down here at all," said the cook. "I never knew no good come of them dry old bachelors," said Biddy the housemaid, "especially the Englishers." "The two of yous are no better nor simpletons," said Richard magisterially. "'Twa'n't he that done it. The likes of him couldn't do the likes of that." "And what was it as done it?" said Biddy. "Ask no questions, and maybe you'll be told no lies," replied Richard. "In course we all know it's along of her ladyship's marriage which warn't no marriage," said the cook. "May the heavens be her bed when the Lord takes her. A better lady nor a kind-hearted never stepped the floor of a kitchen." "'Deed, and that's true for you, cook," said Biddy, with the corner of her apron up to her eyes. "But tell me, Richard, won't poor Mr. Herbert have nothing?" "Never you mind about Mr. Herbert," said Richard, who had seen Biddy grow up from a slip of a girl, and therefore was competent to snub her at every word. "Ah, but I do mind," said the girl. "I minds more about him than e'er a one of them. And if that Lady Clara won't have him a cause of this—" "Not a step she won't, then," said Corney. "She'll go back to Mr. Owen. He was her first love. You'll see else." So the matter was discussed in the servants' hall of the great house. But perhaps the greatest surprise, the greatest curiosity, and the greatest consternation was felt at the parsonage. The rumour reached Mr. Townsend at one of the relief committees, and Mrs. Townsend from the mouth of one of her servants during his absence on the same day. And when Mr. Townsend returned to the parsonage, they met each other with blank faces. "Oh, Aeneas," said she, before she could get his greatcoat from off his shoulders, "have you heard the news?" "What news? About Castle Richmond?" "Yes, about Castle Richmond." And then she knew that he had heard it. Some glimmering of Lady Fitzgerald's early history had been known to both of them, as it had been known almost to all in the country. But in late years this history had been so much forgotten that men had ceased to talk of it, and this calamity, therefore, came with all the weight of a new misfortune. "And Aeneas, who told you of it?" she asked, as they sat together over the fire in their dingy, dirty parlour. "Well, strange to say, I heard it first from Father Barney." "Oh, mercy! And is it all about the country in that way?" "Herbert, you know, has not been at any one of the committees for the last 10 days, and Mr. Summers for the last week past has been as silent as death. So much so that horrid creature, Father Colum, would have made a regular set speech the other day at Courtaclough if I hadn't put him down."
Dear, 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 said Mrs. Townsend. And I was talking to Father Barney about this today, about Mr. Summers, that is. Yes, yes, yes. And then he said, I suppose you know what has happened at Castle Richmond? How on earth had he learned? Asked Mrs. Townsend, jealous that a Roman Catholic priest should have heard such completely Protestant news before the Protestant parson and his wife. Oh, they learn everything, from the servants, I suppose. Of course, the mean creatures, said Mrs. Townsend, forgetting, probably, her own little conversation with her own man-of-all-work that morning. But go on, Aeneas. What has happened, said I, at Castle Richmond? Oh, you haven't heard, said he, and I was obliged to own that I had not, though I saw that it gave him a kind of triumph. Why, said he, very bad news has reached them indeed, the worst of news. And then he told me about Lady Fitzgerald. To give him his due, I must say that he was very sorry, very sorry. The poor young fellow, he said, the poor young fellow. And I saw that he turned away his face to hide a tear. Crocodile tears, said Mrs. Townsend. No, they were not, said her reverend lord, and Father Barney is not so bad as I once thought him. I hope you are not going over too, Aeneas. Consort almost cried at such a horrid thought entered her head. In her ideas, any feeling short of absolute enmity to a servant of the Church of Rome was an abandonment of some portion of the Protestant basis of the Church of England. The small end of the wedge, she would call it, when people around her would suggest that the heart of a Roman Catholic priest might possibly not be altogether black and devilish. Well, I hope not, my dear, said Mr. Townsend, with a slight touch of sarcasm in his voice. But as I was saying, Father Barney told me then that this Mr. Prendergast— Oh, I'd known of his being there from the day of his coming. This Mr. Prendergast, it seems, knew the whole affair from beginning to end. But how did he know it, Aeneas? Well, that I can't tell you. He was a friend of Sir Thomas before his marriage, I know that. And he has told them that it is of no use their attempting to keep it secret. He was over at Hap House with Owen Fitzgerald before he went. And has Owen Fitzgerald been told? Yes, he's been told. Told that he is to be the next heir. So Father Barney says. Mrs. Townsend wished in her heart that the news could have reached her through a purer source. But all this, coming though it did from Father Barney, tallied too completely with what she herself had heard to leave on her mind any doubt of its truth. And then she began to think of Lady Fitzgerald and her condition, of Herbert and of his, and of the condition of them all, till by degrees her mind passed away from Father Barney and all his iniquities. It is very dreadful, she said in a low voice. Very dreadful, very dreadful. I hardly know what to think of it, and I fear that Sir Thomas will not live many months to give them even the benefit of his life interest. And when he dies, all will be gone? Everything. And then tears stood in her eyes also, and in his also after a while. It is very easy for a clergyman in his pulpit to preach eloquently upon the vileness of worldly wealth and the futility of worldly station. But where will you ever find one who, when the time of proof shall come, will give proof that he himself feels what he preaches? Mr. Townsend was customarily loud and eager upon this subject, and yet he was now shedding tears because his young friend Herbert was deprived of his inheritance. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 30. Pallida Moors. Mr. Summers, returning from Hap House, gave Owen's message to Herbert Fitzgerald, but at the same time told him that he did not think any good would come of such a meeting. I went over there, he said, because I would not willingly omit anything that Mr. Prendergast had suggested, but I did not expect any good to come of it. You know what I have always thought of Owen Fitzgerald. But Mr. Prendergast said that he behaved so well. He did not know Prendergast, and was cowed for the moment by what he had heard. That was natural enough. You do as you like, however, only do not have him over to Castle Richmond. Owen, however, did not trust solely to Mr. Summers, but on the following day wrote to Herbert, suggesting that they had better meet, and begging that the place and time of meeting might be named. He himself again suggested Hap House, and declared that he would be at home on any day and at any hour that his cousin might name, only, as he added, the sooner the better. Herbert wrote back by the same messenger, saying that he would be with him early on the following morning, and on the following morning he drove up to the door of Hap House, while Owen was still sitting with his coffee-pot and knife and fork before him. Captain Donovan, whom we saw there on the occasion of our first morning visit, was now gone, and Owen Fitzgerald was all alone in his home. The captain had been an accustomed guest, spending perhaps half his time there during the hunting season, but since Mr. Prendergast had been at Hap House, he had been made to understand that the master would fain be alone. And since that day Owen had never hunted, nor been noticed in his old haunts, nor had been seen talking to his old friends. He had remained at home, sitting over the fire, thinking, wandering up and down his own avenue, or standing about the stable idly, almost unconscious of the grooming of his horses. Once, and once only, he had been mounted, and then, as the dusk as evening was coming on, he trotted over quickly to Desmond Court, as though he had in hand some purport of great moment. But if so, he changed his mind when he came to the gate, for he walked on slowly for 300 or 400 yards beyond it, and then, turning his horse's head, slowly made his way back past the gate, and then trotted quickly home to Hap House. In these moments of his life he must make or mar himself for life. 'Twas so that he felt it. And how should he make himself, or how avoid the marring? That was a question which he now strove to answer. When Herbert entered the room, he rose from his chair and walked quickly up to his visitor with extended hand and a look of welcome on his face. His manner was very different from that with which he had turned and parted from his cousin not many days since in the demesne at Castle Richmond. Then he had intended absolutely to defy Herbert Fitzgerald, but there was no spirit of defiance now, either in his hand or face or in the tone of his voice. "I am very glad you have come," said he. "I hope you understood that I would have gone to you, only that I thought it might be better for both of us to be here." Herbert said something to the effect that he had been quite willing to come over to Hap House, but he was not at the moment so self-possessed as the other, and hardly knew how to begin the subject which was to be discussed between them. "Of course you know that Mr. Prendergast was here," said Owen. "Oh, yes," said Herbert. "And Mr. Summers also? I tell you fairly, Herbert, that when Mr. Summers came I was not willing to say much to him. What has to be said must be said between you and me, and not to any third party. I could not open my heart, nor yet speak my thoughts, to Mr. Summers." In answer to this, Herbert again said that Owen need have no scruple in speaking to him. "It is all plain sailing, too plain, I fear," said he. "There is no doubt whatever now as to the truth of what Mr. Prendergast has told you." And then, having said so much, Herbert waited for Owen to speak. He, Herbert himself, had little or nothing to say. Castle Richmond, with its title and acres, was not to be his, but was to be the property of this man with whom he was now sitting. When that was actually and positively understood between them, there was nothing further to be said, nothing, as far as Herbert knew. That other sorrow of his, that other and deeper sorrow which affected his mother's name and station, as to that he did not find himself called on to speak to Owen Fitzgerald. Nor was it necessary that he should say anything as to his great consolation, the consolation which had reached him from Clara Desmond. "And is it true, Herbert," asked Owen at last, "that my uncle is so very ill?" In the time of their kindly intercourse, Owen had always called Sir Thomas his uncle, though latterly he had ceased to do so. "He is very ill indeed," said Herbert. This was a subject in which Owen had certainly a right to feel interested, seeing that his own investiture would follow immediately on the death of Sir Thomas. But Herbert almost felt that the question might as well have been spared. It had been asked, however, almost solely with the view of gaining some few moments. "Herbert," he said at last, standing up from his chair
as he made an effort to begin his speech. "I don't know how far you will believe me when I tell you that all this news has caused me great sorrow. I grieve for your father and your mother, and for you, from the very bottom of my heart." "It is very kind of you," said Herbert, "but the blow has fallen, and as for myself, I believe that I can bear it. I do not care so very much about the property." "Nor do I." And now Owen spoke rather louder, and with his own look of strong impulse about his mouth and forehead. "Nor do I care so much about the property. You were welcome to it, and are so still. I have never coveted it from you, and do not covet it." "It will be yours now without coveting," replied Herbert. And then there was another pause, during which Herbert sat still, while Owen stood leaning with his back against the mantelpiece. "Herbert," said he, after they had thus remained silent for 2 or 3 minutes, "I have made up my mind on this matter, and I will tell you truly what I do desire and what I do not. I do not desire your inheritance, but I do desire that Clara Desmond shall be my wife." "Owen," said the other, also getting up, "I did not expect when I came here that you would have spoken to me about this." "It was that we might speak about this that I asked you to come here. But listen to me. When I say that I want Clara Desmond to be my wife, I mean to say that I want that, and that only. It may be true that I am, or shall be, legally the heir to your father's estate. But I will relinquish all that, because I do not feel it to be my own. I will relinquish it in any way that may separate myself from it most thoroughly. But in return, do you separate yourself from her who was my own before you had ever known her." And thus he did make the proposition as to which he had been making up his mind since the morning on which Mr. Prendergast had come to him. Herbert, for a while, was struck dumb with amazement, not so much at the quixotic generosity of the proposal, as at the singular mind of the man in thinking that such a plan could be carried out. Herbert's best quality was no doubt his sturdy common sense, and that was shocked by a suggestion which presumed that all the legalities and ordinary bonds of life could be upset by such an agreement between 2 young men. He knew that Owen Fitzgerald could not give away his title to an estate of 14,000 a year in this offhand way, and that no one could accept such a gift were it possible to be given. The estate and title must belong to Owen, and could not possibly belong to anyone else, merely at his word and fancy. And then again, how could the love of a girl like Clara Desmond be bandied to and fro at the will of any suitor or suitors? That she had once accepted Owen's love, Herbert knew, but since that, in a soberer mood and with maturer judgment, she had accepted his. How could he give it up to another, or how could that other take possession of it if so abandoned? The bargain was one quite impossible to be carried out, and yet Owen, in proposing it, had fully intended to be as good as his word. "That is impossible," said Herbert in a low voice. "Why impossible? May I not do what I like with that which is my own? It is not impossible. I will have nothing to do with that property of yours. In fact, it is not my own, and I will not take it. I will not rob you of that which you have been born to expect. But in return for this, Owen, do not talk of it. Would you abandon a girl whom you love for any wealth or any property? You cannot love her as I love her. I will talk to you on this matter openly, as I have never yet talked to anyone. Since first I saw Clara Desmond, the only wish of my life has been that I might have her for my wife. I have longed for her as a child longs, if you know what I mean by that. When I saw that she was old enough to understand what love meant, I told her what was in my heart, and she accepted my love. She swore to me that she would be mine, let mother or brother say what they would. As sure as you were standing there a living man, she loved me with all truth, and that I loved her. Herbert, I have never loved aught but her, nothing else, neither man, nor woman, nor wealth, nor title. All I ask is that I may have that which was my own." "But, Owen,"
and Herbert touched his cousin's arm. "Well, why do you not speak? I have spoken plainly enough." "It is not easy to speak plainly on all subjects. I would not, if I could avoid it, say a word that would hurt your feelings." "Never mind my feelings. Speak out, and let us have the truth in God's name. My feelings have never been much considered yet, either in this matter or in any other." "It seems to me," said Herbert, "that the giving of Lady Clara's hand cannot depend on your will or on mine." "You mean her mother?" "No, by no means. Her mother now would be the last to favour me. I mean herself. If she loves me, as I hope and believe, nay, am sure—" "She did love me!" shouted Owen. "But even if so, I do not now say anything of that, but even if so, surely you would not have her marry you if she does not love you still. You would not wish her to be your wife if her heart belongs to me." "It has been given you at her mother's bidding." "However, given it is now my own, and it cannot be returned. Look here, Owen. I will show you her last 2 letters, if you will allow me. Not in pride, I hope, but that you may truly know what are her wishes." And he took them from his breast, where they had been ever since he received them, the 2 letters which Clara had written to him. Owen read them both twice over before he spoke, first one and then the other, and an indescribable look of pain fell on his brow as he did so. They were so tenderly worded, so sweet, so generous. He would have given all the world to have had those letters addressed by her to himself. But even they did not convince him. His heart had never changed, and he could not believe that there had been any change in hers. "I might have known," he said, as he gave them back, "that she would be too noble to abandon you in your distress. As long as you were rich, I might have had some chance of getting her back, despite this machinations of her mother. Now that she thinks you are poor—" And then he stopped and hid his face between his hands. And in what he had last said there was undoubtedly something of truth. Clara's love for Herbert had never been passionate, till passion had been created by his misfortune. And in her thoughts of Owen there had been much of regret. Though she had resolved to withdraw her love, she had not wholly ceased to love him. Judgment had bade her to break her word to him, and she had obeyed her judgment. She had admitted to herself that her mother was right in telling her that she could not join her own bankrupt fortunes to the fortunes of one who was both poor and a spendthrift. And thus she had plucked from her heart the picture of the man she had loved, or endeavoured so to pluck it. Some love for him, however, had unwittingly lingered there. And then Herbert had come with his suit, a suitor fitted for her in every way. She had not loved him as she had loved Owen. She had never felt that she could worship him and tremble at the tones of his voice and watch the glance of his eye and gaze into his face as though he were half divine. But she acknowledged his worth and valued him. She knew that it behoved her to choose some suitor as her husband. And now that her dream was gone, where could she choose better than here? And thus Herbert had been accepted. He had been accepted, but the dream was not wholly gone. Owen was in adversity, ill spoken of by those around him, shunned by his own relatives, living darkly, away from all that is soft in life. And for these reasons Clara could not wholly forget her dream. She had, in some sort, unconsciously clung to her old love, till he to whom she had plighted her new troth was in adversity. And then all was changed. Then her love for Herbert did become a passion, and then, as Owen had become rich, she felt that she could think of him without remorse. He was quite right in perceiving that his chance was gone, now that Herbert had ceased to be rich. "Owen," said Herbert, and his voice was full of tenderness, for at this moment he felt that he did love and pity his cousin. "We must each of us bear the weight which fortune has thrown on us. It may be that we are neither of us to be envied. I have lost all that men generally value, and you?" "I have lost all on earth that is valuable to me. But no, it is not lost as yet. As long as her name is Clara Desmond, she is as open for me to win as she is for you. And you, Herbert, think of it before you make me your enemy. See what I offer you, not as a bargain, mind you. I give up all my title to your father's property. I will sign any paper that your lawyers may bring to me, which may serve to give you back your inheritance. As for me, I would scorn to take that which belongs in justice to another. I will not have your property. Come what may, I will not have it. I will give it up to you, either as to my enemy or as to my friend. I sincerely hope that we may be friends, but what you say is impossible. It is not impossible. I hereby pledge myself that I will not take an acre of your father's lands, but I pledge myself also that I will always be your enemy if Clara Desmond becomes your wife. And I mean what I say. I have set my heart on one thing, and on one thing only, and if I am ruined in that, I am ruined indeed. Herbert remained silent, for he had nothing further that he knew how to plead. He felt as other men would feel, that each of them must keep that which fate had given him. Fate had decreed that Owen should be the heir to Castle Richmond, and the decree thus gone forth must stand valid. And fate had also decreed that Owen should be rejected by Clara Desmond, which other decree, as Herbert thought, must be held as valid also. But he had no further inclination to argue upon the subject. His cousin was becoming hot and angry, and Herbert was beginning to wish that he was on his way home, that he might be once more at his father's bedside, or in his mother's room, comforting her and being comforted. "Well," said Owen, after a while, in his deep-toned voice, "what do you say to my offer?" "I have nothing further to say. We must each take our own course. As for me, I have lost everything but one thing, and it is not likely that I shall throw that away from me. Nor, so help me heaven, in my need will I let that thing be filched from me. I have offered you kindness and brotherly love and wealth and all that friendship could do for a man. Give me my way in this, and I will be to you such a comrade and such a brother." "Should I be a man, Owen, were I to give up this?" "Be a man? Yes. It is pride on your part. You do not love her. You have never loved her as I have loved. You have not sat apart long months and months thinking of her, as I have done. From the time she was a child I marked her as my own. As God will help me when I die, she is all that I have coveted in this world, all. But her I have coveted with such longings of the heart that I cannot bring myself to live without her, nor will I." And then again they both were silent. "It may be as well that we should part now," said Herbert at last. "I do not know that we can gain anything by further talking on this subject." "Well, you know that best. But I have one further question to ask you." "What is it, Owen?" "You still think of marrying Clara Desmond?" "Certainly, of course I think of it." "And when? I presume you are not so chicken-hearted as to be afraid of speaking out openly what you intended to do." "I cannot say when. I had hoped that it would have been very soon, but all of this will, of course, delay it. It may be years first." These last were the only pleasant words that Owen had heard. If there were to be a delay of years, might not his chance still be as good as Herbert's? But then this delay was to be the consequence of his cousin's ruined prospects, and the accomplishment of that ruin Owen had pledged himself to prevent. Was he, by his own deeds, to enable his enemy to take that very step which he was so firmly resolved to prevent? "You will give me your promise," said he, "that you will not marry her for the next 3 years? Make me that promise, and I will make you the same." Herbert felt that there could be no possibility of his now marrying within the time named, but nevertheless he would not bring himself to make such a promise as this. He would make no bargain about Clara Desmond, about his Clara, which could in any way admit a doubt as to his own right. Had Owen asked him to promise that he would not marry her during the next week, he would have given no such pledge. No, said he, I cannot promise that. She is now only 17. It does not matter. I will make no such promise, because on such a subject you have no right to ask for any. When she will consent to run her risk of happiness in coming to me, then I shall marry her. Owen was now walking up and down the room with rapid steps. You have not the courage to fight me fairly, said he. I do not wish to fight you at all. Ah, but you must fight me. Shall I see the prey taken out of my jaws and not struggle for it? No, by heavens, you must fight me. And I tell you fairly that the fight shall be as hard as I can make it. I have offered you that which one living man is seldom able to offer to another, money, and land, and wealth, and station. All these things I throw away from me because I feel that they should be yours, and I ask only in return the love of a young girl. I ask that because I feel that it should be mine. If it has gone from me, which I do not believe, it has been filched and stolen by a thief in the night. She did love me, if a girl ever loved a man, but she was separated from me, and I bore that patiently because I trusted her. But she was young and weak, and her mother was strong and crafty. She has accepted you at her mother's instance, and were I base enough to keep from you your father's inheritance, her mother would no more give her to you now than she would to me then. This is true, and you know it to be true. As you do know, you will be mean and dastard and a coward. You will be no Fitzgerald if you keep from me that which I have a right to claim as my own. Not fight? Aye, but you must fight. We cannot both live here in this country if Clara Desmond become your wife. Mark my words, if that take place, you and I cannot live here alongside of each other's houses. He paused for a moment after this, and then added, You can go now if you will, for I have said out my say. And Herbert did go, almost without uttering a word of adieu. What could he say in answer to such threats as these? That his cousin was in every way unreasonable, as unreasonable in his generosity as he was in his claims, he felt convinced. But an unreasonable man, though he is one whom one would fain conquer by arguments were it possible, is the very man on whom arguments have no avail. A madman is mad because he is mad. Herbert had a great deal that was very sensible to allege in favour of his views, but what use of alleging anything of sense to such a mind as that of Owen Fitzgerald? So he went his way without further speech. When he was gone, Owen for a time went on walking his room, and then sank again into his chair. Abominably irrational as his method of arranging all these family difficulties will no doubt seem to all who may read of it, to him it had appeared not only an easy, but a happy mode of bringing back contentment to everybody. He was quite serious in his intention of giving up his position as heir to Castle Richmond. Mr. Prendergast had explained to him that the property was entailed as far as him, but no farther, and had done this, doubtless, with a view not then expressed to some friendly arrangement by which a small portion of the property might be saved and restored to the children of Sir Thomas. But Owen had looked at it in quite another light. He had, in justice, no right to inquire into all those circumstances of his old cousin's marriage. Such a union was a marriage in the eye of God, and should be held as such by him. He would take no advantage of so terrible an accident. He would take no advantage. So he said to himself, over and over again. But yet, as he said it, he resolved that he would take advantage. He would not touch the estate. But surely, if he abstained from touching it, Herbert would be generous enough to leave to him the solace of his love. And he had no scruple in allotting to Clara the poorer husband instead of the richer. He was no poorer now than when she had accepted him. Looking at it in that light, had he not a right to claim that she should abide by her first acceptance? Could anyone be found to justify the theory that a girl may throw over a poor lover because a rich lover comes in the way? Owen had his own ideas of right and wrong, ideas which were not without a basis of strong, rugged justice, and nothing could be more antagonistic to them than such a doctrine as this. And then he still believed in his heart that he was dearer to Clara than that other, richer suitor. He heard of her from time to time, and those who had spoken to him had spoken of her as pining for love of him. In this there had been much of the flattery of servants, and something of the subservience of those about him who wished to stand well in his graces. But he had believed it. He was not a conceited man, nor even a vain man. He did not think himself more clever than his cousin, and as for personal appearance, it was a matter to which his thoughts never descended. But he had about him a self-dependence and assurance in his own manhood, which forbade him to doubt the love of one who had told him that she loved him. And he did not believe in Herbert's love. His cousin was, as he thought, of a calibre too cold for love. That Clara was valued by him, Owen did not doubt, valued for her beauty, for her rank, for her grace and tearless manner. But what had such value as that to do with love? Would Herbert sacrifice everything for Clara Desmond? Would he bid Pelion fall on Ossa? Would he drink up Easel? All this would Owen do, and more. He would do more than any Laertes had ever dreamed. He would give up for now and for ever all title to those rich lands which made the Fitzgeralds of Castle Richmond the men of greatest mark in all their county. And thus he fanned himself into a fury, and he thought of his cousin's want of generosity. Herbert would be the heir, and because he was the heir, he would be the favoured lover. But there might yet be time and opportunity, and at any rate Clara should not marry without knowing what was the whole truth. Herbert was ungenerous, but Clara still might be just. If not, then, as he said before, he would fight out the battle to the end, as with an enemy. Herbert, when he got on his horse to ride home, was forced to acknowledge to himself that no good whatever had come from his visit to Hab House. Words had been spoken which might have been much better left unspoken. An angry man will often cling to his anger because his anger has been spoken. He will do evil because he has threatened evil, and is ashamed to be better than his words. And there was no comfort to be derived from those lavish promises made by Owen with regard to the property. To Herbert's mind they were mere moonshine, very graceful on the part of the maker, but meaning nothing. No one could have Castle Richmond but him who owned it legally. Owen Fitzgerald would become Sir Owen, and would, as a matter of course, be Sir Owen of Castle Richmond. There was no comfort on that score, and then, on that other score, there was so much discomfort. Of giving up his bride, Herbert never for a moment thought, but he did think with increasing annoyance of the angry threats which had been pronounced against him. When he rode into the stable-yard, as was his wont, he found Richard waiting for him. This was not customary, as in these latter days Richard, though he always drove the car, as a sort of subsidiary coachman to the young ladies to whom the car was supposed to belong in fee, did not act as general groom. He had been promoted beyond this, and was a sort of hanger-on about the house, half indoor servant and half out, doing very much what he liked, and giving advice to everybody from the cook downwards. He thanked God that he knew his place, he would often say, but nobody else knew it. Nevertheless, everybody liked him, even the poor housemaid whom he snubbed. "Is anything the matter?" asked Herbert, looking at the man's sorrow-laden face. "Indeed, and there is, Sir Herbert. Sir Thomas is—" "My father is not dead," exclaimed Herbert. "Oh, no, Mr. Herbert, it's not so bad as that, but he is very failing. My lady is with him now." Herbert ran into the house, and at the bottom of the chief stairs he met one of his sisters, who had heard the steps of his horse. "Oh, Herbert, I'm so glad you have come," said she. Her eyes and cheeks were red with tears, and her hand, as her brother took it, was cold and numbed. "What is it, Mary? Is he worse?" "Oh, so much worse. Mamma and Emmeline are there. He's asked for you 3 or 4 times, and always says that he is dying. I had better go up and say that you are here."
And what does my mother think of it?
She has never left him, and therefore I cannot tell. But I know from her face that she thinks that he is dying. Shall I go up, Herbert?
And so she went, and Herbert, following softly on his toes, stood in the corridor outside the bedroom door, waiting till his arrival should have been announced. It was but a minute, and then his sister, returning to the door, summoned him to enter. The room had been nearly darkened, but as there were no curtains to the bed, Herbert could see his mother's face as she knelt on a stool at the bedside. His father was turned away from him, and lay with his hand inside his wife's, and Emmeline was sitting on the foot of the bed, with her face between her hands, striving to stifle her sobs. "Here is Herbert now, dearest," said Lady Fitzgerald, with a low, soft voice, almost a whisper, yet clear enough to cause no effort in the hearing. "I knew that he would not be long." And Herbert, obeying the signal of his mother's eyes, passed round to the other side of the bed. "Father," said he, "are you not so well to-day?"
"My poor boy, my poor ruined boy,"
said the dying man, hardly articulating the words as he dropped his wife's hand and took that of his son. Herbert found that it was wet and clammy and cold and almost powerless in its feeble grasp. "Dearest father, you are wrong if you let that trouble you. All that will never trouble me. Is it not well that a man should earn his own bread? Is it not the lot of all good men?" Still the old man murmured with his broken voice,
"My poor boy, my poor boy."
The hopes and aspirations of his eldest son are as the breath of his nostrils to an Englishman who has been born to land and fortune. What had not this poor man endured in order that his son might be Sir Herbert Fitzgerald of Castle Richmond? But this was no longer possible, and from the moment that this had been brought home to him, the father had felt that for him there was nothing left but to die.
"My poor boy,"
he muttered,
"tell me that you have forgiven me."
And then they all knelt round the bed and prayed with him. And afterwards they tried to comfort him, telling him how good he had been to them. And his wife whispered in his ear that if there had been fault, the fault was hers, but that her conscience told her that such fault had been forgiven. And while she said this, she motioned the children away from him, and strove to make him understand that human misery could never kill the soul, and should never utterly depress the spirit. "Dearest love," she said, still whispering to him in her low, sweet voice, so dear to him, but utterly inaudible beyond, "if you would cease to accuse yourself so bitterly, we might yet be better, and remain with us to comfort us." But the slender, half-knit man, whose arms are without muscles and whose back is without pith, will strive in vain to lift the weight which the brawny vigour of another tosses from the ground almost without an effort. It is with the mind and the spirit as with the body, only this, that the muscles of the body can be measured, but not so those of the spirit. Lady Fitzgerald was made of other stuff than Sir Thomas, and that which to her had cost an effort, but with an effort had been done surely, was to him as impossible as the labour of Hercules.
"My poor boy, my poor ruined boy,"
he still muttered, as she strove to comfort him.
"Mamma has sent for Mr. Townsend,"
Emmeline whispered to her brother, as they stood together in the bow of the window. "And do you really think he is so bad as that?"
"I am sure that mamma does. I believe he had some sort of a fit before you came. At any rate, he did not speak for 2 hours.
"And was not Finucane here?" Finucane was the Mallow doctor.
"Yes, but he had left before papa got so much worse. Mamma has sent for him also."
But I do not know that it boots to dally longer in a dying chamber. It is an axiom of old that the stage curtain should be drawn before the inexorable one enters in upon his final work. Dr. Finucane did come, but his coming was all in vain. Sir Thomas had known that it was in vain, and so also had his patient wife. There was that mind diseased, towards the cure of which no Dr. Finucane could make any possible approach. Mr. Townsend came also, let us hope not in vain, though the cure which he fain would have perfected
can hardly be affected in such moments as those. Let us hope that it had been already affected. The only crying sin which we can lay to the charge of the dying man is that of which we have spoken. He had endeavoured by pensioning falsehood and fraud to preserve for his wife her name, and for his son that son's inheritance. Even over this, deep as it was, the recording angel may have dropped some cleansing tears of pity. That night the poor man died, and the Fitzgeralds who sat in the chambers of Castle Richmond were no longer the owners of the mansion. There was no speech of Sir Herbert among the servants, as there would have been had these tidings not have reached them. Dr. Finucane had remained in the house, and even he, in speaking of the son, had shown that he knew the story. They were strangers there now, as they all knew, intruders, as they would soon be considered in the house of their cousin Owen, or rather not their cousin. In that he was above them by right of his blood, they had no right to claim him as their relation. It may be said that at such a moment all this should not have been thought of. For those who say so know little, as I imagine, of the true effect of sorrow. No wife and no children ever grieved more heartily for a father. But their grief was blacker and more gloomy, in that they knew that they were outcasts in the world. And, during that long night, as Herbert and his sisters sat up cowering round the fire, he told them of all that had been said at Hab House. "And can it not be as he says?" Mary had asked. "And that Herbert should give up his wife?" said Emmeline. "No, but that other thing." "Do not dream of it," said Herbert. "It is all impossible. The house that we are now in belongs to Sir Owen Fitzgerald." End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Castle Richmond by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 31. The First Month. And now I will beg my readers to suppose a month to have passed by since Sir Thomas Fitzgerald died. It was a busy month in Ireland. It may probably be said that so large a sum of money had never been circulated in the country in any one month since money had been known there. And yet it may also be said that so frightful a mortality had never occurred there from the want of that which money brings. It was well understood by all men now that the customary food of the country had disappeared. There was no longer any difference of opinion between rich and poor, between Protestant and Roman Catholic. As to that, no man dared now to say that the poor, if left to themselves, could feed themselves, or to allege that the sufferings of the country arose from the machinations of money-making speculators. The famine was an established fact, and all men knew that it was God's doing. All men knew this, though few could recognize as yet with how much mercy God's hand was stretched out over the country. Or may it not perhaps be truer to say that in such matters there is no such thing as mercy, no special mercies, no other mercy than that fatherly, forbearing, all-seeing, perfect goodness by which the Creator is ever adapting this world to the wants of his creatures, and rectifying the evils arising from their faults and follies. Sed quo musa tendis? Such discourses of the gods as these are not to be fitly handled in such small measures. At any rate, there was the famine, undoubted now by anyone, and Death, who, in visiting Castle Richmond, may be said to have knocked at the towers of a king, was busy enough also among the cabins of the poor. And now the great fault of those who were the most affected was becoming one which would not have been at first sight expected. One would think that starving men would become violent, taking food by open theft, feeling, and perhaps not without some truth, that the agony of their want robbed such robberies of its sin. But such was by no means the case. I only remember one instance in which the bakers' shops were attacked, and in that instance the work was done by those who were undergoing no real suffering. At Clonmel, in Tipperary, the bread was one morning stripped away from the bakers' shops. But at that time and in that place there was nothing approaching to famine. The fault of the people was apathy. It was the feeling of the multitude that the world and all that was good in it was passing away from them, that exertion was useless and hope hopeless. "Ah me, your honour," said a man to me, "there'll never be a bit and a sup again in the County Cork. The life of the world is fairly gone." And it was very hard to repress this feeling. The energy of a man depends so much on the outward circumstances that encumber him. It is so hard to work when work seems hopeless, so hard to trust when the basis of our faith is so far removed from sight. When large tracts of land went out of cultivation, was it not natural to think that agriculture was receding from the country, leaving the green hills once more to be brown and barren, as hills once green have become in other countries? And when men were falling in the highways, and women would sit with their babes in their arms, listless till death should come to them, was it not natural to think that death was making a huge success, that he, the inexorable one, was now the inexorable indeed? There were greatly trusting hearts that could withstand the weight of this terrible pressure, and thinking minds which saw that good would come out of this great evil. But such hearts and such minds were not to be looked for among the suffering poor, and were not perhaps often found even among those who were not poor or suffering. It was very hard to be thus trusting and thoughtful, while everything around was full of awe and agony. The people, however, were conscious of God's work, and were becoming dull and apathetic. They clustered about the roads, working lazily while their strength lasted them, and afterwards, when strength failed them for this, they clustered more largely in the poorhouses. And in every town, in every assemblage of houses which in England would be called a village, there was a poorhouse. Any big barrack of a tenement that could be obtained at a moment's notice, whatever the rent, became a poorhouse in the course of 12 hours, in 2 hours. What was necessary but the bare walls and a supply of yellow meal? Bad provision this for all a man's wants, as was said often enough by irrational philanthropists, but better provision than no shelter and no yellow meal. It was bad that men should be locked up at night without any of the appliances of decency, bad that they should be herded together for day after day with no resource but the eating twice a day of enough unsavoury food to keep life and soul together. Very bad, ye philanthropical irrationalists. But is not a choice of evils all that is left to us in many a contingency? Was not even this better than that life and soul should be allowed to part without any effort at preserving their union? And thus life and soul were kept together, the government of the day having wisely seen what at so short a notice was possible for them to do, and what was absolutely impossible. It is in such emergencies as these that the watching and the wisdom of a government are necessary, and I shall always think, as I did think then, that the wisdom of its action and the wisdom of its abstinence from action were very good. And now again the fields in Ireland are green, and the markets are busy, and money is chucked to and fro like a weathercock, which the players do not wish to have abiding with them. And the tardy speculator, going over to look for a bit of land, comes back muttering angrily that fancy prices are demanded. "They'll run you up to 33 days' purchase," says the tardy speculator, thinking, as it seems, that he is specially ill-used. Agricultural wages have been nearly doubled in Ireland during the last 15 years. Think of that, Master Brooke. Work, for which at 6 shillings a week there would be 100 hungry claimants in 1845, in the good old days before the famine, when repeal was so immediately expected, will now fetch 10 shillings, the claimants being by no means numerous. In 1843 and 1844 I knew men to work for 4pence a day, something over the dole on which we are told, being mostly incredulous as we hear it, that a coolie labourer can feed himself with rice in India. Not one man or 2 men, the broken-down incapables of the parish, but the best labour of the country. 1 and 2pence is now about the cheapest rate at which a man can be hired for agricultural purposes. While this is so, and while the prices are progressing, there is no cause for fear. Let bishops A and B and archbishops C and D fret and fume with never so great vexation touching the clipped honours of their father the Pope. But again, quo musa tendis? I could write on this subject for a week, were it not that Rhadamanthus awaits me, Rhadamanthus the critic, and Rhadamanthus is, of all things, impatient of an episode. Life and soul were kept together in those terrible days. That is, the Irish life and soul generally. There were many slips in which the union was violently dissolved, many cases in which the yellow meal allowed was not sufficient, or in which it did not reach the sufferer in time to prevent such dissolution, cases which, when numbered together, amounted to thousands. And then the pestilence came, taking its victims by tens of thousands. But that was after the time with which we shall have concern here. An immigration followed, taking those who were saved by hundreds of thousands. But the millions are still there, a thriving people, for his mercy endureth for ever. During this month, the month ensuing upon the death of Sir Thomas Fitzgerald, Herbert could of course pay no outward attention to the wants or relief of the people. He could make no offer of assistance, for nothing belonged to him, nor could he aid in the councils of the committees, for no one could have defined the position of the Speaker. And during that month nothing was defined about Castle Richmond. Lady Fitzgerald was still always called by her title. The people of the country, including the tradesmen of the neighbouring towns, addressed the owner of Hap House as Sir Owen, and gradually the name was working itself into common use, though he had taken no steps to make himself legally entitled to wear it. But no one spoke of Sir Herbert. The story was so generally known that none were so ignorant as to suppose him to be his father's heir. The servants about the place still called him Mr. Herbert, orders to that effect having been specially given, and the peasants of the country, with that tact which graces them, and with that anxiety to abstain from giving pain which always accompanies them unless then angered, carefully called him by no name. They knew that he was not Sir Herbert, but they would not believe but what, perchance, he might be so yet on some future day. So they took off their old hats to him, and passed him silently in his sorrow, or if they spoke to him, addressed his honour simply, omitting all mention of that Christian name which the poor Irishman is generally so fond of using. Mr. Blake sounds cold and unkindly in his ears. It is the Master, or his honour, or if possible, Mr. Tady, or if there be any handle, that is used with avidity. Pat is a happy man when he can address his landlord as Sir Patrick. But now the old master's son could be called by no name. Men knew not what he was to be, though they knew well that he was not that which he ought to be. And there were some who attempted to worship Owen as the rising sun. But for such of them as had never worshipped him before, that game was rather hopeless. In those days he was not much seen, neither hunting nor entertaining company. But when seen, he was rough enough with those who made any deep attempt to ingratiate themselves with his coming mightiness. And during this month he went over to London, having been specially invited so to do by Mr. Prendergast. But very little came of his visit there, except that it was certified to him that he was, beyond all doubt, the baronet. "And there shall be no unnecessary delay, Sir Owen," said Mr. Prendergast, "in putting you into full possession of all your rights." In answer to which, Owen had replied that he was not anxious to be put in possession of any rights, that, as far as any active doing of his own was concerned, the title might lie in abeyance, and that, regarding the property, he would make known his wish to Mr. Prendergast very quickly after his return to Ireland. But he intimated at the same time that there could be no ground for disturbing Lady Fitzgerald, as he had no intention, under any circumstances, of living at Castle Richmond. "Had you not better tell Lady Fitzgerald that yourself?" said Mr. Prendergast, catching at the idea that his friend's widow, my readers will allow me so to call her, might be allowed to live undisturbed at the family mansion, if not for life, at any rate for a few years. If this young man was so generous, why should it not be so? He would not want the big house, at any rate, till he were married. "It would be better that you should say so," said Owen. "I have particular reasons for not wishing to go there. But allow me to say, my dear young friend, and I hope I may call you so,
for I greatly admire the way in which you have taken all these tidings, that I would venture to advise you to drop the remembrance of any unpleasantness that may have existed. You should now feel yourself to be the closest friend of that family. So I would if—" and there Owen stopped short, though Mr. Prendergast gave him plenty of time to finish his sentence were he minded to do so. "In your present position," continued the lawyer, "your influence will be very great." "I can't explain it all," said Owen, "but I don't think my influence will be great at all. And what is more, I do not want any influence of that sort. I wish Lady Fitzgerald to understand that she is at perfect liberty to stay where she is, as far as I am concerned. Not as a favour from me, mind, for I do not think that she would take a favour from my hands." "But, my dear sir—" "Therefore you had better write to her about remaining there." Mr. Prendergast did write to her, or rather to Herbert, but in doing so he thought it right to say that the permission to live at Castle Richmond should be regarded as a kindness granted them by their relative. "It is a kindness which, under the circumstances, your mother may, I think, accept without compunction, at any rate for some time to come, till she have suited herself without hurrying her choice, but nevertheless it must be regarded as a generous offer on his part, and I do hope, my dear Herbert, that you and he will be fast friends." But Mr. Prendergast did not in the least comprehend the workings of Owen's mind, and Herbert, who knew more of them than any one else, did not understand them altogether. Owen had no idea of granting any favour to his relatives, who, as he thought, had never granted any to him. What Owen wanted, or what he told himself that he wanted, was justice. It was his duty as a just man to abstain from taking hold of those acres, and he was prepared to do his duty. But it was equally Herbert's duty, as a just man, to abstain from taking hold of Clara Desmond, and he was resolved that he would never be Herbert's friend if Herbert did not perform that duty. And then, though he felt himself bound to give up the acres, though he did regard this as an imperative duty, he nevertheless felt also that something was due to him for his readiness to perform such a duty, that some reward should be conceded to him. What this reward was to be, or rather what he wished it to be, we all know. Herbert had utterly refused to engage in any such negotiation, but Owen, nevertheless, would not cease to think that something might yet be done. Who was so generous as Clara? And would not Clara herself speak out if she knew how much her old lover was prepared to do for this newer lover? Half a dozen times Owen made up his mind to explain the whole thing to Mr. Prendergast, but when he found himself in the presence of the lawyer, he could not talk about love. Young men are so apt to think that their seniors in age cannot understand romance or acknowledge the force of a passion. And here they are wrong, for there would be as much romance after 40 as before, I take it, were it not checked by the fear of ridicule. So Owen stayed a week in London, seeing Mr. Prendergast every day, and then he returned to Hap House. In the meantime, life went on at a very sad pace at Desmond Court. There was no concord whatever between the two ladies residing there. The mother was silent, gloomy, and sometimes bitter, seldom saying a word about Herbert Fitzgerald or his prospects, but saying that word with great fixity of purpose when it was spoken. No one, she said, should attribute to her the poverty and misery of her child. That marriage should not take place from her house or with her consent. And Clara, for the most part, was silent also. In answer to such words as the above, she would say nothing. But when, as did happen once or twice, she was forced to speak, she declared openly enough that no earthly consideration should induce her to give up her engagement. And then the young Earl came home, brought away from his school in order that his authority might have effect on his sister. To speak the truth, he was unwilling enough to interfere, and would have declined to come at all could he have dared to do so. Eton was now more pleasant to him than Desmond Court, which indeed had but little of pleasantness to offer to a lad such as he was now. He was 16, and manly for his age, but the question in dispute at Desmond Court offered little attraction even to a manly boy of 16.
In that former question as to Owen, he had said a word or two, knowing that Owen could not be looked upon as a fitting husband for his sister. But now he knew not how to counsel her again as to Herbert, seeing that it was but the other day that he had written a long letter congratulating her on that connection. Towards the end of the month, however, he did arrive, making glad his mother's heart as she looked at his strong limbs and his handsome young open face. And Clara, too, threw herself so warmly into his arms that he did feel glad that he had come to her. "Oh, Patrick, it is so sweet to have you here," she said, before his mother had time to speak to him. "Dearest Clara." "But, Patrick, you must not be cruel to me. Look here, Patrick, you are my only brother, and I so love you that I would not offend you or turn you against me for worlds. You are the head of our family, too, and nothing should be done that you do not like. If so much depends on you, you must think well before you decide on anything." He opened his young eyes and looked intently into her face, for there was an earnestness in her words that almost frightened him. "You must think well of it all before you speak, Patrick. And remember this, you and I must be honest and honourable, whether we be poor or no. You remember about Owen Fitzgerald, how I gave way then because I could do so without dishonour. But now... But, Clara, I do not understand it all as yet." "No, you cannot, not as yet, and I will let Mamma tell you the story. All I ask is this, that you will think of my honour before you say a word that can favour either her or me." And then he promised her that he would do so. And his mother, when on the following morning she told him all the history, found him reserved and silent. "Look at his position," said the mother, repeating her course before her son. "He is illegitimate and—" "Yes, but, mother—" "I know all that, my dear. I know what you would say, and no one can pity Mr. Fitzgerald's position more than I do. But you would not on that account have your sister ruined. It is romance on her part." "But what does he say?" "He is quite willing to give up the match. He has told me so, and said as much to his aunt, whom I have seen 3 times on the subject." "Do you mean that he wishes to give it up?" "No, at least I don't know. If he does, he cannot express such a wish because Clara is so headstrong. Patrick, in my heart I do not believe that she cares for him. I have doubted it for some time." "But you wanted her to marry him." "So I did. It was an excellent match, and in a certain way she did like him. And then, you know, there was that great danger about poor Owen. It was a great danger then. But now she is so determined about this, because she thinks it would be ungenerous to go back from her word. And in this way she will ruin the very man she wishes to serve. Of course he cannot break off the match if she persists in it. What I want you to perceive is this, that he, utterly penniless as he is, will have to begin the world with a clog round his neck, because she is so obstinate. What could possibly be worse for him than a titled wife without a penny?" And in this way the Countess pleaded her side of the question before her son. It was quite true that she had been 3 times to Castle Richmond, and had thrice driven Aunt Letty into a state bordering on distraction. If she could only get the Castle Richmond people to take it up as they ought to do. It was thus she argued with herself, and with Aunt Letty also, endeavouring to persuade her that these 2 young people would undoubtedly ruin each other, unless those who were really wise and prudent, and who understood the world, such as Aunt Letty, for instance, would interfere to prevent it. Aunt Letty, on the whole, did agree with her, though she greatly disliked her. Miss Fitzgerald had strongly planted within her bosom the prudent old-world notion that young gentlefolks should not love each other unless they have plenty of money, and that, if unfortunately such did love each other, it was better that they should suffer all the pangs of hopeless love than marry and trust to God and their wits for bread and cheese. To which opinion of Aunt Letty's, as well as to some others entertained by that lady with much pertinacity, I cannot subscribe myself as an adherent. Lady Desmond had wit enough to discover that Aunt Letty did agree with her in the main, and on this account she was eager in seeking her assistance. Lady Fitzgerald, of course, could not be seen, and there was no one else at Castle Richmond who could be supposed to have any weight with Herbert. And therefore Lady Desmond was very eloquent with Aunt Letty, talking much of the future miseries of the two young people, till the old lady had promised to use her best efforts in enlisting Lady Fitzgerald on the same side. "You cannot wonder, Miss Fitzgerald, that I should wish to put an end to the cruel position in which my poor girl is placed. You know how much a girl suffers from that kind of thing." Aunt Letty did dislike Lady Desmond very much, but nevertheless she could not deny the truth of all this, and therefore it may be said that the visits of the Countess to Castle Richmond were, on the whole, successful. And the month wore itself away also in that sad household, and the Fitzgeralds were gradually becoming used to their position. Family discussions were held among them as to what they should do, and where they should live in future. Mr. Prendergast had written, seeing that Owen had persisted in refusing to make the offer personally himself, saying that there was no hurry for any removal. Sir Owen, he said, having considered deeply whether or no he would call him by the title or no, and having resolved that it would be best to do so at once. Sir Owen was inclined to behave very generously. Lady Fitzgerald could have the house and demesne at any rate for 12 months, and by that time the personal property left by Sir Thomas would be realized, and there would be enough, Mr. Prendergast said, for the 3 ladies to live in decent, quiet comfort. Mr. Prendergast had taken care, before he left Castle Richmond, that a will should be made and duly executed by Sir Thomas, leaving what money he had to his 3 children by name, in trust for their mother's use. Till the girls should be of age, that trust would be vested in Herbert. "Decent, quiet comfort," said Mary to her brother and sister as they conned the letter over. "How comfortless it sounds!" And so the first month after the death of Sir Thomas passed by, and the misfortunes of the Fitzgerald family ceased to be the only subject spoken of by the inhabitants of County Cork. End of chapter 31.